Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Indeed we are. How goes? How goes? Oh boy. Note to self: don't start when you have a cough going. Anyway, hey everybody, welcome to High on Politics Tuesday edition. Yes, we a little bit late today, but you know what? We're here. We're here. We're doing the thing. We're here. How is everybody? Hope you guys were able to check out this space stream. Yeah, it was man. I kind of realized that I might be a little on edge. So gonna try and calm down. Definitely want to have more of a chill vibe today. Yeah, I need it. Definitely need it. Because yeah, there's wait at work but listening, wish I was. Oh well, you did you were here for the send-off. That's the most important. All right. Whoa, stood up a little too fast. After doing a certain thing, you know. It's a little. Whew. Anyway. All right. Take a nice sip out of my new trusty cup from. All right. So I found something out that's really cool about this. Number one, you can lock that. Number two, I could just do this. But I'm not that lazy. I'm this lazy. I also mixed liquid IV today. I have a blue cotton candy mixed with passion fruit, and it's actually pretty good. Because I did that little panic thing where I was just like, oh crap, I gotta go on stream. I looked at it, I'm like, there's just about that much of the cotton candy left. I was like, know what I'm gonna do? Experiment. Haven't done that since I was like, when you were a kid and go to mix all the fountain drinks. We called it something that is technically not within TOS. But hey, I watched a clip of Graham Plattner, and damn, does he have good responses and one hell of a voice. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's awesome. I do appreciate Graham Plattner, and I think he's gonna win. He seems to have a lot of popularity within, like, normie circles, which that's good. You know, that's good. The sewer slide. Yeah. That. Yeah, you'd go into 7-Eleven and just be like, and it didn't taste good. You know, you would find, like, through it, you would find the good mixes. That's how I found out that you mix, cream soda specifically with the Fanta or like any orange beverage. Oh yeah, that's a good one. And then I found out that they actually make like orange cream soda. I was like, oh, but didn't taste as good. So I'm gonna just say that much. It tasted like an abyss. It tasted like diabetes. Let's be real. I haven't really done anything like that in a long time. This is the adult version of doing it. It's like I mixed 2 liquid IVs together to have a swirl of flavor. Yeah, I actually really need this. I was on my way down here, and I realized I am very dehydrated. So, journey to hydration with me. Yeah, that works. Anyway, oh man. Guess what I saw while I was out? Yeah. ICE is, yeah, they are stalking frickin' Home Depots. You know what they said they weren't going to be doing? Yeah, they're totally doing it. And it seems like they're doing checkpoints, which I'm not sure how legal that is, but I still love that you stole one of my hospital Stanleys. Hey, Uni. Hey, chat. Uni is in the house. But yes, I did. Your hospital Stanley. That's what she calls this, the hospital Stanley. And yeah, you know what? We paid for it, so, and it's a great cup. Look at it. Units of measurement. So accurate. It also makes it easy. You're just like, okay, so I need about this much hydration. And oh, when you're mixing things, again, like a liquid IV. Very good and convenient. I also got a refill for the Scaredy Bear. Thank God. Because, yeah, that's where I saw it, by the way. I was just like, oh. Oh, no. That's not good. Man, I'll say this much. They weren't in unmarked, so. That ICE logo is something else, guys. Like, I know that they did this on purpose, but to actually see it, it's crazy. Because it's the Trump logo from his plane, of all things. It's not even like, Trump Vance, like the signs or any of that. It's literally his gaudy ass gold logo from the 90s on the blue background. It is, and it just ICE. And then you read the rest of it in his voice, where it's just like protecting the homeland, or whatever the fuck it is. The weird part was how many of them were in plain clothes, though. I'll say that much. Like, because yeah, I did the whole thing where I was like, is that ICE? Oh my God. Yeah. There's also a lot of traffic there because I thought there was a checkpoint and I actually panicked a little bit. I'm not gonna. I was like, huh. I don't want to get caught up in, because immediately I'm gonna be like, oh no, they know who I am. I'm panicky right now. No, dude. Did I bring this? I don't think I talked about this, but a few nights ago I had a dream about that, where it's kind of like one of those mixed dreams where I simultaneously got, a knock on the door, a violent knock on the door, but I also had a situation where things were like drones are following me. It was the most paranoid dream I've had in a long ass time, and it felt real as hell. But I also need to preface that I might have taken something that would do this. So, yeah. So it was intense, and I gotta say, it was also not welcome because it's very, very scary. But that's probably a $7,000 Stanley. It's from the hospital. Yep. That's why I said I paid for it. Yeah. $7,000. No, freaking. I'll say this: there's no badass way to drink out of this. It's okay. Is there really a bad? Yeah, you know what? There's a badass way, like Thor, where you just swish it around, just more mead. Hey, Tinkerbell. Oh, hey. So I didn't get to cover this in the last stream. So I saw that you were talking about how there are 3 different Tinkerbells, right? Guess what? I am not the only pep talks on YouTube. I'm sure you guys have found this out. It's annoying. So especially when you look up my name, Pep Talks TV, and it takes you to the other guys. It's like, hey, no, I no, I did the whole, like, that's my name, and I'm the only Pep Talks TV, so mad about that. Those hospital cups are legit. I'm telling you. I mean, look at this. It's even got a little thumb rest. Like, it's awesome. The balance. It has balance. It's the Thanos cup. Balanced like all things should be. Sam Cedar would hear that and just be like, oh no. Actually, most of the majority report, they would hear that and just go, oh no. Does the other pep talk give inspirational speeches? I think one of them does, actually. I think that's like his whole thing. I think he might even be a pastor. When I looked, yeah. And then there's this other guy, Pep Talks, that he sits in his room doing, like, you know, two dudes with a microphone podcast style. And I don't know, man. If this was based on viewership and, like, subscriber numbers, I would be up there with the other, like, there are two other Pep Talks, and there's the one that does have quite a bit more than me. It's okay. Whatever. I remember my parents having the same style insulated cups a long time ago. Were they in the hospital? Because, yeah, they may not have changed. Oh boy, what's this? Soon things will happen to advance the war with Iran. I have dug down in the depths of the rabbit hole. People of power know this. They are creating bunkers. Yeah. Cool. All right. I guess one of the other Pinkerbells makes synthwave music. I like synthwave music, so I might have to check that out. Huh. It's okay. You know what? You're Pinkerbell to me and the community. Like, you own that name, okay? So, okay, that bud tender was right. This is okay. Good. Yeah. It was funny. When I was grabbing this, the guy at the store was just like, "Oh, good selection." And usually, you know, they're just trying to make small talk. But this is one of those times where I was like, "Oh, you really like that? Like that strain?" And he was just like, "This is probably the best thing on the menu right now, man." He's like, "You're gonna get." So, I'm glad to hear that. Now I'm kind of jealous. I want to try it. It's okay. It's okay. Pinkerbell is a rose variety. Yeah, I knew that. So it's not like I came up with it. Trying to think, like, if you built a channel, how could you differentiate yourself? Or you just have to force that other person to be like, Pinkerbell Synthwave. Okay. I didn't realize I was, like, this dehydrated. That's all. I had this at 900. Now we're at 500. Sorry, yes. I'm also trying to, like, mentally reset. Obviously, it's been rough. I miss my dog. Today was a really rough day with that one, too. Yeah. I think that we all have those moments with, like, lost animals. I still have it with my dog that I lost in 2020. And I'll just occasionally miss him, like, a lot. This one, yeah, it's still fresh, so. Yeah, she's Pinkerbell, too. You are Pinkerbell. Yes, you're just Pinkerbell. But, oh, thank you. Yeah, man. I'm so lucky that I had such a good dog. I'm going to say that much. Like, I want to make this happy because she was awesome, man. She really was. I know that I was saying that when I was talking about her on the last stream, but do you understand, like, how much you could feel the love from a dog, like an animal in general, but this was one of those animals where she could like almost speak to you with her eyes, to the point where if I was sitting on the couch, she would come and lay her head on my lap, and then she would do this, like the kind of like she would kind of give you like the up eyes, but that was not the affection one. That was the treat, like it was every time. And she was also like very smart, so she would, well, kind of. You know what? Don't want to oversell it. Because she had two of the same barks, so it would get frustrating, specifically where she would go to her water dish, which this was probably why I should have, now in retrospect, moved her water dish to a different place, so she went over there and then did the ARF. But I'm dumb. I left the water dish next to the door, so I would never be able to quite tell where it's like, do you have to go out or do you need water? But again, it was one or the other. So on a 50-50 shot. What a gift to have extra time with her. It really was, because you guys, if you were here throughout the last few months, you know, like I was pretty open about it, that I thought she was going to be gone a lot sooner. So there is beauty there, and yeah, it's good. I have to look at the good with it. And she was a 16-year-old yellow lab. That is crazy. When I really think about that, and then also I did a little bit of, research just to kind of confirm it. But yeah, man, that's one of like the upper echelons of labs. Like if they make it past 15, they are in like a 1%. Just broke up the. You know what? It's gonna be a long stream today, guys. But no, you're not wrong. It was definitely, a gift to have the extra time with her. And yeah, can I also just say, like, so I need to preface this that it might not always work, but this is what I did for her, and it worked for her and gave her all that extra time. So she had Cushing's disease, which I don't know like the full ins and outs of it, but I do know that like she couldn't regulate her kidney and her liver like properly. It took a lot of weight off her, and like we thought that she was gonna be gone a lot sooner. She got diagnosed with that at 12. So, last 4 years of her life, she was not struggling, but it was always kind of, something. Because also what mixed with the Cushing, she had a skin condition where she would get these, like either sores, or they would eventually turn into, what do you call them? Like cysts. And it was just, a constant battle, because they were the ones that would eventually, get to that point where they'd either burst or she would burst it, which I know, gross. It sucked. There was a few of them where I was like, oh. But we learned how to manage that. She had two surgeries. One of them, okay, so I'm not sure like how the Cushing's really related to this, but it made her hair like not come back the way that it normally would. So when they shaved the spot to do surgery, it was like a nice chunk right in the center of her back, and it never came back. And my vet, every time that she saw her, was just like, I'm so sorry that I did. She's like, had I known, because this also, I'll admit, pissed me off a little bit. She admitted that they could have just, shaved around it. It's like, come on. You can't take that little extra time. That was annoying. But, you know what? It really didn't do anything. Her quality of life did not suffer from it. But she had a nice little tie-dye shirt. I posted pictures of her in the Discord, and it was cute. And I do have like one of my favorite pictures where, yeah, we match. It was funny. No, I just realized that. Anyway. Oh yeah. And with her Cushing's disease, we gave her a mix of this drug called HMR lignans. I always want to say HMS. And then it was mixed with 1 melatonin, and then we would also give her 3 consequins. And that, I think that really did it. Yes, like that extended her life significantly. And then we found out that she had a thyroid, well, not just a thyroid issue, she legit had like thyroid cancer. So, hey, you know. What up, Hermit? What up? Trying to give a little bit of advice on if your dogs ever get diagnosed with Cushing's disease, at least give that a try, and definitely talk to your vets about it. Like, obviously, you know, given her weight, I could say that for a 70-pound dog, we gave her 3 of the lignans, 3 of the consequins, and then we also gave her 1 of the melatonins, which apparently melatonin does not work the same for dogs that it does for people, so it doesn't make them all sleepy and stuff like that. So, yeah, found that out. But yeah, she was a awesome dog, man. Rest in peace. It's probably one of the lamest KIRKS I think I've ever given. With my medical cup again with liquid IV, because stay hydrated, people. And I do not get sponsored by them, so apparently with transcript and all that, I have to actually say that too. So I do not get sponsored by Liquid IV. I just enjoy that product. So, you know who is though? The Majority Report. So I think that you can always check out their coupon code if you are interested in trying it. Gotta help a channel out, you know? All right, so whoa. Thank you for this. So I should have put this in the title. Apparently there's a situation where Kentucky is suing Roadblocks because there's a Charlie Kirk simulator. Why? Can I just... This might be a hot take, but why is Roblox still a thing? Like, when there... Oh, my God. Like, with all the gaming controversies that I have lived through, I've seen games get canceled for way less. But Roblox seems to actually have, like, legit problems, man. When, like, you have crimes being committed on this, and, like, they're just kind of... Wasn't that a thing where they just went, meh? Like, what? I don't know. I don't know. Because, honestly, I don't want to be the I don't want to be the parental advisory mom where it's just like, we must think of the children. We have to ban Roblox. It's like, what? It's too much weird shit on that fucking platform. I don't know. Oh God, did I just get like really old all at once? I don't know. Tennessee allows child marriage, so of course that's the problem they have with Roblox. Oh, how many? Yeah, God, how many states actually allow that? And then you're just, yeah, like, man, you want to talk about the problems with America? We always had some, but damn, and not the rampant predators. But that's what I mean. Like, there's definitely a problem when most of my exposure to even knowing what Roblox was from like news about how there was another predator that was using Roblox to prey on kids. It's like, I don't know, man. But then again, That's it. That's what the CEO's reaction was just, yeah. Because, wait, all right, can somebody explain what it is? I always thought that Roblox was just like discount Minecraft. Am I not right about that? Because, like, how do I... It's like the Mega Bloks to Lego, right? And isn't that why it's also kind of called Roblox? Or am I way off on this? Wait. It's baked into the business model. Kids ain't buying those Robux. Wait, there's in-game currency? Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Whoa. So... Wait, if there's in-game currency, is there like... There can't be gambling on there, right? No. No, like there... It is just discount... It is. Okay, it's discount Minecraft. It's just a ripoff of Minecraft and... Yeah, okay. People make models, games? Yeah, like Minecraft. Mini games, maps, and games. Okay. Yo, what up, Joe? Good to see you, bud. Okay, so... Wait, they make mini... Oh. So it is kind of like Minecraft, like where they have their own, like, channels and, like, those channels host, games built on, like... Right? Because I'll be honest, I don't know much about Minecraft either. I learned a little bit about it because my nephew got really mad at me for not knowing about Minecraft. So, yep. And the adults will offer to buy kids Robux, and you can earn in-game currency based on the games. That sounds like DraftKings. Or like, a little DraftKings-ish. The whole thing runs in... child labor and predation. So, are they, like, using the kids to, like, Whoa, hey, wait. Yeah, so... Do you have to, like, pay to... How does this work? Wait a minute. I'm just coming to the realization that this is a bigger problem than I thought. Oh no! Oh no! Am I gonna be leading the next generation of moms against video games or whatever? Okay, so that's crazy. And now I can kind of see where, like, this becomes a problem. So they've incentivized this. They have... Wait, what the fuck? Okay. So with all the stuff that's happened recently, something's happened, right? Like they have a new TOS, or do they have a new enforcement? Ooh, they're solving this, right? Because they can't be still running with all that happening, right? Right? How is this a thing? You know what? Damn it. I didn't want it. What up, Zach? Hey, wait, Zach. You might know this because you are... like, you're just outside of, your teenagers. What the hell is up with Roblox? Okay, so I'm just kind of learning about the whole business model and what it is. Like, is there, like, gambling in Roblox? Is this a problem outside of everything else that I've heard about this game? And how is it still a thing? I'm kind of worried about this, because how is this a thing? The theme of 2025? Yes, that and Labubu's. Oh my god, I am getting old. My wife actually tried. She's like, well, Labubu's, it's like, all right, fine, whatever, enjoy it. I'm not trying to take the joy away from people, but this legitimately seems like a fucking problem. Like the way that isn't there gambling in games with those loot box things? Yeah, that's why I hate games like that. Oh, shit. Oh, so that's literally just what it is. Man, I really do. Wait, yes, Roblox has a huge gambling. What the hell? Oh, man. Well, no. Okay, so my bigger take on this is, like, I just think that there's like Pokemon even. It's all the dopamine, the quick dopamine fixes and just gambling and I don't know, man. Everything's so soulless now. I had that problem recently where I was thinking about like the collectors markets and just how it's hard to enjoy anything anymore. Comic books, cards, especially cards. Like, if you're actually into playing a card game, now's the worst time ever for you. Unless you just, don't care and you proxy everything, which, I gotta be careful. What do I think proxy is? Yeah, I mean, you can literally draw proxies, so degeneracy from top to the bottom, only slightly exaggerating. Huge gambling market, protecting predators. CEO wants to make dating part of Roblox for 17 plus 8. What the fuck is happening? What? Dude. Okay, well, that solidifies that. What is... And the MAGA's not, like, thinking about... What? Never mind. Just fucking... if you're a parent here and you know about this, what's your take on that? Do you just say no? Do you say like no, you're not playing Roblox? Like you're playing Metal Gear Solid here. Your 3-year-old's just like stick. If your kid has a credit card they can use online at will, you have a problem. I had a situation with that. My niece got a hold of my phone and she bought a whole bunch of games, and yeah, that was a whole thing. I think she might have just gotten ungrounded from that. She did though. She did get grounded. That was like one of the first times that her dad was just like, nope. That is not okay. My kids never cared about Roblox, thank God. Yeah, okay. Well, then you dodged a bullet there, it seems. I'm sure when it goes to court, we'll find that the CEO has skeletons. It has to be going to court, though, right? Like, how many lawsuits does this guy have to have? Like, if they are using those types of marketing tactics and then they have what's happening... You would think immediately, like the way that they're calling Twitch's CEO and all the CEOs that run these platforms, which again, they're totally not trying to pressure them into censoring left-wing content. No, what? Well, smart enough to know how to use them, not smart enough. Well, okay, so, but I would assume that the parents have got to have evolved in that way. Like, if I'm pretty sure that the parents that, like, I know, like my friends, they have all their accounts locked down where their kids cannot buy anything unless they specifically like do it for them. So, but then again, there I am showing my age where I'm just like, no, kids are like, I also have had that moment where I'm just like, oh yeah, the kids are a lot smarter than I give them credit for sometimes. It's a game free. It's free? Then what's the Robux? Oh, it's like to buy like resources. Okay, I get it. It's like Fortnite. Got it. And skins and shit, right? I'm still getting used to like the idea of like I remember the first time I played Overwatch, I was like, wait, what? Um, I doubt parents can figure out how to restrict access to it. Not to mention, if all your kids' friends play there together, restricting it's somewhat isolating your kids. I get it. Huh. I didn't think about that. Huh. I don't know. I don't have kids, so I don't really have to, worry about this too much. But still, the fact that it seems like it is a problem that is being left unchecked, which is weird in this era that we are living in. How is wait damn it. I'm not arguing for censorship of video games, and that's how they would do it. I have to be careful here because I do see that you want to talk about slippery slopes. That's where we're at now. Where it's just like, okay, hold on. But if they're protecting freaking predators, then the game's just not. This is where. Okay, I'm wrestling with this one. I don't know. Creators such as Ruben Sims created to a bot to automatically scan users, and a person manually reviews each profile. So Roblox world creators in automatic. Wait. ERP. I have no idea what you're talking about. Google what to do with Robux, and it gives you an overview. Damn it. I was not prepared to go on a stun lock like this, but... Hell. Give me 1 sec, guys. Google settings reset. You gotta watch Dash talk to your kids like every day. It's part of the job. Well, see, I'm thinking back to when I was a teenager and my dad would go days without talking to my pops. My mom, on the other hand, yeah, okay. Dude, like, I think back to that, though. Like, we had summers where I spent, like, the majority of the summer at my friend's house. Alright, so you can use Robux and Roblox to buy a wide variety of virtual items, including avatars, clothing, accessories. Okay, so that's standard. Okay. 8,500 Robux. Man. This sucks. I went and got old. I'm not with it anymore. You got your dead ends trimmed off today? Nice. I need a haircut. I'm at that point. It's okay, what the hell? Man. Weird. Hold on, guys. Having not even a technical issue for some reason. Like Google completely reset. Oh, that's right. I forgot the new update. Ugh. Oh, really? Let's see. That's getting pretty long, man. I've been toying with it. I gotta take a few inches off here. Roblox Roblox is pretty much the gems from Smite. I don't play Smite yet. Coming up here, I'll be playing that with Sean and My hair is the same length as Legend of Sean. Wait, who has their bingo cards up? I feel like we're starting to try to influence the bingo. But if you don't know what that means, for those new to chat, that means bald. Also, if you guys are new to chat, welcome to the show. I'm having a more chill start to stream. I'm definitely learning something here, which I never gave this much thought to this stupid game, but now I'm like, wow. If I hope my nephew does not get into this game. Oh, dude. Anyway, my kids are 17 and 18. I keep a pretty close eye on where they spend time online, but it's because I'm online myself and I know about the stuff. Okay, that helps. Baldsis. Hey, I didn't say it. Baldism. I didn't say anything. I just said it's bald. Jesus. All right, Roblox. Roblox is basically so like Minecraft. It's a sandbox creator where sandbox creators make games, can charge Robux for cosmetics and in-game features, which creators will get a cut of, I think. Big library. So, wait, can't play. Wait, so this is essentially creating like young entrepreneurs, like where if they build like a big enough game, they could charge to have people in game in a free game, right? I think I got it right. I don't know. The AI.com bubble is about to burst, and here I am, just now learning about Roblox. You know what? Maybe some of those Bitcoin assholes had a point where it's just like, get left behind. When's that crash? Yes, child labor. Okay, but what's the cut? Like, how's that work? Because now I'm actually a little confused. Wait, oh. Yeah, because if you're using real money to buy 8,500 Robux, then they're charging... What's the average, like, entrance fee to a game, then? Imagine Mario World Creator. I immediately... I was like, oh, yeah, I got you. Your generation, right? Yeah, shut up. Rude. I'm just kidding. But you can sell items for in it for Roblox. Oh. Okay. You know what? That's one of the most comprehensive ways that somebody has explained it to me, where I just went, I got that. You immediately Mario World Creator. I was like, oh, hey, and I love that game. I just realized that's exactly what happened. They just took that model and were just like, yeah, fuck it. Let's just build an open world sandbox where it goes forever. It's like, oh. Interesting. Huh. I never played Roblox, but I have a friend who wanted me to join him. He's making a character within the game, within Roblox. Wait. He said making a character within the game for Roblox was about $3. Oh, so like just buying all the skins and shit that you want? Huh. But then what are you doing? Like, are you just like hopping around to like free channels and shit and like just playing those games? Huh. Oh, is that what that like chat thing was? Like that was in Roblox? I thought that was a VR chat. Huh. Because I remember watching a video where somebody was on that. Is there a Discord channel posts my personal writings -- creative works? Wait, 2 posts? I mean, yeah. We have Hobby, Book Nook. Didn't we have one? You know what? Maybe I might have to make a tab for creative writing or something like that. Actually, you know what? Kirk would definitely join that too. He's done some little poetry stuff like that, so. No, playing that specific game within Roblox was like $3. Roblox is free. Most games are free, but with paywall features. I think I got it. I think I got it now. Okay, so they're not charging like essentially to play the game. They're charging like if they make their own skins and so like that's what you're doing. You're like you're creating your own skins, right? I don't know. No, I'm actually like sliding backwards here. I'm just like, oh, I thought I got this, but no, I apparently don't. We've got hobbies. Yeah, we got hobbies. Generally, games are free. Well, like, what do you mean? Like, generally, games are free? Oh, like within Roblox. Oh, see, I was getting lost. I think Roblox isn't bad in itself, but like all social games, predators can take advantage of younger people. I think that just reminds me of like AOL chat, like the early days of AOL chat rooms. And dude, there were some there were preds in there for sure. To the point where it became like almost a game to me and my friends, where it's just like, all right, let's spot the pedo, and then just like call them out to everybody. You remember those days? The Wild West of the internet? Everybody always tries to pretend like there's a, like, oh yeah, it was so pure. It's like, no, it wasn't. Like a popular game inside the game called Dress to Impress. Mostly free, but extra outfits are paywall behind membership only. Oh, okay. Okay. Huh. All right, now I'm starting to see the child. All right, now I'm starting to see it because, like, how much? Does anybody know the cut that Roblox is taking from like somebody that creates that stuff? And like, yeah, you know what? Here, let's see. Okay, let's Google this one. What's the payout cut for Roblox? They take 30% cut of all in-game purchases. Developer receives 30 cents. All right, but you said child labor, so yeah, they're definitely taking advantage, like, of some loopholes here, right? Because wait, hold on. No, I don't want to put that statement out there without knowing what I'm talking about. Because I'm assuming that they have a strict enforcement of, 18 plus, or was it, how old do you have to have a credit card? Right? how's that work? Because, yeah, I'll say that much, like 70-30. As far as some of these platforms, it's not the worst. I was expecting a little bit worse. I thought they were at least going to be taking 40%, so. It's made for kids. That's what I thought. Did you not? Okay, was the sarcasm not there? Sorry. How old do you? No, I understand that. I understand what you guys are talking about. I'm talking about, like, what's the official, description when you go there? It's just like, you must be certain age. Like, what's it say? Because they're going to cover their ass in some way, right? And then they're also going to do the thing where it's just like, well, if you click OK, then blah de blur de blur de blur. Right. I'm finding out right now. $17 and up. Our vision is that Roblox is a platform for all ages with safety and civility. Building on that vision, we are expanding maturity labels to allow creators for the age of 17 and up to create content exclusively for older adults on Roblox. What the fuck? That was not what I was looking up. What is the age you have to be to create on Roblox? Over 13. Huh. So, yeah. Okay, you're not far off on that one, Pinkerbell. I don't effing know, dude. I never played that stuff. Try and kill. I'm curious. Like, I mean, I'll let it go, but I'm legitimately like, what the I never, like I said, never really put this much thought into it. The exchange rate between in-game currency and real cash they pay out is screwy. Oh. So it's oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I didn't see that. So it's 70-30 of in-game currency. Okay, I can see how they fudge around with that. I think you need a Gmail account, and that's it. Jeez, dude. Again, I'm glad I don't have kids. This seems like a lot of work to have to police all this. Well, I'm grateful for the distraction. I'm a bit effed up today, so please excuse me. Oh, don't worry about it, man. I mean, I'm honestly, like, I think I said it. I'm a little messed up today. It's just, yeah, I'm gonna have those. But, you know what? You guys helped me through them. So, that is, one of the benefits to doing this stream. Alrighty, so what did I say? Charlie Kirk thing. Let's get to that right away, because I really don't want to put this off any longer. Oh wait, what'd Zach say? 30% for in-game items and Game Pass sales. Developers receive the remaining 70. Exchange rate for Robux to real money that further reduces developer earnings. Whoa, dude. Okay. Also, Ryan, I hope things are alright, man. Like, this is where I will say we will do the daily bit of positive energy and healing. I'm not feeling great, but like I said, try and put the positive vibes out, and legitimately, it'll be okay. Things are gonna be okay. Oh, man. But you know what else is a good signifier of that? Oh, right. Yeah, I already did my coverage of that today. Paid game, 50%. $29.99, 60%, 50, 70%, Roblox. 28 to 30%. Jeez. Yeah, no, thank you for that. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, Roblox is just as screwy as I thought. Even in their payment structure, like, that's wild. I did not. Dude, if I was a parent and I looked at this immediately, I would just be like, no, get off that site. Like, no. But I'm making money, Mom. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Like, trust me, they're making money. But I got the whatever. At some point, I also get it where it's just like somebody, you know what? I'm not gonna out them for having this opinion, but they did say something really funny to me about parenting, where they're just like, "All right, man, I agree with you, but sometimes it's just like shut the fuck up and go away." It's like, okay, I can respect that. Okay, so here we go. This Candace Owens thing, if you guys haven't heard about it, right before I jumped on, I saw this from Philip DeFranco, where Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk leaks spark MAGA meltdown and TPUSA accusations. So I have no idea what this is about. So I kind of wrote the title of the stream, just kind of assuming. I'll admit it, but let's hope that it's right. Otherwise, I will make my correction. Aurora for a custom OS for Xbox 360 random fact. Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about what's going on with the Xbox in the fun half today because, yeah. They went and ruined Game Pass. I think that most of you know, though. So, but here. Let's learn about what's going on with the drama on the right, because we don't get this a lot. Like, this is a rare W. So, let's enjoy it and see what Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk drama there is, and then just what we can do with it.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show.
Hey,
You
Frank.
daily dive into the news.
Philip.
It's Tuesday, and there's a lot
Frank.
to talk about, starting with this. This Candace Owens,
Frankie.
Charlie Kirk, MAGA divide situation is crazy. Especially
much
as you've
louder
got
than every
Candace
channel.
Owens dropping alleged Charlie Kirk text screenshots. Because if you haven't seen, ever since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, you've had Candace Owens out there questioning the federal investigation, discussing it frequently on our podcast, and putting
Really?
out some of her own theories or possibilities as to why
Is she still going on about it?
or how he would
Like, nobody's really been talking about Charlie Kirk, and I kind of assume that even, like, they stopped talking about him, but
was killed. And with all that, she's often claimed that Charlie, who had long been pro-Israel, was starting to change his mind and had become more critical. And she got a ton of attention when she claimed that MAGA and pro-Israel billionaire Bill Ackman had privately cornered Charlie at an event in the Hamptons not long before his death and made, quote, threats after...
okay, so from my understanding from some, like, the more, like, Stanish people for Charlie Kirk, they said that this might not have entirely been true, but it seems like everybody that's reporting on it is saying that it definitely happened. So, which
Charlie questioned the way that Israel was handling the war.
how come they're so confident in saying that didn't happen?
Now, Ackman denied that, and you had Charlie's producer and
I think I
spokesperson
know the
claiming that
answer.
Charlie had a cordial relationship with Bill. But apparently at this Hamptons meeting, people were questioning whether or not Charlie should host Tucker Carlson, who he's been very critical of Israel at an upcoming event, and Kirk allegedly claimed, honestly,
We
people
talk more about Kirk than, we talk about Kirk more than the Epstein files.
telling me not to have Tucker makes me want to
Truth, but at the same time, we're going to be talking about that a lot more because the victims are doing another press conference and apparently have some new information coming out.
have Tucker. And all this ties to some of the latest claims that Candace has made, saying yesterday on her show that Charlie was, quote, done with Israel
No, we stopped talking about him. The right is still talking about him.
bullying him, and
Oh.
then sharing screenshots of messages that she claims came from a group chat that Charlie was in with his pastor and 7 other people, where he said,
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, oh. Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this,
Huh.
leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause.
Well, when you put it like that, it seems like you were always like you had it for sale. Damn.
And somebody writes, a donor writes, please do not invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but it's not good long term. This is 48 hours before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down, not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying about, nor in this text thread.
Now, with this, it seems like Candace wasn't part of this alleged group chat, and she also doesn't make it 100% clear how she got these apparent messages, which I also will say have not been independently verified by any major news outlets, at least as of recording. Right, but this comes as she was also alleging that higher-ups at Turning Point USA are trying to stop her and others from investigating Charlie's death and promoting their own conspiracies about what happened.
What we do know definitively is that the feds are lying to us. That is obvious. It is abundant. If you're able to think thoughts, you recognize that something is very wrong with the story that has been presented to the public. And I think that what the public doesn't understand, and I count myself among the public, is why it seems as though Turning Point USA executives, and I'll say seems, are not even remotely interested in challenging that official narrative. Who are they protecting exactly? You'll see oftentimes they and other influencers will invoke Erica as the reason that it's not appropriate to ask questions. It's just not appropriate while Erica is still mourning for you guys to ask any questions. And I'm just going to come back at you with some common sense. What sort of widow
Wait, what, Jim?
wouldn't want people to investigate the assassination of their husband?
You also had Candace claiming that Charlie had been discussing his increased interest in Catholicism with her, even sharing a screenshot where it appears that he said it was looking better and better. And while she also said that he wasn't in the process of converting, she suggested that he was toying with the idea. But also, apparently people at TPUSA were denying that he had a major interest in converting to Catholicism, and this upset Candace Owens as she felt that was not being fully honest. Right? And she was overall just upset that she believes that Turning Point execs are telling small lies here and there about Charlie and questioning why they would be doing this. With it then tying it back to the comments that Charlie allegedly made about the donors withholding money and adding,
you got people that are hosting a show. Have they, in like one honorable thing, come out and said, like, you know what? F a couple of these donors who made his life a living hell over the last couple of weeks. That registers to me as very suspicious. I'm going to frankly say that. It's suspicious to me. It makes me think that in the same way that Charlie was being pressured by money, that you might be now run by that same money.
with Candace also claiming that Turning Point has made tens of millions of dollars since Charlie died, and saying that from the organization's perspective.
So how are we supposed to honor Charlie, right? You honor Charlie, of course, by donating to Turning Point USA and shutting up and trusting the feds. Don't question anything.
Right, and so you've had tons of people seeing Candace share this, especially the screenshots discussing donors and things.
Yeah, this is definitely going to have some long-term implications, like for TPUSA, Erica Kirk, and Candace Owens, and like this might, these little divisions, man, they're going to add up.
She's dropping a major bombshell here. Right, and then with all that, you had Andrew Colvett, a spokesperson for TPUSA and a producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, saying today that yes, the texts are real and that he was in the group chat and he was the one who took the screenshots. Then he added that he never shared them with the public because they were private messages and he'd only given them to the government amid the initial investigation to Charlie's death. But they somehow made their way out to the world, and then adding,
in those first moments, we wanted no stone unturned. We wanted to leave nothing unturned. So I shared it with a few people. One of the reasons, Blake, that I'm glad to have this now public, it was not mine to share publicly, but you know, one of the criticisms we've received is that we don't care, we're not investigating every lead, we're not looking under every stone. When I say that we want justice for Charlie more than anybody else, I really mean it. And no stone unturned.
With then another guy on the show saying that the reason some in the organization aren't talking about it is because they don't want to interfere with the ongoing investigation. And Andrew adding that he doesn't begrudge anyone publicly asking questions, but also adding that he believes that Charlie's views towards Israel were totally transparent.
What is the truth about the way Charlie felt about Israel? Well, it's complicated and it's nuanced, and it was a wrestle that was going on for months. I looked at that moment as like, he's just blown off steam, he's frustrated, he's venting, right? And I just want to say, like, you know, he made that very clear under any circumstances that he was not going to be cowed or bullied into deplatforming Tucker.
I feel like there should be more outrage from him if this was his private text, though.
For example,
With him suggesting that Charlie was ultimately pro-Israel, even if he did have some criticisms and questions. But then also, you've had some noting that Candace's comments about Charlie point to a larger discussion about how different factions of the right are trying to jump on Charlie's death for different reasons. Because while it appeared that, she's trying to suggest that TPUSA is trying to
let them fight,
use Charlie's death in a way that best serves the organization, you that also had some turning the tables and saying that the same could be said for Candace. With all this, you even had The Guardian publishing a piece a few weeks ago saying, what is notable about the way the right is responding to KIRK's death is the opportunism. Going on to say, in a moment when Israel's genocide in Gaza is leading to more open public criticism of Zionism, Owens is capitalizing. She continually refers to Zionists controlling the media and KIRK's speech while he was alive. And then with that, they also spoke to Derek Barris, the co-host of the Conspirituality podcast, who's an expert in conspiracies and media literacy. What you saw is that he noted that it's totally fair for the public to not have faith in Trump and Kash Patel's FBI, to question what they're putting out there. But then he also added, quote, one thing about Candace is that she's an opportunist at every stage. There's no consistency. It's about whatever is going to get eyeballs on me. We then also added that this is true for tons of different people and that many are vultures trying to use his death to serve themselves. But, with all that said, as we're watching this play out, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to everything?
God, he's so sneaky with it.
Here? Because yes, well, the Philip DeFranco show, it's
Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments.
Daily news show. I also want it to be a daily conversation.
Yeah, but I mean, he does read his comments at the end. I'll give him that. Okay. So now we get to do the fun part. Now that we've learned about it, let's see what ye old internet's saying about it. Shield our Jaguar. Judge Jaguar. Judge Jaguar. An opportunist taking advantage of an opportunist taking advantage of... and on and on. Well said. An opportunist taking advantage of an opportunist taking advantage of a grifter. My wrestling pose. Little did you know, I was actually just stretching. Nice. It's a Russian. It's the Russian nesting doll of grifting. All right. Let's see. Charlie Kirk. What Charlie Kirk said on messages now revealed by Candace Owens 100% correlates with what he said on camera about Jewish donors. The text messages are real. Okay, so the Groypers are saying that this is all fake and Candace Owens is doing this for attention. Interesting. What? What are you talking about? Okay, we got weirdness in chat today. Let's see. Did Geeks and Gamers say anything about this? I don't know why I care about this dude's opinion, but when it comes to like right on right, nope, nothing. Some of y'all in chat might be a little bit better at finding maybe on Reddit or something some of this. Never believe Groypers. Oh no, it was in response to Nick Fuentes. They were going back and forth. So, and that's why this it was that one dude that we just saw. That was part of Charlie Kirk's inner circle. Let's see.
Take a look. So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, oh. Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. And somebody writes,
who else?
Donor writes, please do not invite.
Didn't they say one of his pastor buddies and that one dude?
Candace, that might feel good short term, but it's not good long term, in my opinion. Like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions. That nasty free will thing that God bestowed on us makes life frustrating at times after the dust settles a bit, maybe. So again, this is.
I mean, then you mix in all like. Did you see that the new one that's really for some reason catching fire with these guys is the paving over the assassination site? Like, I'm seeing a bunch of conservatives getting really pissed at that.
48 hours before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, he was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down, not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying about, nor in this.
I mean, in the Hamptons meeting, again, I'm starting to see more and more evidence that it did take place. So, I don't know. Nothing yet from Jeremy. Oh, we've got someone on the case. All right. Oh, dude, I cannot get this. It's like right here, right in the center of my back. Stretch it out. Oh, we got a visitor. Yo. Give me 1 second. I gotta pack this up for her. Here. I stopped going into there. It gets very toxic. Well, I'll admit that I've been reading like the comments threads from some of them. Well, I did. Like back when the original thing happened. God, was that a month ago already? Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Now, let's get this. Damn, dude. They got a really good picture. Well, a good picture of the horrible thing that happened. Yeah, if you weren't there for my show today, I covered this guy. They shot him in the face with a pepper ball. It's just posted. Ooh. All right. Here, I'm gonna play this one. I gotta pack this for Uni real quick.
They don't give a fuck about you either. Why you protecting them?
Does make you
Come on, man.
Any of these guys start to go.
Come
like,
on, man.
all right,
Y'all, you know
all
that
right,
was
we
fucked up.
might need to talk
Y'all
to
know
our,
that was fucked up.
superiors
Y'all know
about
that was
this.
fucked up.
Wake up! Stand up! Wake up! You're gonna hear it. We're gonna go this way, and then we'll wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Y'all don't get, none of us get paid enough for this.
Hey, it's time to get up! Get up
and
now!
arrest ICE!
Wake up!
They shot a Chicagoan
Wake
today!
up.
Arrest ICE!
Wake up! Wake up!
Look at this. This just popped up. George Floyd protests currently marching through downtown Chicago. And that's just what happens when you search for the Chicago protests. Yes, I have. She's very busy. But yeah. I will talk about it when the time is right, okay? There's some stuff going on, and yeah, I just gotta be good. So, anyway, guys, when's the last time you watched something from J.R. Jackson? Because, you know, everything going on with TYT, I haven't seen anything with him in a while. So it was almost like seeing an old friend today, where I saw this clip and I wanted to cover it with you guys because he did a pretty decent job covering the Mike Johnson text leaks. So, hey, JR, let's take a look.
Let me remind you guys what we last talked about with Razzle Dazzle. I'm not going to play his whole video. He had a couple long ones, but he was afraid. His videos about how he's going to expose Mike Johnson.
Right.
I had provided this information
I'm going to leave him
to
alone.
my legal team, and it was then provided.
Yeah, okay, first off, did you guys like keep up with this throughout the weekend? Because this was wild, and I didn't like this. Just it happened so fast that I was like, wait a minute, when did this guy start making his threats? It was only like a week before that, where he was like, you have to release the information yourself, blah blah blah, or I have this. And he started making these videos.
Outlet. I no longer have this information in my possession.
And now this was his, like, if anything happens to him, like, he has the dead man switch.
I know this is not what you were hoping to hear today, but rest assured this information will be out. I haven't stopped shaking in 3 days.
Razzle Dazzle Mo was shaken after he had those declarations and threats to go.
Wait, that's his name, Razzle Dazzle?
And expose Mike Johnson. As I went to the weekend, I was put up on this particular.
I was just saying, like, it's good to see JR.
Streamers and podcasters page.
Like, I kind of missed his content. I'm gonna check.
Waters.
You know what?
I'm sure.
I feel bad, like, that he's still associated with TYT and all that, but hey.
And you guys know he seems to have a pretty popular page. I'd seen him before, but I'd forgotten his name. And I went through his discussion about this, and he had a couple of instances of more things that I hadn't seen before. One of those folks that Reese Waters, by the way, you guys check out his whole thing. He talked extensively about it. I went to a guy's page that he referenced real quick. I said, wait a second, I saw a TikTok handle there. Let me go find who CJ Baker Fitness is.
Good wording.
And this is one of the things I found on this page.
What luxurious hair you have. Thank you. I would return the favor in giving you a compliment, but I don't know what you look like. Are you in town for a couple days visiting DC? Yes, I am. Are you offering me a tour? I can give you one. I have a few contacts. We can go to the Dabney for dinner and then back to my place, and I can what the fuck, while pulling on that luxurious hair. Oh, straightforward, I see. LOL. Especially from a man who won't show his face. Very discreet. Oh, can't really see it. Oh my god. The fucking. Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and freeze it on one of these frames, or both of them actually, to show you guys what it is that CJ Baker Fitness posted that I don't know if it's somehow related to Razzle Dazzle, but it's definitely
Razzle Dazzle.
It's worth considering. Let's put it that way. This is the alleged account back and forth from what it is that Mike Johnson, they said, was saying to some unknown person on Grindr as far as a potential meetup. It says, what luxurious hair you have. Of course, Mike Johnson is the blue. And it says, and the respondent says, thank you. I would return the favor and giving you a compliment, but I don't know what you look like. And then he says, are you in town for a couple of days visiting DC? He said, yes, I am. Are you offering me a tour? To which allegedly Mike Johnson says, I can give you one. Here's where it gets, pretty salacious. I have a few contacts. We can go to the Dabney for dinner, and then back to my place, and I can blow your brains out while pulling on that luxurious hair. Jesus. Responds back to, oh, straightforward, I see, LOL, especially from a man who won't show his face.
Wow.
He says, very discreet man with a few kids, not trying to mess up my situation. And then to which, as I just moved to this next slide, again posted by this back and forth, as
Wait, so which one's supposed to be? Wait, I'm assuming the yellow one is supposed to be Mike Johnson, right?
you heard with that music behind it. What time should I pick you up from your hotel with Mike Johnson's face there?
Oh, never mind. I got that one wrong.
You know, looking.
Oh my God.
You probably don't want to look at. Again, I saw this from another third party, but then I went directly to his page to see where that came from. Let's hear from CJ Baker.
What a skank.
Fitness himself, because he said he got calls and maybe in some point some threats. But let's start with this.
I mean, honestly, if he just lived his truth, there's like no problem with any of this. But all right, man, like be the hateful cocksucker.
One explanation that he had for his information that he had.
No.
So PolitiFact messaged me inquiring about the Mike Johnson Grindr conversation, and they wanted to verify that this was a true story, and they asked to speak directly to the person who was making these claims. And so I messaged the person, and I said, you know, PolitiFact wants to message you. Do you want to talk to them? Well, he said no. Obviously, he wants to remain anonymous. The only reason why he shared it with me is because he's been following me and he trusts me. So I told them that he said he's not willing to do that. And PolitiFact went through with the story and claimed that there's no truth to it and it's a false story because the picture that he shared was from March 5th, 2025. And so then I reached back out to the person and I said, hey, they're saying that this picture was from March 5th, 2025. What gives? And he responded and said, no. This picture was from 2023. And he sent me an uncropped version of the conversation with the date. And it checks out. That picture was sent in 2023. Oh. So he was having this conversation on Grindr with Mike Johnson, allegedly, in 2023, which was before Mike Johnson became Speaker of the House. This is another argument that PolitiFact is making, that why would the Speaker of the House be sharing his picture and be meeting at a public place and blah, blah, blah. This was before he was Speaker of the House.
I don't know, bro. So now we're left trusting CJ Baker Fitness, who apparently is bringing further receipts than even that we saw not much from Razzle Dazzle Mo there. But even a PolitiFact check asked
reporting, and we have to say Razzle Dazzle
all these questions and didn't maybe get all the information that they needed to confirm it. So they went to denying it.
He lives with a guy in DC. Is that true? Like, does he actually?
Maybe he should have given them that extra level
of
evidence with the date at the top being from 2023, which also goes to, which was my first question. Why would Mike Johnson put his face in front of a photo and send it over Grindr when he's the Speaker of the House and we know all of his stances? But before, how many of you guys heard of Mike Johnson before he became Speaker of the House? I hadn't, but allegedly all this is happening. And here's more from CJ Baker.
I just received a call from the FBI that I need to take down the Mike Johnson photo. I guess it's making Mike not feel good, and I guess he's having a really bad day. But I was sent that by someone on Instagram. Ow, my neck. And he said that it's true, and he said that this is something that had taken place in DC, and that if I wouldn't mind sharing it, he would really appreciate that. And so that's what happened. And but unfortunately, I probably should delete it because I don't want Mike to have a bad day.
FBI contacts. Again, this is all coming from his own personal account where he's talking about all these things, but it does go further back than any of this discussion happening just now. That makes this a lot more intriguing. The last thing that makes this intriguing is, I'm sure you guys have heard of this guy. His name is Tizzy Int. I see him all over the place.
Oh, yeah,
hey. Long beard who
Tizzy Entertainment.
Helping get the internet to help him find folks that do nefarious, crazy, and a lot of times racist and bigoted and misogynistic online. Tizzy Int jumped on this story as well, too, and he had a bit of an explanation. So what happened to him and his stories on TikTok?
So a user here on TikTok named Razzle Dazzle made a video about having information about that guy that he was going to release if that guy didn't swear in the new duly elected official who could be the deciding signature to release the Epstein files. And then that video got taken down. His video and anyone who duetted it, including myself, and I got a strike for it. And then he made an update video explaining that he turned the video over to some
Wait, he got struck on TikTok for that?
Journalists to vet the information and go through it properly and release it as such, and that he no longer had the stuff in his possession, and that it had been given to several other people, and in the event that anything happened to him because he had no intentions of harming himself, that would be released, but he is getting just slammed with death threats and hate. So that video came out. I duetted that video. Today, that video got a community guideline violation, got removed. When I appealed it, appeal denied. TikTok really doesn't want to talk about this.
Huh.
Why would that be? What has happened recently in the news about a purchase,
ownership,
version of America? And so that video's still up on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, etc.
So apparently, according to a few, there was other folks, again, Reese Waters pointed out other folks that had posted about this and were immediately taken down, community guidelined, and censored over on TikTok. Apparently only over on TikTok for just talking about it. It's just, if if the idea is to try and get this to go away, this is not one of those ways to get it to go away.
Well, at least my TikTok account right now has none of my political content on there, so I guess that's good.
It's all alleged. It's all the things that, again, our original guy, Razzle Dazzle, said eventually is going to come out.
Apologies for that, by the way. If you guys go to my TikTok for political content, and then you're just like, what the fuck is... It's cats and Pokemon cards.
Off of these other media folks that he's giving it to.
What up, Jehu?
Now, from years ago, someone else has more receipts if you buy what it is.
Interesting. More receipts, they say. All right, so we will play this in a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. Is he finally live right now?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did the madness get their feelings hurt? How about all the times that protesters here have been physically assaulted by the Andy-No-funded chuds who come down here and incite violence in our city?
This is in
What about
Portland.
all the roadsides that you just let go every time? What about all of the vehicles that come
Now we have to
through
wonder,
here
is
and
it the pro-MAGA or anti-MAGA?
I'll try to see if I can get a picture.
Whoa. The age demographic was not what I was expecting.
Can I just record the sign? That's the sign she was holding. And then just approach her and arrest her. Thank you.
Wait, they just arrested someone?
Nobody was saying anything. No, yeah, exactly.
Every time we get a ticket for free, they like to make sure
Huh.
that they're issued a ticket.
Okay. Interesting. Well, we'll keep up with that throughout the day then. All right, so we got this Pam Bondi thing I wanted to watch.
It wasn't the first lie ever told before the United States Senate, and it certainly won't be the last. But what Attorney General Pam Bondi said before the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee this afternoon may very well go down as one of the most brazen, most shameless, most verifiably false statements ever uttered in that setting. Quote,
that is a lot if that's true.
System of justice
is
over. In fact,
you do realize what has been said in these Senate hearings, right?
If Bondi's on-the-record testimony
There's been
today
some doozies.
served to prove anything out in public, anything at all, it is that a two-tiered system of justice has very much been operationalized, is the new reality in the United States of America right now. Just ask former FBI Director Jim Comey, whose recent federal indictment, initiated mere days after a public pressure campaign, was a frequent topic of inquiry this afternoon. Again and again and again, Bondi refused to answer questions on the matter, questions about Eric Siebert. He's the now former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. He was forced to resign after he concluded that there was not sufficient evidence to indict Jim Comey. And questions about potential
Wait, they forced him to resign?
between Donald Trump
No shit.
and the Department of Justice. Watch.
The night before James Comey's indictment, you had dinner with the President of the United States. Pretty intimate group.
Actually, there were a lot of people there that night. That's a great
James
picture.
Comey discussed at that dinner?
I love that picture. That's a great picture. And there were a lot of people there that night. I think
They
the
really are just so shameless with it.
entire cabinet was there.
Did you discuss James Comey with the President of the United States?
This isn't confidence, though.
Just to your left.
Well, 2 seats down. Yes, 2 seats down. And I am not going to discuss any
I'm gonna take
conversations
that
I've
as a
had or not
yes,
have with the
because
President
the
of the
American
United
public
States.
is entitled to know, Madam Attorney General.
The entire
whether
cabinet was
you
at that
took
dinner,
instructions from President Trump after he told you very directly to indict James Comey, which is
Wow, that look right there, genuinely, she thinks that she has absolutely nothing to answer to these people for. And that tells you also that she's like, I have more power than you right now, so I will just not answer.
organization of the Department of Justice.
Wow.
Her refusal to answer legitimate questions and, if anything, to seem to make a mockery
Was that?
of the setting
Did you hear
and
that?
the body
Go.
itself.
Man, MSNBC is really falling apart, quite literally.
And to refuse to address those questions regarding
Gotta make way for MS now.
ongoing controversies at the Department of Justice wasn't just focused on the Comey prosecution. It extended to the latest reporting on Donald Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, and allegations that he accepted $50,000 in cash from undercover FBI
How is it that all of them look cartoon? Like, they literally look like cartoon villains.
agents last year.
That's also understated a lot.
What
like even her
became of the $50,000 in cash that the FBI paid to Mr. Homan in a paper bag, evidently?
Senator, as Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche recently stated, the investigation of Mr. Homan was subjected to a full review by the FBI, agents, and DOJ prosecutors. They found no credible evidence of any wrongdoing.
And that was not my question. My question was, what became of the $50,000 in cash that the FBI delivered, evidently in a paper bag, to Mr. Homan?
Senator, I'd look at your facts.
I can see I'm not going to get a straight answer from you to a very simple
by
question.
the FBI agents and the DOJ. They found
At
no
what point do they
credible
start
evidence
moving
of
to
wrong-
impeach some of like the cabinet here? Like, for real? Isn't that a power that the judiciary or the Senate holds?
doing? You know,
Now
you're
I'm
very
actually
concerned
asking, like,
about money and people
holy
taking
crap,
money,
dude.
and
Do
you
you
rail
know-
against
wait a
dark
second,
money.
wait a second,
Yeah,
is-
you work with dark
wait a
money
second.
groups all the time, Senator. I would
They're
be
so
more
smug because they
concerned
think
if I
they're
were you
untouchable.
when you talk about corruption and
know.
money that when
It's
you pushed for
Kinda sca-
legislation that would
it's a little
subsidize.
scary, but it's also, I don't know, man. At what point does Congress just like go, oh, I guess we really don't matter?
As your wife's company.
The questions here are actually pretty specific. So having you respond with completely
It's Kermit the Frog looking ass.
irrelevant far-right internet talking points really is not very helpful here.
I mean, at what point does one of like the Republicans on there go, yeah, you're kind of an asshole.
Exhausting non-answer, seemingly read from some sort of opposition research book that didn't meet the caliber of something on a congressional campaign, from sitting attorney general today, who was far more concerned with launching those ad hominem attacks on Democratic lawmakers exclusively, the ones asking the tough questions, than she was in doing what her job says she should do, which is answer questions in that setting, and what she said she would do, which is to end a two-tiered system of justice. It's where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. MSNBC Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is here. Also joining us, former top official at the Department of Justice, MSNBC legal analyst Andrew Weissman's here, and former Democratic Senator, MSNBC political analyst Claire McCaskill's here. Claire, I'm going to start with you because I think you're the only person here who may have recognized her attacks as just run-of-the-mill sort of flunky campaign level oppo that was in her binder along with a bunch of prepared statements. I've never seen that before. Have you?
Trump admin really exposing politicians as just people doing a dog and pony show if they can't do anything. Yeah.
Oh no, I've never seen anything like this by a low-level witness off the street, much less the Attorney General, the sitting Attorney General of the United States. And you're right, it's low-level oppo BS. But here's the thing that's stunning about her testimony today. I am shocked that no Republican on the committee spoke up when the Attorney General of the United States spent the entire time of her questioning by Democratic senators screaming, refusing
You're
to
off to bed. Good night, Ryan.
answer basic oversight questions and attacking them. with ad hominem, not factual attacks that were personal in nature. And no one said a word on the Republican side, especially the chairman of the committee, Chuck Grassley. This never would have been allowed to go on when I was in the United States Senate.
Cake.
There would have been a
Real
bipartisan
cake?
effort
You
to
think that's real
stop
cake?
that witness
Looks
in their
like real
tracks.
cake.
That's how
That's probably not real cake.
far the Republican Party in the United States Senate has fallen. And the members of that Judiciary Committee with an R behind their names, they are single-handedly, brick by brick, undoing the power of the Senate to have oversight in one of the most legendary committees in history. And they are permanently impacting the ability of our democracy to function as our founding fathers intended. And it was a shocking display, and it was so stupid and ugly and frankly embarrassing. I'm really surprised no one spoke up, not one of them.
Ken Delaney, and you were monitoring this for us. I guess I would point out
It is weird. Like that, yeah, I kind of pointed that out before she said it. Like, it's just weird that nobody on the right just went, dude, okay, we may agree with you, but your lack of decorum here is kind of telling that you're a little defensive. Calm down.
The mission was obviously to vamp for Fox News clips. She probably
That literally was.
scored high marks for that endeavor. I'm sure she'll look great tonight. But Trump is sitting at a 37% approval rating, and one of the most unpopular things he's doing is weaponizing the Department of Justice. 70% of Americans oppose sort of a vague question about weaponization, and the number goes higher when you put in indicting Jim Comey, indicting these people. He doesn't even bring along all of the people who voted for him less than 1 year ago. What was this about, in your view?
Well, yeah, because they understand that it's like, wait a minute,
Nicole. First and foremost,
you said he wasn't going to do
these were
that.
questions that were that the answers to which I think really put the Trump administration in a very difficult position. Why did you fire the U.S. attorney who wouldn't bring the case? Did Tom Homan take the money? These are questions they don't want to answer, and so the strategy was.
I kind of feel like the economic guy. I hate to say it. Keep forgetting his name, but he has like the square headed.
As you said, to read from an
He looks like the dad. He reminds me of
oppo sheet and to attack each
bad.
senator individually. And you could debate about whether the Democrats had a good strategy to rebut that. I personally don't think that they did.
That looks like Stephen King a little bit, like if he was taller.
Though some did better than others. But you're right. Claire is absolutely right. We've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah.
Christopher Wray used to
I mean, dude, they're literally making a mockery of every oversight that we have.
go up there
And they're doing this strategically.
and get railed by the
Basant. Yeah, Basant. Thank you.
Republicans
That guy.
on the Hill. They would attack him left, right, and center, making baseless allegations, and he would just sit there and take it because that's what he thought was his role as FBI director, not to fight back, not to read from an oppo sheet, and no doubt he could have as the FBI director. But one of the most striking things to me about today was that there were a lot of questions that that she could hide behind. That's a pending investigation, or I don't talk about personnel matters. But one thing that, one place where that does not apply is the Tom Homan matter, because that is a closed investigation. There's nothing pending about it. And so it's hard for me to imagine that she doesn't know the factual answer to the question of did he actually accept the money from an FBI undercover and what happened to that money. I mean, if she's seen the files, if she's talked to anybody who's reviewed that case, she knows the answer to that question, and she refused to answer it today, and she has no good reason to answer it, and not to answer it rather, and that is a fundamental question that I think we can all agree, like the American public has a right to that information. This person who's wielding enormous power in the government right now. According to our sources and according to a document we've seen, accepted $50,000 from undercover FBI agents in a sting as part of a corruption investigation. The Justice Department dropped that investigation. They're telling us it was reviewed and there was no crime found, but they won't release any of the documents, and they won't even tell us the basic facts. Did he keep the money? If he did he pay taxes on it? So that to me was the most extraordinary moment of an extraordinary day.
I mean, Ken, two follow-up questions for you on that. I mean, I think they did more than what you just articulated. Today, Fox News is reporting that the FBI fired and dismantled the entire corruption squad. It was ostensibly about phone records being swept up in the investigation of the insurrection on January 6th, but they don't just excuse their own, they destroy the law enforcement capability that might damage their own. What did they say about that, if anything?
This was, Nicole, an insidious triumph of right-wing propaganda, because Chuck Grassley releases this redacted FBI document that shows that the FBI, as part of the Jack Smith investigation, obtained the tolling records to and from records that are the property of the phone company and that are obtainable by a subpoena, not a warrant, not a court order, but a subpoena. The FBI obtained those in the course of the investigating the insurrection. But Grassley puts that out. Right-wing media explodes in rage and calls this spying on Republican senators. And by the time it gets to the hearing, when sort of mainstream reporters like me are just trying to figure out what is this all about and what's the context here, you have senators saying that they were wiretapped, which was just a fantasy. That's not what happened. Yep. What this was Jack Smith trying to figure out who Donald Trump was calling when he was trying to delay the certification. This is according to my sources, of the 2020 election. He was talking to members of Congress, and it wasn't just, he has multiple cell phones, he goes through intermediaries, and there was a reference to this in the Smith report. He talks about Trump calling members of Congress, and he also talks about consulting with public integrity about the proper way to investigate that.
The fact that anybody's still kind of shocked by any of this.
Legitimate.
Like,
these senators were not targeted. They were not under investigation. They were essentially witnesses in this investigation, but they've made it into this fake scandal, and now it's having real-world repercussions because, as you said, Kash Patel just announced not long ago that he's firing FBI agents and disbanding a corruption squad. This is not the first corruption squad they disbanded, by the way. They had previously disbanded one.
I mean, they're literally targeting the people that go after specifically them.
Whose job was to investigate
and it's
corruption
so
in
obvious.
Congress, ironically enough. So yeah, you're absolutely right. These FBI agents are losing their jobs because they did what they were asked to do in a lawfully predicated investigation, and another corruption squad looking at public corruption doesn't exist. And a lot of people think that right now no one in the FBI or the Justice Department is examining public corruption unless it's something that Donald Trump wants them to look at.
Just another day in Trump land. It's kind of sad that this is what it really is. Like every day with this shit. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General, I know there's been a lot of talk about grants. I hate to bring you through this again, but it's really important to my state. New Jersey is one of the top 4 donor states in America, which means our taxpayers, Americans, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, millions of people send more money down here than we get back in relative to all the other states in the nation except for 3 others. We've been talking a lot about different grants. I want to be very specific about Office of Justice Program grants. There were $35 million worth of grants.
Yeah, where's Susie Wild? Didn't she say that she was going to keep this administration from being a clown show?
Partisan way.
You really don't hear anything about her.
In this committee, grants that invest in things that are really vital to the public safety of our community.
Makes you think if she quietly exited the administration.
Again, we are in a room full of people who want to see crime go down. Republicans and Democrats, law enforcement officers have spoken to the urgency of these programs which deal with school violence, which divert people into substance abuse and treatment, and supportive services, community violence intervention programs, again, bipartisan programs that this committee really worked hard on this. I've heard what you've said to others on the committee. I heard what you said to Patty Murray in an appropriations committee, that members should reach out to you if they want those grants reinstated. I've written letters, but I am hoping that you and I can have a conversation. $35 million of frozen funding for public safety that the people of New Jersey, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents really invested in those resources, those programs, and those nonprofits who were expecting those grants, often made outlays and are now really in a lurch. Can we talk about those grants and the restoration of them, please?
Yeah, and Senator Booker, I had stated earlier that yes, we did terminate grants. We have an appeal process. We have turned some back on. We are appealing. We are looking at some. Some we have denied. Some are still pending. I believe we have multiple appeals pending with New Jersey. And I would be happy to sit down with you and look at those appeals. I believe one is with the city of New Jersey. I know there are multiple ones pending, but of course, I would be happy to sit down with you or any senator or any House member and look at grants that have been terminated. I've been doing that, and I would welcome that.
But I will be the first one you sit down with, correct?
Absolutely. I'd love to sit down with you
Oh, fucking ew.
on that. I'll look at those tomorrow, Senator Booker.
Thank you very much. I want to move
But
on.
we have been restoring some grants.
I
Some
understand,
have
but-
been denied, some have not.
In New Jersey, none have, and I really want to get to the bottom of that, and I'm hoping that we can reinstate some of those grants. The second thing I want to move on to is that earlier this year, the Department of Justice charged Newark Mayor Ras Baraka after he sought access to Delaney Hall Detention Center to conduct oversight. The charges on their face, to many of us, especially in New Jersey, were clearly baseless. Many people say they're politically motivated. And then the judge, the federal judge, admonished the prosecutors for even bringing the case. This is the quote from the federal judge. Federal prosecutors serve a single paramount client, justice itself. Your role is not to secure convictions at all costs, nor to satisfy public clamor, nor to advance political agendas. The federal judge went on to call the charges embarrassing and a worrisome misstep. Mayor Baraka was arrested that day on the scene, and I know you understand this, to arrest a mayor of a major city on charges that were called by a federal judge embarrassing and a worrisome misstep is very concerning to me, and I think should be to the whole committee. A recently released video shows a federal agent telling fellow officers that the decision to arrest Baraka was, quote, per the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. And I'm assuming that person is Todd Blanche. This is evidence to me that this decision wasn't made by people on the ground in the field, but by Maine Justice, that they were directing an arrest from D.C. on the scene. And it leads to the conclusion that this was a political decision, that the decision to arrest was not made by the people who were there on the spot. And I can assume that you can see how that's problematic to me. So I have questions not about the case, but really about how the decisions to arrest and charge Baraka and now MacIver, Congresswoman MacIver, were really made. Before this committee, I am saying that I'm going to submit these questions for the record, and I'm really hoping that we can understand how those decisions, as our oversight, how we're making decisions, especially for high-level officials in my state, the mayor of our largest city, the congressperson of that city, and I'm hoping that you can respond to those letters on the record.
Yeah, enough of that. Okay, so I think that we saw like the highlights from that. All right, so I'm glad that Breaking Point's covered this. I saved this one specifically for you guys. Let's. The .com AI bubble's about to burst.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. A lot of interesting topics this morning. So the Financial Times is writing that the U.S. is now just one big bet on AI. So how is that going to go for us? We will evaluate where we're at with all of that. Barry Weiss has officially been installed over at CBS as editor-in-chief. We'll take a look at what she is saying and what some of the journalists at CBS are feeling about that. It sure looks like we are headed to full regime change war in Venezuela. Some incredibly troubling reports that aren't getting nearly enough attention. We'll dig into all of that. Trump is floating, hey, maybe I will pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. This comes as the Supreme Court has...
Funny that she says that. I have not heard anything about Venezuela outside of what was happening to that the one that was a confirmed fishing boat, by the way.
Decline to hear her appeal, so a lot to get to there. Tim Dillon speaking out against the National Guard deployments in a variety of cities, and I'm taking a look at what exactly happened with this shooting. An immigration agent shot a Chicago resident. The government story is falling apart. There's apparently body cam footage that directly refutes what
It's almost like this is the second time it happened.
They were claiming happened, so I'm going to do a monologue breaking down everything that we know about what transpired there.
There we go. We had unfortunately to drop the Mark Sanchez story, but we will eventually get to it. Don't worry.
But we did address it.
yeah.
This is a good plug for our premium subs.
That's true.
We did address it in the AMA
We did
yesterday.
address it in
So
our
if
AMA
you want to hear what Sagar thinks about the whole Mark Sanchez situation, which he is slightly obsessed with,
it's just
you
so
have to be a
wild.
premium subscriber.
I can't get enough of it. All right, so thank.
Oh my God, he's such a dork.
Get everybody. BreakingPoints.com, as Crystal said, if you want to hear our Mark Sanchez thoughts and much more, you can go ahead and sign up for that. If you can't afford it, no worries. Just please go ahead and hit subscribe to this YouTube video. And if you are listening to this on a podcast, please send your favorite episode to a friend and/or rate us 5 stars. It really does help other people find the show.
And one more thing before we jump in, we got word from Ryan this morning. Alex Colston, that drop site journalist that was part of the Sumud flotilla, has been freed to Jordan along with most, but not all, of the American citizens who were on board that boat. So glad to hear that he at least is
Some good
safely
news.
out of Israel.
That's right. And hope to get Alex on the show soon. We'll hear about some of his ordeal and what he went through. So let's go ahead and start with AI. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen. I thought this was a fantastic piece. Came out in the Financial Times. Rashir Sharma, somebody I really respect. And what he wrote about here is, quote, America is now one big bet on AI. It is seen as the magic fix for every threat to the U.S. economy. And I'm going to read what I think are
Nothing wrong with that.
The most
guys.
troubling
and there's absolutely no precedence to show that this definitely could lead to some bad things.
paragraphs. Quote, lately, optimism has become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
What up, Big James? Good to see you, bud.
The hundreds of billions
been?
of dollars investing in AI now account for an astonishing 40% of U.S. GDP growth this year. Wow. Some analysts believe that estimate does not even fully capture AI spend. Real share could be higher. AI companies have accounted for 80% of gains in U.S. stocks so far in 2025. That is helping to fund and drive U.S. growth as the AI-driven stock market draws in money from all over the world and feeds a boom in consumer spending by the rich. Since the wealthiest 10% of the population
stock market's being propped up by like 8 companies that all depend on AI.
owns 85% of stocks.
Did you see how much energy it is costing people just to prop this up too?
They enjoy the largest.
So not only are they going, like, is this bubble gonna burst, but then we also have these data centers that are already built.
Wealth effect when they go up.
What's the odds that they turn those off?
No wonder then. Latest data shows American consumer economy rests largely on spending by the wealthy. The top 10% of earners account for half of consumer spending, the highest share on record since that data began.
Definitely
Without
not an
all
issue.
the excitement around AI, the U.S. economy would be stalling out given the multiple threats. I thought that was such an important, just like succinct way of putting it together. He says, America has become one big bet on AI. Outside of the AI plot,
Yeah, but did you see that video of the cat riding the surfboard? No.
AI plays even.
There's a video of a cat riding a surfboard? I'm down.
European stock markets have been outperforming the U.S. this decade, and now that gap is starting to spread. So far in 2025, every major sector, from utilities, industrials, healthcare, and banks, has fared better in the rest of the world than in the U.S. So Silicon Valley parlance is like in the world of bits versus the world of atoms, as in like something in cyberspace, something versus the real world. AI is honestly a bit of both, right? Because you have to make chips, you have to build data centers, but fundamentally the profit and everything else is a power law of exponential growth for stocks of a lot of the people who are involved. We all know it is not in any way distributed across the economy. And I thought that summed it up in a way that should honestly be terrifying, because something a friend of mine recently said to me was, if Trump did not have this AI boom, the tariff story would be a totally different conversation. I mean, it's still bubbling underneath, right? We talked about the farmer yesterday, soybeans. If you work in the, quote, normal economy and all of that, of course, you're going to feel it. I was just taking a look yesterday at the equal weight S&P 500 versus the weighted S&P 500. It's unweighted. It's crazy. If you just take like the equal.
Honestly, your salary should be tied to inflation and like every bit of the wave, so you report on it with a little bit of more fairness.
Weight versus, you know, the NVIDIA.
The fact that you're sitting there with a cushy salary really does give you like a degree of separation that kind of makes it gross.
Heavy S&P and all these others. The gap in growth.
Remember, support your independent media, like me, especially now. I could definitely use it, but I do say support all independent media that you guys enjoy, because yeah, this is it.
Growth is unbelievable. And
also, beware of grifters, though.
I think
Like,
what it underscores is the fundamental danger of where we are in a variety of ways, from economic policy, because it's emboldening actually Trump on tariffs, because he thinks this is tariffs.
As I'm staring directly at Sagar, just
he doesn't understand it's all like data center growth, AI growth.
CBS News is lost. Oh yeah.
Google and everybody kind of spent.
I already kind of lamented that, but at the same time, CBS News has not really been a giant part of my life. So.
To the bottom. But the second is, and look, I know, bubble talk is always easy, and nobody knows when to call.
I have a feeling that Barry Weiss will end up getting fired, though, when they realize that it's not going to bring the numbers and the balance that they thought it would.
Call it, but at the very,
the new owner, though, might not care.
Very least, even if it's not a bubble or any of that, this is a huge risk. Like any portfolio, if the U.S. GDP is a portfolio, to say that 40% of your growth comes from a single sector, from not even just technology, from a single sector of that sector, you should be very afraid. And when 80% of the gains,
it's almost like we've always been told not to put all your eggs into one basket,
which all of us rely on. Let's say if you're in retirement,
but here a bunch of billionaires are just like, yeah, more data centers. Yeah, more energy and more money to us. But we're also going to charge you more for that energy and take more money from you.
Your 401k, that number's got to go up, and it's only going up from one place, which means it can go down from one place too. A single, we talked about DeepSeek style yesterday.
Yeah.
.com, anything like that. 2007. We all remember, right? It can go south very quickly, and then it can go south for a long.
Dude, it takes a day. One day.
Long time. And I can guarantee you, while the gains may only go to the.
I remember 2008 because the next day after the crash, you had so many people that were just like, it's going to bounce back tomorrow, because with this historic low, there's going to be a bounce back. That bounce back did not come.
Top 10%.
And then they started foreclosing on more and more houses. And then it kept cratering and cratering.
The losses will go to 100%.
That's the way that works.
Yeah, that's the way
that is the way that works.
Yeah.
Well, and it feels like we're sort of like damned if it works out well and damned if it doesn't work out. So obviously, if it ends up just to be like sort of worthless AI slop, and the all the grand vision of what AI could be doesn't come to fruition, then you're going to have this massive crash. Our economy, like the perception of our economy, is so tough.
If we don't subsidize AI data centers, how else will Gen Alpha grow up with absolutely no critical thinking?
Tied up with these dramatic stock market gains, divorced from the reality of the real economy that impacts most people day to day, that collapse would be absolutely devastating. And like you said, would have massive effects for everybody, whether you're heavily invested in the stock market or not. If the promise of AI does come to fruition, well, then you've got mass job loss and a need to completely rewrite the social contract. So that seems like, do you
perfectly fine when it comes to AI, but not insurance, right?
You guys feel like the country's in a place where we could all get together and have a unifying discussion about what a new social contract might look like? Because I sure don't feel like we're living in that country. So that's why the landscape is so incredibly terrifying. Yeah. And, I feel like there is this has been so invisibilized. It's something that's bubbling below the surface, but there is so little attention being paid by the media to this incredibly massive, looming potential problem. And our economy, when they say that it's just one big bet on AI, like policymakers are just sort of like using AI as a bucket catch-all for any sort of problem that they see in the economy. So if they're worried about the debt and the deficit, once we get AI, like that's going to reduce costs, we're going to be able to figure it out. Or if they're worried about sticky inflation, so well, AI is going to increase productivity, so we don't have to worry about that. Every problem, we're falling behind in terms of like research and development. We're not what we used to be in terms of being the technological juggernaut. Oh, AI will fix that as well. Like it's this incredible wish casting placed on this technology, which is unproven at this point at best, and which has not demonstrated, the basic ability even to be profitable at any of these companies.
What also scares me is if I take a look at that piece and I say that every sector from utility to industrial to healthcare to banks is faring in the rest of the world in the U.S., what happens if we get into a serious war? Look at Russia. You think they have AI in Russia? Oh, yeah. You know what they have? Defense industrial base, a shitload of oil. That's what matters. That's the actual thing that matters. That's how you have GDP growth, even when the entire world is going to cut you off. I mean, yes, China has an AI sector. They still have an unbelievable
just now
industrial
realizing
sector.
how
So many
short-sighted all this was and how this will actually affect the broader economy and all you Republicans who live within it.
Different, potential.
It's almost like late-stage capitalism doesn't give a fuck if you are a Republican or Democrat when you don't make a certain amount.
That are coming out in the world, in the real
And
world.
unless you have a you have billion in how much you make, it's leaving you behind, buddy.
That's actually manufacturing, building products on top of financialization, which, if you read about how they conceive of the economy, they think that compounding stock growth is bad for the elite and divorces you from the real world. This is a direct line from Xi Jinping. He said, hey, stocks, they don't need to grow that much. We're not into that. We're into the world of the real. That's what we focus on. And that's how we got here. This is this is very, very scary stuff. Also, we talked a few days ago. That was with Ryan.
1 minute until
Derek Thompson, shout out.
West Coast.
Fantastic interview. And what he said actually is that because the only growth right now in the U.S. economy is coming from AI, it means that all private investment is flowing in that direction, which is directly then it's a zero-sum game, right? There's only a certain amount of money. Well, that amount of money is only going to go where? To the AI, where the most compounding effect. So that means that, let's say you're a private equity giant or something like VC, anything, what you're going to invest in is where you're going to get the most return on your capital. Of course, that's your job. Well, that also means, though, that some guy who's running a construction firm, let's say he's built it to a $100 million company, he wants to take it to a $2 billion company. Nobody's investing in that because the margins are not going to be the same as some data center stuff.
Yeah.
I was reading this morning. Let's go ahead and put A3, please, up on the screen.
That poor construction guy's not going to get his extra $1 billion. Oh no.
This OpenAI AMD deal. So I was reading about this. All right. So what happens is OpenAI and AMD have now, quote, announced a massive computing deal. New phase of the AI boom. The 5-year agreement will challenge NVIDIA's market dominance and gives OpenAI 10% of AMD if it hits milestones for chip deployment. So the way that this is structured, though, is so crazy. So basically, what happened is AMD was like, hey, OpenAI was like, we want X amount of chips. AMD goes, cool, give us $78 billion. And they say, well, how would you like to pay? I'm reading this from Matt Levine. He kind of writes up a script. Well, we were thinking we would announce a deal, and that will just add $78 billion to the value of your company. That should cover it. And AMD is like, oh, they go, you still have to pay. And they go, why? And they go, okay, why don't we pay you cash for the value of the chips, and then you have to give us that back in stock? And then when we announce the deal, the stock will go up and we'll get our $78 billion back. AMD goes, yeah, sure, let's do that. And so basically what happened is they gave them stock worth $35 billion. They took some cash, but then the value of the stock increased so much, it basically covered the cost of the cash that was put in. So it's a complete circular game. And they just did this with NVIDIA. I watched the same thing happen where NVIDIA is like, we're going to spend $150 billion. And then the value of the stock goes more than $150 billion. Where is the reality? Where's the does this have anything to do with cash flow? No, it's just literally all expectations. And that's what's really scary about it. So put A2 up on the screen just to underscore what you were talking about.
I mean, I hate to say that this is even worse than the dot-com bubble. At least during the dot-com bubble, there were perceived websites and all this shit.
There's a new Senate Democratic report.
Every time they roll out like a new AI feature, it doesn't really do anything.
They said AI could erase some, quote, 100 million U.S. jobs, 89% of fast food, 64% of accounting, 47% of trucking, all over the next 10 years. Keep in mind, trucking in particular is what worries me, because it's like one of the best ways for people who don't have anything more than a high school diploma to actually make some six-figure income. And it's one of those where, look, I'm not a Luddite. I'm not saying that all automation or anything is bad, but you obviously need to think about the disruptive effect of your economy. The promise is always, oh, well, that'll create so much wealth that they'll figure out something else. Oh, we used to have, people before the alarm clock, people would come and throw something at your window. I'm like, things. You guys think I'm joking? These are the actual things the libertarians say. They're not like wrong in a sense, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It seems a little different, It just seems a little bit different. And they're like, well, we used to have horse keepers when we
Why am I agreeing with
all
Sagar?
went around in ponies, but then the car opened up
every
America.
Once in a while.
just doesn't seem the same. That's just me. That's me. You can decide whether you think it is 1-to-1.
Just to hold on that, because this is an argument that people genuinely make.
Roosters out of a job.
It's a reasonable one. You look at like the past, and you're like, oh, there were all these concerns about the Industrial Revolution and all these concerns about about the car, the automobile, and all this technological displacement in the past. And it ended up that there was a period of transition, and then there were new jobs that were opened up, and it was all okay. So we're gonna project from the past to the future and say it's all going to be okay. One of the things that is different is like if we just use the example of the automobile. Well, the automobile was replacing horses. AI is meant to replace humans. That's what's different. Like, this is not a technology to supplement human labor by and large. This, if you listen to what the creators themselves say, this is a tech that is meant to replace you. Just go out and look at, just as one example here, apocryphal example potentially, this AI actress who they designed, this like teen girl AI actress that apparently has agents lining up to work with her, and major studios are interested in her or whatever. Like, for capitalists, if you don't have someone who's gonna complain and has to go to the bathroom and is gonna get sick and gonna have kids and have to deal with their kids and gonna unionize or whatever, like not having to deal with that, they're like, yes, great. Like, that is their goal. And that's what makes the potential job displacement here, I think, so much different than what we've seen in the past, and why you should take very seriously these sorts of numbers about the number of jobs that AI could displace. And again, so, that's if things go quote unquote well and AI lives up to its promise. If it doesn't live up to its promise, then we have this gigantic bubble and all of these billions, probably trillions of dollars that have been speculated on AI that is going to, lead to some sort of a collapse. So it's such an incredibly perilous situation.
Right.
And that's before we even get to the immediate resource taxation of AI development. There's this article in the Wall Street Journal about Elon Musk's development outside of Memphis. We can put A3 up on the screen here. And, this, of course, they locate this gigantic data center. I think this is the one that he calls like the Colossus. Yeah, the Colossus 2 data center. Of course, it's located very close to these poor Black communities in Memphis. The residents there have complained about the noise. They've complained about, they feel that there are toxins that in the air since this thing started to go up. And you have reports across the country. This is actually something I'm worried about, of wells going dry because the AI centers use so much water. Of course, we've been really trying to focus here on the way that electricity prices are already going up in our home state of Virginia. 40% of energy generation.
Again, nothing bad will happen here, guys. This is totally sustainable.
Going to AI data centers. In North Carolina, they passed legislation to pass some of the costs from AI data center
Meanwhile, these middle Americans are still like, yeah, Trump.
Electricity onto consumers so that you are bearing the cost.
If you got a Trump sign in front of your house and you got a data center in your town, you're literally dumb as a doornail.
For this, even though you may not want it whatsoever.
Doornails are stupid. Who uses those anymore? God.
So, the resource drain here entailed in these things is just like, you can't even wrap your head around it. The amount of electricity that these things require is equivalent to like large cities. It's absolutely insane.
Let me just underscore that.
Yeah.
Labor crews hired by Musk's XAI were excavating power equipment on site, preparing to build a new plant capable of generating over a gigawatt of electricity, which was enough to power 800,000 homes. But that just shows you that you're going to need enough power for 800,000 homes in the city of Memphis.
Yes, 800,000 homes.
Yeah.
And that's how much.
Now we're competing with that gigawatt of power for what?
They're already.
For what? For Grok to pump out a fucking rudimentary basic ass answer that realistically, had you just done that little extra bit of research, you could have came up with yourself, and you probably would have been better sourced.
Planning before they even have to drop.
As far as like being correct
from the grid. I actually think that types of.
You know how many times Grok is just like, They have proven just how bad it is over and over.
Investment like this need to be a municipal demand. So this is where I've gotten a lot of pushback from a lot of these AI people who are like, you shouldn't be advocating for censorship on the grid. You should be advocating for more power. I'm like, where have you been, bro? I'm the biggest nuclear guy that there is. Shut up.
You guys did this thing where you don't want wind power. Okay, what now? Literally, do you know who benefited from those wind farms? Rural communities.
But if that's the case, then you people, if you're going to make all this money, then you need to invest massively in it should be a municipal demand. If you come in, what's your power projection? You're building a power plant that is going to, at the very least, take care of some 75 to 80% of that. And so there's going to be some sort of tax.
Yeah, back like when politics made sense, that would have been the incentive. Like they would have made sure that there were caps here so it didn't cost us money, that they actually produced, energy, and then for their data centers, and we got the access, just like he was saying. Like that would have been the old deal.
To make sure that all of this.
But now the Trump deal is go fuck yourselves. Who gives a shit? We need this. You don't.
This extra electricity that you're demanding is going into, let's say, nuclear.
And then again, banking on the fact that half those people in these areas are going to go like, yeah, we don't need that. Fuck us.
Energy project, whatever. More oil and gas. I don't care where it comes from. It just needs to make sure that it's not being offset on the consumer, because the alternative is that right now they're, pretending to invest in some of this power generation. But as we all know, guys, power projects take years to come online. It takes them 6-7 years to make a new nuclear reactor site. That's
what? Now you understand that? No way, Sagar.
Even if you get the permits, which none of them have ever materialized.
The birds.
More recently. So in the interim, what's going to happen?
You know what is actually pretty quick to build, and then it produces a lot of power? Wind farms.
Read that in some municipalities, there is a increased data center specific 267% electricity bill to people, to consumers, 267%. If you're on a fixed income, or if you are a suburban household, that is devastating to your monthly.
That's literally almost like that. You know how they say that the average household, and this is also under calculated because they say about 20 to 30% is what you pay towards rent, when in reality it's more to 40-50%.
I mean, just think about that. It's like gas.
This would literally just be like, oh, do you want to eat or do you want to power your home?
Gas price, for example, if there was a 267%.
I mean, you ain't gonna, trust me. This Christmas will be interesting.
Increase there. You have to pay it. I mean, you can only cut so much whenever it comes to, turning the lights off or any of that. That's not going to do very much when you have such a massive increase. That is what worries me the most. And actually, politically, things are going in the opposite direction, where in fact, the state legislators are all getting paid off by Amazon and Google and all these other people, NVIDIA, and they're like, oh, it's going to create, 10,000 new jobs. I'm like, yeah, construction jobs in the interim. Great. I don't bemoan that. I think it's fine. But how is that going to roll into
literally building the thing that's going to destroy your future?
The rest of the economy? What are those types of jobs? Are they actually going to be distributed? Because it seems to me that the absolute vast majority of the profit keeps rolling up to the Oracles, to the Larry Ellisons, to the Elon Musk, to Amazon, and to all these other folks. And we don't see how any of this is actually materializing yet in the real world. Let's put A4 up on the screen. If you want to know where money sees opportunity, what was I talking about earlier? BlackRock is on the verge of buying, quote, Aligned Data Centers, a massive data center construction company, a deal valued at some $40 billion. That is the value prop that they see in just data center construction. And if BlackRock owns it, that means the money is not going to you, it's going to private investors. Let's go to the next part here, and this is about the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission that has voted to let BlackRock buy a company that actually runs Minnesota Power. More Perfect Union did a segment on it. Let's take a listen.
BlackRock bought Global Infrastructure Partners, which is a big investment fund that itself buys up things like water and waste systems, transportation companies, and even large shares of entire airports.
I watched this.
If you've flown in or out of London, congratulations, you're probably a customer of GIP. So BlackRock owns Global Infrastructure Partners, which is trying to buy Elite, which owns Minnesota Power, which
I probably should have watched this on stream.
Owns infrastructure like power plants, dams, and the land they're on. Usually when private equity and asset managers buy stuff, they just do it behind closed doors. But because people would literally die without power, it's considered a critical service, and therefore a regulated monopoly under Minnesota law.
BlackRock doesn't necessarily have the same amount of reporting responsibilities as a publicly traded corporation. We've had a lack of transparency already regarding our rates and the quality of services in our community in Superior. That ability to access that data would be decreased by the purchase, which would be a huge problem.
The community has made it clear that they oppose the deal, and a judge has already recommended against it. But it doesn't end there. The final approval is going to come from the Public Utility Commission, a board made up of just 5 people appointed by the governor. This could have huge implications for anyone who uses basic utilities like electricity or water, i.e. the things that keep us from freezing to death in the woods. Because if they realize it's profitable, nothing will stop them. And this kind of thing has happened before in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan with a power company called UPCO. This is Alyssa Jean Schaefer, the Director of Climate and Energy at the Private Equity Stakeholder Project.
If we look at northern Michigan, there's a utility called the Upper Peninsula Power Company, or UPCO. This was acquired by a private equity firm in 2014.
UPCO customers have seen a spike in their rates many say they can't afford.
After the private equity firm took it over, shortly thereafter, they raised the bills. A couple of years later, bills went up again. Then that private equity firm sold it to a different private equity firm. Once the new private equity owners were in control,
Dude, private equity should be banned from existence.
they raised bills again. Since 2014, UPCO, being owned by
Again, and it's all being supported by just a bunch of the next generation of crypto bros and the next generation of stockbrokers, and just, again, the worst types of people that produce nothing to society.
private equity has seen
Like, what does private equity in any of these fuckers, what do they actually produce besides pain, suffering, and just
4 bill
bullshit
hikes.
And where do you think that that's going? And to whose benefit? You can see exactly how it's all happening.
But also, you have assholes like Sagar and the Libertarians and all these people that were just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Free markets. We need to definitely allow this crypto thing to go unchecked. Yeah, you know what?
Happening. And I mean, the fakery of it, as I
This
described,
could never turn into something horrible.
In that OpenAI AMD deal, it just seems very key. And I just think we all have to just grapple with, again, for what? To what benefit? I hear all the time about productivity gains in the white collar workplace. Great. I'm against meetings. I'm against bulletins and all this list. Nobody more than me. I don't know how the slackers out there are all doing it. And I don't mean that you are a slacker. I'm saying physically
People on a Slack channel.
Slack channels for people who can bug you at any hour of the day. But you also see the consumer side effect of this, where it's unscrupulous and it's crazy. So friend of the show, Seth Harp, put this up here on the screen. Craziness. So he shows that people on Amazon have AI'd his book and are selling it there. I guess either pulling the text from Google Books or something like that, and they're able to set up some sort of drop ship where you have an AI knockoff of the book versus the genuine piece. As he says here, quote, "We need to rise up and stop the tech industry by force. Our livelihoods, our culture, and our ecological environment are worth fighting for." I am deadly serious. I like his energy. But what he points out is that his book actually explicitly states that he has a copyright proviso. It cannot, according to his copyright, be fed into AI systems. But instead, what's happened is somehow somebody's been able to do that, and they've been able to explode everywhere online. And what I think also
It's almost like someone maliciously did
was
that.
very crazy is that this is just one of the more high-profile
It's
examples.
almost like
because
they're purposefully feeding in a whole bunch of stuff that they put in a request for copyright protection.
the Fort Bragg Cartel was such a popular
Weird.
book. I saw other authors show that their books also had, quote, AI competitors. When you search for it, you also had this
Death of art, but for capitalism. Cool.
instance where immediately after the whole Charlie Kirk thing happened, that there were these weird, books that started
Dude, the next 6 months are going to be fucking crazy.
going everywhere, like in terms of biography.
This is just the start, guys.
Of Charlie. So we
There were
have that.
even some that were like, everything we know about Charlie
Yeah.
Kirk's assassination
That's
that
right.
popped up immediately because some AI entrepreneur, quote unquote, fraudster, really saw the opportunity, saw that there was a lot of public interest, and just said to, ChatGPT or whatever, write me a book about what we know on Charlie Kirk's murder spun that thing up immediately, and instantly it's up on Amazon. Like,
Exactly.
it's insane.
Let's
it's
go and
just
put that on
total
the
slop.
screen, can we? It is A8, please, just to show everybody. So you can see these AI slop books about Charlie Kirk's assassination ignited conspiracy theories online, like you just said, about psyops. I mean, look, this is my biggest concern. And in fact, what we have talked about.
Oh, now you're concerned? Come on,
with
Sagar.
Sora. The amount of AI videos that are
you know what? This is what's really funny. Guys like Sagar, he got fooled.
Now just
He got fooled, and he felt like an asshole for doing so.
explicitly going viral about, there's the famous ones that are boomers, but I saw a few yesterday. People send them to me now because they know that I'm interested. And it's like a woman trying to save her son from a crocodile getting eaten. It's uncanny valley where I can tell, but I mean, if no offense to our older audience, but if you're like 50 or 60, I could see how you fall. They have tens of thousands of views.
Yeah.
Like, they're going everywhere.
He's literally just like, Rogan, you don't have to feel that bad for the Tim Walz video.
And the reason why they churn this
We get
stuff
it,
out
bro. We
is
get
because
it. Those old eyes, they can be fooled.
because they can churn an unbelievable amount of slop. If even a couple go viral, let's say it can cover the cost of what the generation is, and then you do that at scale forever. It's a classic content business where they only need a few of these things, to actually to go viral. I've seen.
Apparently, this is like I'm not really on Facebook,
Yeah.
but apparently this is like most of what Facebook is at this point, because that's where the boomers congregate.
That's right.
So they would be vulnerable to it,
It
and
is.
it's just like AI slop
It is,
generated
especially the shorts. Every single short is AI.
by fake AI accounts, served to other fake AI accounts that are then some percentage of boomers are also taken in.
You know what's disgusting? The fact that the Jet 2 holiday fucking meme became a meme from an AI generation.
I myself enjoy a good cat video. I was watching
For
some
sure.
cat video
Who doesn't?
TikToks yesterday, and I realized I was like, I don't know if this is real or not. I mean,
Yep.
it's pretty low stakes when you're talking about a cat video, but when you're talking about something
No, it's still annoying.
serious, which any of us could imagine, a political figure or whatever, then it's a different deal. It's very destabilizing for our shared understanding of reality. And it's already good enough that we're at that point, even though, a trained eye can tell most of the real from the fake.
Exactly. And let's continue here. A8C, please. This was from Robin Williams' daughter. I thought it was actually such a nice message where she says, quote, please stop sending me AI videos of dad. If you have any decency, stop doing this to him and to me, to everyone even. Full stop. It's dumb. It's a waste of time and energy. Believe me, it is not what he would want. To watch the legacies of real people be condensed down to this vaguely looks and sounds like him, so that's enough. Just so other people can churn out horrible TikTok slop. Puppeteering them is maddening. You are not making art. You are making disgusting, overprocessed hot dogs out of the lives of human beings, out of the history of art and music, and then shoving them down someone else's throat, hoping they will give you a little thumbs up and like it's gross. And for the love of everything, stop calling, quote, it the future. AI is just badly recycling and regurgitating the past to be reconsumed. You are taking in the human centipede of content, and from the very, very end of the line, all while the folks at the front laugh and laugh, consume and consume. So that is from Robin Williams' daughter,
Very thoughtful.
Zelda.
That was actually really well
appreciate that
said.
from her. Hey, if you like that video, hit
gotta
the
say.
like button or leave a comment.
Trump ends Venezuela to
Turning now to Venezuela.
Oh, man. All right, so I'm going to speed this one up, and we will cover it in a second, but I wanted to take a second here, unpack that a little bit. All righty. AI. It's not like we haven't been saying that this was going to be the end game. But man, just after that story, though, realizing how private equity has just single-handedly, fucked this country and fucked our economy, our entire economic structure. And we just, man, I hope that when my time comes, I just want to say, I hope that I am living in an America where at least private equity has been banned. Because, every side has seen just how bad it is and how toxic and predatory it is on just the existence of humans. Because once you add, because could you imagine the AI that figures out that humans are like the people that develop the private equity and benefit from private equity are useless and that they could actually benefit from it, because if you program them to be capitalists, you're fucked. It's gonna be crazy. The only person I know who thinks fondly of AI is my Facebook addicted friend who likes Trump because he is a slave to the algorithm. That tracks. Yeah. I admit that yeah, I swipe to Facebook a little too much sometimes, and then I realize what I'm doing and what I'm engaging in as far as like conversations. And also just seeing like the whole outrage farm. Like, okay, so I saw a news piece about the protests in Chicago being reported on by NBC News. Dude, every comment was a bot comment. Every single one. Just ice, woo! Like it was all cheery nice. And dude, they all seemed fake. Like every single one had like this just air about it. And you know, the whole, if you just click on the account where it's just like, you know, recently created, has maybe like 4 friends. Probably the other accounts they manage. And then you realize that it's all just like it's bots, programming bots. Like, man, it's dystopian as fuck to really think about. I'll say that.
It wasn't. Jonathan, let me finish.
Okay, here we go. All AI could be... Wait. All AI could be rich because they could look at all the stocks at once. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing I was... Could you imagine where it's like the AI, like the downfall of human civilization happens specifically because the computers just realize like, oh, it's that easy? Like they have no... It's even more dystopian because they have no need for it. But that would also be kind of funny because think about it. The only people that would be left really hanging are the ones that have no community. The people who fucked our system. You know, great that you live in those mansions until they all gone. Hopefully in 100 years, all that land will be repurposed back to either, you know, the earth itself or, yeah. One can only hope. The mass amount of bots in comment sections, but not the original comments. It's usually replies in the comments. Yes. Yep. That's how you can also tell. It's always the replies. Yeah, I've noticed it. All right, here we go. Let's find out what's going on in Venezuela.
Venezuela. Absolutely massive news here from the New York Times. Go ahead and put this up here on the screen. Quote, Trump has now called off all diplomatic outreach to Venezuela. The move paves the way for a possible military escalation against drug traffickers or the government of Nicolas Maduro. So let's, I'm going to read portions of this just so everybody understands how batshit crazy it all is. Quote, President Trump has called off efforts to reach diplomatic agreement with Venezuela. Rick Grinnell, who had been leading negotiations with Maduro and other top Venezuelan officials, but during a meeting with senior military leaders on Thursday, Trump called Grinnell and instructed him all diplomatic outreach, including talks with Maduro, is to stop. Trump has grown frustrated with Maduro's failure to accede to American demands to give up power voluntarily and continued insistence by Venezuelan officials that they have no part in drug trafficking.
So cool.
American officials have said the Trump administration has now drawn up multiple military plans for escalation.
Dude, what the fuck? All these assholes that care about MK Ultra and the CIA and all that bullshit. Strangely quiet right now.
Those operations could also include plans to force Mr. Maduro from power. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has called Maduro, quote, an illegitimate leader and repeatedly cited U.S. indictment of him on drug trafficking
Swift
charges.
Returns indeed. How
this
you
is
doing,
insane.
Man?
This is completely insane. Did you read that headline?
Yeah.
The paragraph said, Mr. Trump has grown frustrated at Maduro's decision not to accede to demands to step down from power. What? Yeah, so we're just calling him like, hey, you got to go, man. And he's like, no. Sorry, and they're like, okay, fine, we're just going to force you out. Why? Because allegedly you're involved in drug trafficking. I mean, look, maybe. What? But at the end of the day, in terms of the whole drug trafficking thing, as we have covered here on the show, it's like 7% of all the cocaine in the United States. It's nothing. You want to look at a government complicit in cocaine trafficking? It's called Mexico. Do we do anything about it? No, because it's the #1 trading partner with the U.S. and it's a big problem, all right?
You want to look at a government complicit in drug trafficking? Look at ourselves and talk to Seth Harp about the war in Afghanistan, okay? If we're going to be super super real here. No, I mean, I
feel bad for the world, but you're doing good. Hey, at least someone is.
I think people can't wrap their heads around how crazy this is because they just can't accept that this is actually
You're not a venture capitalist, are you?
happening. But it really is happening. All of the, attacks on these boats that they tell us are drug smugglers, but they offer zero evidence of that. And oh, by the way, the widow of one of the people that was murdered on one of these Venezuela boats says he was just a fisherman.
And maybe she's lying. Nobody knows.
Yeah,
right?
but
That's the problem.
There's no reason to trust this government, right? And we know, as you've pointed out, as statistics show, like that would be very unlikely that a boat would be coming from Venezuela with drugs. That's just not really the way that the drug
Have you heard of the research paper where they simulated AI, gave it knowledge that it was going to be shut down, so it blackmailed the creator and chose to kill the creator and to stay online?
trafficking goes? Does some drugs transit through Venezuela? Yes. Do they get put on these
Another reason the drug war has to end. It is only used to take away our rights and consolidate power.
small boats with 11 people on them, by the way, as one of them was? Very, very, very unlikely. In any case, all of this is a buildup to a regime change war. You have Marco Rubio in there, who's been horny for this war for forever. So that's, a major part of this. You have Trump, and I want people to understand this too. This isn't just about Venezuela. Trump's efforts to classify drug traffickers as terrorists and as enemy combatants. Obviously, there are drug traffickers here in the U.S. And so if you are saying we are at war with these people and these are enemy combatants, guess what? Then, yeah, you don't have to go through due process. You just can murder them and say, oh, well, they were terrorists, drug trafficker, enemies of the state. So it opens up.
Even though it was an obvious fisher boat.
Pandora's box in terms of the power of this administration, not to mention the way they are very clearly, this is the most clear indication that they're marching us along the path to a direct regime change effort here.
And no, people, look, credit to the Times, they broke the story. Although I will say, having dealt with some of this stuff in the past, let's just say that a lot of people who are against this are going to be leaking like hell against Marco Rubio. I know some of the interpersonal dynamics that are involved here. Rubio himself is the most powerful White House official. This is where I want to stick on. And this is the danger. And you can roll. I talked about Venezuela exactly whenever he was appointed. I was like, guys, this is dangerous. Because the cope I got was, he's changed his tune on Ukraine. He's changed his tune. And I go, yeah, maybe. But what about the issue areas which Trump doesn't care about, like Venezuela? I actually think I said that on the Lex Friedman podcast. Here we are, now here today. Trump doesn't care about Venezuela. To the extent that he did, he cares about some win against the drug traffickers. So Rubio dresses up something about how it's actually Maduro is involved in drug trafficking, and Trump is like, yeah, okay, let's go, right? And now he's like, oh yeah, we've got to have a win down there. And he's somehow convinced himself that knocking Maduro out of power is going to be some grand, amazing thing that can be very easily done, apparently, by the United States military. This is a fantasy. Remember, Rubio himself and the...
Meanwhile, so there's literally less chance that he's going to actually send the military into Venezuela than him sending the military into American cities. Cool.
The entire South Florida community has been obsessed with Venezuela for their own personal expatriate reasons. That is the only reason, all right? Not for the rest of us. It's like the old Cuba politics, except now applied to Venezuela. Those people have been salivating over regime change in Venezuela now for years. And what they have done is that the representative, Marco Rubio, who previously tweeted a picture of Maduro next to Muammar Gaddafi, is that they explicitly want violent U.S.-backed regime change, which, of course, is only going to make Maduro do what? Dig in, wouldn't you, if that's what happened to you? And this is the...
Well, could you imagine if someone started pulling that shit on Trump? Let's be real.
Context of all of these strikes, because none of it makes any sense if you're thinking.
And now it's actually making Maduro more popular. Go figure.
About drug trafficking. If you're going to strike a drug cartel,
it's
they're all in Mexico.
Like when you
they're all in
start
Colombia.
threatening other countries, they start rallying.
All comes from there. You want to talk about fentanyl? It's all coming from China, transiting via Mexico. The DEA estimates 100% of all fentanyl that enters the United States comes from Mexico. 100% comes from Mexico.
By the way, most of the actual trafficker, like the people carried across the border, most of them are American citizens, by the way.
Yes, many are American. Yeah, I'm not denying that at all.
That's
they
reality.
work for the drug cartels.
Yeah,
yes, all right.
But we're talking about the individual,
that is where,
individual people.
The way I understand that it usually works now is that the drug cartels will bring it to the border, and they don't want to deal with it in America, and so they tell the American criminal organizations, you come across, you get it, and you drive across the border. We own Mexico. We don't need to worry about problems here, but your government is your own problem, right? So that's broadly what the story is. It's obviously a...
He's such a dork.
Multifaceted.
When it comes to this, like, immediately, right there. It's like,
issue of which...
you drop it at the border, and then the criminal organizations from America go get it.
We could actually do something about if we wanted to, but that's a separate conversation.
Which also kind of flies in the face of the Trump with, like, the whole drug traffickers and, the bad hombres, all that.
Venezuela.
Right.
What's happening in Venezuela is like this neocon fever dream where they've whipped themselves up into demanding this guy step down for power. For what? What possible purpose? Who cares who rules Venezuela? Nobody. You can't even really say that this is about oil now at this point, although it wouldn't be a bad idea to buy it from him either if we got something out of it, let's say with a migrant deal or something. something.
Yeah, I mean, there were previous negotiations.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a great deal.
And the other thing about this is, let's say they get their fondest dream and, you know, they get their Gaddafi situation. Like, how did that go for Libya?
Exactly.
How will that go for Venezuela? You people are supposed to be opposed to, you know, refugees. Like, how many what kind of a migrant crisis is that going to create? I mean, it's just insane. Why do you want a failed state? Why do you want a failed state? But that is exactly what they're gunning for here. And I think it also...
Well, gee, I wonder.
So, you know, I can't get into Trump's head. But number one, I think there's a boomer Cold War mentality. Number two, they tried a regime change thing in his first administration with the whole Juan Guaido situation. And then there was some like former Navy SEAL that turned up there that they're
talking fast because I sped it
claim
up.
They had nothing to do with. But it appears that they may have also been funding or supporting some sort of, you know, former special ops to go in and actually actively try. There was some evidence to support that, to actively try. And that didn't work. So I think there's also this sense of like, oh, I failed the first time. I got to get him back. Like, I got to prevail this time around. That comes from Trump, fed by Marco Rubio. And then obviously Trump likes the power and control from just being able to say, this person's a drug trafficker, so I can just murder them because they're an enemy.
Which is, again, we asked this question on my last stream on this space, where we were talking about who enforces maritime law.
Combatant.
Because for real, dude, like, nobody has jurisdiction.
Let's put C1 up on the screen, which talks about this aspect.
Let's beg the question: who enforces
of it in particular?
Who's going to enforce the fact that they fired on this, and like, it doesn't lead to direct conflict because they are just blasting these boats out of the water without any due process at all.
Which people really need to again sit with. Trump determines.
And then you have the one where it's like, you have Venezuela saying that it's like, yes, there were 14 people killed on one boat and they were all fishermen.
Just Trump by himself, not in
And
consultation
then they even said,
you know,
they're just like, why in the fuck would a drug cartel put 14 people on a boat, you know, where they could fit, you know, drugs?
Certainly. The U.S. is now in a war with drug cartels, and the informed Congress of this. And
oh, Sam Cedar said that. Wait a minute.
Let me read a little bit of what he says here. They say Mr. Trump's move to formally deem his campaign against drug cartels as an active armed conflict means he is cementing his claim to extraordinary wartime powers. Legal specialists said in an armed conflict, as defined by international law, a country can lawfully kill enemy fighters even when they pose no threat, detain them indefinitely without trials, and prosecute them in military courts. The focus, they say, of the administration's attacks has been boats from Venezuela. The surge of overdose deaths in recent years has been driven by fentanyl, which drug trafficking experts say comes from Mexico, not South America. Beyond factual issues, the bare bones argument has been broadly criticized on legal grounds. Think about, you know, the way this normally works. They say police arrest suspected drug dealers. It'd be a crime to instead summarily gun them down. But in an armed conflict, it is lawful to kill combatants for the opposing force on site. So that's why I say we need to focus on Venezuela and what's happening there. But this also gives Trump extraordinary lethal powers to use against anyone that the government claims is a suspected drug dealer and to summarily execute them without going through any sort of due process. Like, that is the power that they are claiming right now. And to me, that is absolutely terrifying.
What I'm also very afraid of is that would be the authority to assassinate Maduro. As you could say, he was a drug trafficker.
Absolutely.
So that is where I'm like, yo, this could get wild very, very, very quickly. Luckily, there are some voices that are speaking out and that are paying attention to this. Steve Bannon and them trying to put some pressure on the White House from the right, saying, hey, enough, let's not do this, calling out Marco Rubio. Let's take a listen.
Little Marco, our Secretary of State, we try to shift away from being a neocon. I thought we were there. He's got an amphibious ready group off the coast of Venezuela, and they're up on Capitol Hill pitching. And this is the first time that the Trump administration, I think, has ever acknowledged structural issues, or customs and traditions. So they're trying to get ahead of the War Powers Act by saying, no, you've misinterpreted. These are non-state actors. These are drug dealers. And we're going to do a lot more than just taking out these speedboats. The plan has, I think, been leaked that they intend to, or at least a plan is to tend to take over the ports and transportation nodes in an actual invasion.
Yeah, I mean, well said. He's exactly right about this huge and you know, the thing is, and you know, I want to give Ryan credit and you know, maybe toot our horn a little bit. From the beginning, when we saw that amphibious group, I was like, oh man, this is not about drugs. Because you have to put it together with, you have to have lived in Washington and seen and saw this stuff long enough to know the hard-on that the neocons still have for Latin America. And they're obsessed with Venezuela. I will never understand it. Even Israel, I kind of get it. It's religious, right? Okay. I mean, you can not sympathize, but you can intellectually understand that. Ukraine, same thing. NATO, Russia, Cold War. You know, Venezuela? Why? What? This is a country, it has no meaningful impact on us at all. And it's like they are just obsessed with it to the point where, as you said about the whole migrant crisis, I mean, a huge number of these people are Venezuelan. part of because of the chaos down there. You want to create more chaos?
Right.
But you're saying we're going to create more chaos to have less chaos. How's that going to work?
Right.
No, we want stability in Venezuela. So, it'd be great if it came from Maduro. If not, whatever. That's our problem. It has nothing to do with us. And instead, we're creating all this legal justification from the Trump thing to now this ending of diplomacy. Guys, let's put C5 up here on the screen. This is scary shit. This is from Kash Patel. He says, Maduro isn't just corrupt. He's an indicted narco-terrorist with a $50 million DOJ bounty. Under my leadership, the FBI is now checking off every dollar, every account, every enabler. America will never be a safe haven for his blood money. But remember, here he's calling him narco-terrorist, which fits with that legal definition, which we learned earlier. $50 million DOJ bounty. Apparently, they want to raise it to some $100 million. They're basically trying to encourage, some sort of coup inside of the Venezuelan government, which, again, is America even good enough at coups anymore? Not really. When's the last time we pulled off a coup exactly in Latin America that was apparently, worked out well? I think it's been a long time. It's been since the 1970s.
Did any of them, wait a minute. Did any of them work out well? Does anybody actually have some context on that one? Which one worked out well?
Around all of this is it's a psychotic, insane ideological plan. Trump is either too stupid or he knows exactly what's going on here. And that there's no pressure from what I have seen from the ideological kind of anti-war right, except from Steve Bannon and from Kurt Mills, who was played in that clip. And I think the reason is that they've been effectively bamboozled with this drug trafficking thing. Because it's like a fantasy, right? But we got to take it to the cartels. I think a lot of people want that. I want that. But we have to live in reality. Can we really just bomb Mexico? Not really. When it's the #1 trading partner of the United States, it's a problem, right? What do you do?
Want
do
the
you
oil and they don't want a left-wing government
overnight? All these trucks that come across the border, it's not a feasible solution. And then at the same time, you have they've killed all of us, and so they're trying to tie fentanyl to it. That's what I immediately saw from a lot of the government. Is this is all about fentanyl. I'm like, this is literally a lie. There's no fentanyl that comes from Venezuela to the United States. None, zero. And you're trying to disguise a regime change war. And so a lot of the more traditional anti-war right is not up in arms about this because they actually buy the bullshit. They don't do their own research. You can only point to Bannon and Rand Paul. And then, of course, the media. I mean, this should be wall-to-wall shit. Cutting off diplomacy with Maduro and saying we are actively considering regime change at the very same time that you have an entire amphibious naval assault group and we're bombing things in the Caribbean and international waters.
And you're telling
you
Congress,
need to be a genius?
this is a war.
We're telling you this is a war. Wake up. This is as close that we are possibly could be. And I actually think the lack of pressure makes it 10 times more likely. Because at least they are somewhat receptive to online criticism. You can't deny that some of the anti-Israel, Gaza, or anti-Israel part of the right wing
anti-Iran strike,
anti-Iran, right? It
limited that engagement.
Impact.
How big is Venezuela's military?
We're not successful. On Ukraine, same thing. I think some of the pushback had some impact. I have not gotten even 10% of what I want, but I do think that kind of organizing a coalition, being very loud, actually did something about this. Here, there's nothing because everybody buys the drug trafficking shit, and that makes it that plus the political constituency. Where does Trump live, Crystal? Florida, right? Who do you think he's surrounded by down in Palm Beach?
True.
It's bad.
Yeah.
This is very bad.
No, I think you're right. I think that, people on the right just say oh, the boat went boom, cool, way to go based. And that's and it's so, as you pointed out, they're literally announcing what they're doing here, and everyone's just pretending like this isn't happening. Trump made some pretty ominous comments too. Let's go ahead and play C8.
They're not coming in by sea anymore, so now we'll have to start looking about the land because they'll be forced to go by land. And let me tell you right now, that's not going to work out well for them either.
So they're not coming by sea anymore. Now they're coming by land. So we'll have to look at the land. What does that mean? What does that mean? What kind of an expansion of now who are you going to be drone striking, bombing, or whatever? Where are they going to be? What is that going to mean?
Yeah, are we doing strikes inside of Venezuela?
Them, dude.
Again,
it doesn't look good for them. It says here that there's only 109,000 active military.
They keep floating this stuff in Mexico. I'll believe it when I see it. I just simply do not believe it will happen because of the geopolitical ramifications for trade. And look, Mexico is a democracy. Sheinbaum is very popular, and they have all kinds of corruption problems. I would never defend the Mexican government. But at the very least, the one thing they are probably not going to
just say he would never go to Mexico?
In my opinion, is literal bombing on their soil without the explicit permission of the Mexican government, which you and I is never going to happen.
And she literally has a 92% approval rating.
Right.
They are very united behind
exactly.
her.
And by the way, they're actually kind of working with us a little bit right now. Not that it's actually doing anything. Apparently, cocaine importation is higher than ever. So yes, congratulations. These strikes are really doing a lot to actually stop the amount of cocaine coming into America.
There's another point to be made there too, which is that drug trafficking convictions are actually way down because they've reassigned so many of the federal agents that would normally be focused on that to rounding up Jose at Home Depot. So they have drug trafficking, human trafficking.
He watched Breaking Bad and he thinks that the Mexican cartels are
those sorts of convictions and indictments are significantly down under this administration because of where they have shifted their resources to.
Yeah, Ryan actually, by the way, thinks it's a good thing. He said America needs to do more cocaine, so that's Ryan. Yeah, that's the most Ryan.
Let's have Don Jr.
of all
on to
time.
discuss.
Hey, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think it's sad.
Definitely has a weird
poisoning
thing
their brains.
for,
I guess they think it's a good thing. Finally, by the way, we would just be remiss just to not
What up,
point out
Batch?
who some of the clowns involved in all of this are. Can we put this please on the screen? The challenge coin. Kash Patel has now come out with his own genre.
How do you reset the bingo card?
For those who are not just listening, how would you possibly describe this?
What is this? Is like the Punisher
symbol,
and then on the back it says presented by the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, and has his signature.
Two guns pointed down.
Real tough. He's a tough
very
guy.
tough guy. In the GWOT community, I would hope that anybody who does this type of stuff is cringe, and I won't say the other word that they usually would say that accompanies somebody who has something like this. In general, people who have fought and died and, served,
Entered Valhalla.
generally don't memify it into Punisher logos. And that
Kash Patel is one of the most
he's the
embarrassing
most
members
try-hard,
of the Trump
humiliating-
administration.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Yeah, at least he is a good reminder that not all the stereotypes about Indians are true, because some of them are fucking idiots. But all right, there goes.
He's defining the stereotype.
He's true. He did. Thank you, Kash, for showing the country that we are not all
The true
nerds.
breadth of Indian
Some of
culture.
us can also be 40-year-old losers who talk about Valhalla and have challenge coins and can podcast their way to the top. So yeah, thank you, Kash.
Yeah, but haven't gotten an update on that Tyler Robinson investigation.
No, it's been weeks. Yeah, you're right.
Nothing new has come out, at
So-
least from the official channel. So
That's true.
interesting.
I mean, at the same time, the legal system moves slowly, right? I mean, we had
oh bullshit! Come on, man. The system moves slow, but they gave all that information out right away.
I mean, Luigi, it's been what? It's been almost 9 months, right, since that happened. We're not even at trial yet, so
yeah.
he sat in prison too.
To be honest, to me, it's more interesting that there isn't more mainstream journalism digging into, okay, well, what was the timeline? Let's talk to his family members. I mean, Ken Klippenstein continues to be the only person who really spoke to any of his friends. How could that be?
That's weird.
Like Ken was able to get a hold of a number of his friends.
There are a few, but I mean, there is some weird shit that's going on. I mean, this is all sidetracked. The so-called boyfriend or whatever has gone missing. Is like unable to be found. You got all these tech. The whole Dairy Queen video from Canada. Nobody knows if it's real or not. There's stuff about whether Dairy Queen.
I'll bet it turned out that he was actually a huge Trump fan.
Even existed. I mean, listen. I mean, not to get too deep down the rabbit hole.
We did get that one surveillance
weird.
video from a gas station of him like fueling up the next day, just like casually in the same maroon shirt, fueling up at some gas station 200 miles away.
Police officer family member, no interview, nothing like that.
Yeah,
friends
true.
and family, other members of the Discord, there's been
Nothing.
no major. So anyway, all right, take that for what you will.
I will take that for what I will. Bullshit. That is wait. Indian Vikings. Some Vikings decided to sail east and ended up there. True story. All right. Now we get to the bit that I wanted to do. Wait a minute. What? JD Vance tried to arrest Destiny for what? Wait, what? Hold on.
All right, guys. So this right here came across my radar, and it is wild. So Destiny calls J.D. Vance, the vice president, an absolute pussy bitch. And he shows this portion of an article. Salisbury wrote that Vice President J.D. Vance wanted to pursue criminal cases against 2 Florida influencers who were, quote, preaching violence on social media. The messages did not specify the identities of the pair and said prosecutors had declined one of the cases. In other words, the Vice President of the United States is trying to get Destiny for sure, because he lives in Florida, and also one other influencer who I don't know the other one is, who they're referring to here. Post in the comment section below if you know who they're talking
who
about.
do you guys think it was?
Basically, the Vice President of the U.S. wants Destiny to be prosecuted over speech because he trolled MAGA. All right, so I'm going to break this down further for you. Destiny is showing that this article here is where that came from, the Minnesota Star-Tribune. Trump officials discuss sending elite Army division to Portland. Text messages show. So, yeah, I believe the 82nd Airborne, I believe, is what they were talking. So this, like, elite strike force that was used in, like, Iraq and Afghanistan.
Will JD turn you into a Destiny fan?
They were considered sending them to Portland. By the way, that all started, there were 20 protesters out in front of the ICE office, and that's when Trump said, it's a war zone. We got to send the military, send the National Guard. We got to do it. So, and the judge who ruled against Trump on that basically like mocked him and was like, you can't just say something's a war zone when it's objectively, empirically not that. Openly talking about having a liberal influencer YouTuber arrested over speech. This is crazy. So I don't know. I was trying to figure out exactly what thing he's trying to get him arrested over. The first thing that popped to my mind was,
Dude, these things are dangerous.
remember when there was the assassination attempt on Trump, and then there was like a fireman or something behind Trump who got killed.
I do not get
in that,
sponsored by them.
And
but
basically, Destiny was like,
this is
I don't care. Basically, like I don't have
one of the
sympathy.
most
I don't
addicting
care. Haha.
damn sodas I've ever had.
Maybe you don't go to like your fucking Klan rally and you won't get shot. That was basically Destiny's take. I'm paraphrasing, but that was basically his take. And I remember like basically the entire right wing on the internet was just like, he was public enemy number one for saying that. Like, oh, how could you have no empathy? But anyway, that was the first thing that came to mind. It's definitely not about that because that was old. And so I guess maybe this is what they were referring to. So he was on Piers Morgan, and listen to what he says here.
Cox has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized.
Yeah, did you see it's got the cherry splash.
By a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this.
Cherry ginger ale. But yeah, man, I usually don't even like cherry, but this is...
That's just
I'm sorry, excuse me, when?
Very good.
Yes, this is talking about the Charlie Kirk killing, by the way. And we now know that what Piers is saying here is completely and utterly untrue. He's some like radical Antifa person or far left person. That's nonsense. There's zero evidence to indicate that. We don't even know if they have the right guy at this point. We don't even know. God. Like the evidence and the holes in the story and and he's still saying he didn't do it. But anyway, I digress.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know the very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made it clear that the event. You may not want to hear this.
Ongoing investigation.
You may not want to hear it, Destiny. But the reality is
individuals can get a new card, or I can reset everyone.
Investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now, let me just ask you.
That's not true.
Let me just
There's
ask
no
you.
way to deal with it.
Okay, you're accusing the governor of lying.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But sure. If it turns out
they do this with every shooting too, and I think that's one of the things that frustrates Destiny. It frustrates me as well.
Cool.
Is like
the bingo cards are getting reset right now.
Remember when the guy rammed into a Mormon church with his pickup truck, lit the church on fire, so committed arson, was asking people, do you believe in Jesus or not? And he started killing people at the Mormon church. And then come to find out, that guy was a Trump supporter, and he was online wearing
this is gonna happen.
A shirt. His wife posted a picture of him wearing a shirt that said, make liberals cry again. And then the right photoshopped that and lied and said, no, you guys photoshopped it. And like, this is what they try to do. They try so hard, right?
They photoshopped something they accused of being photoshopped. That's rich.
Right off the bat, blame the left, blame the left, blame the left. And then when all that falls apart, they just shut the fuck up and move on quickly, right? And this was during that phase after the Charlie Kirk killing. It was like, quick, let's find a way to blame the left, blame Antifa, blame Indivisible, blame immigrant rights group. I'm not kidding. This is what Trump and Stephen Miller were actually talking about. Trump wanted to legally target all of these standard Democratic groups, literally like George Soros' son, who's just like a liberal donor. They want to try to blame them and target them. This is bullshit. And that's what Destiny is objecting to here, is like, you guys are just making shit up about it's connected to the broader left and it's a left-wing radicalization or whatever. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Somebody with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you
Everyone should have a new card now.
condemn that?
Oh, I love that. So in other words, okay, sure, I'll concede that we actually don't know if it's some leftist who did this, but if it was, would you condemn it? See the game that's being played here? Do you see the game? Now, by the way, flip the script. There's been within the past 2 weeks, there's been 3 different attacks from MAGA terrorists. Some of them because of the ideology.
I do like how the Epstein thing has broken a lot of right-wingers' faith in Kash Patel, though. Not just that one. The Charlie Kirk stuff. Guys, the Charlie Kirk conspiracy stuff is pretty prominent on the right now.
Maybe the ideology was incidental to it.
That's
but
why with Candace Owens dipping her toe into this and then doing the text messages today, that's not going away, and the Epstein thing is about to have a resurgence in the news.
Attacks. You have the teen who was a big Charlie Kirk fan and drove into 2 teenage girls and killed them, drove 70 miles an hour in his Jeep and killed them. He was mad that one of the girls made a joke about Charlie Kirk after he died. That was one. We have the liberal judge in South Carolina had her house burned down.
Yeah,
and
guys,
this is
here.
Somebody who was just targeted by MAGA. And we have, of course, the Mormon church example. 3 MAGA terror attacks in 2 weeks. Has Piers Morgan done this with any right-wingers? Has he invited on Benny Johnson and grilled him and said, will you condemn this MAGA attack? Will you condemn it?
You guys want to play bingo?
He doesn't do it.
There's the link.
Because the media game is rigged. The media game is rigged. They somehow play up anything they think they could pin on the left and flip out about it. Anything they could pin on, that's the rights problem, shut the fuck up, move on, don't even talk about it. It's fucking bullshit.
Okay, so there's a little menu icon at the bottom. You hit, you just gotta hit that and then hit new.
It's bullshit, and I'm sick of it. And clearly, he's sick of it.
I won't condemn anything until the president of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
So you won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald Trump can't go on TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Right.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why
tell
would you
his
expect
side to
anybody,
calm down?
Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't
Can
Trump
you
go on
answer
TV
this
and say,
question?
all of us should be less violent?
Why do you
can't
think?
Trump say that?
Why do you
Why
think?
is your behavior contingent on Donald Trump?
Insane right now.
Why do you think? No, let me ask you a
contingent
question.
on Donald Trump?
Let me ask you a question.
Because he's the president of the United States of America and the leader of the opposing political party.
Let me
You
just.
have a huge audience of young men who
I'm a
listen to
YouTuber
everything you have to
who
say.
has more
So
young
when
men
you,
following
it
him.
doesn't matter.
Who
You
has
have a
more young-
huge
it doesn't
audience.
matter.
In other words, the reason why Destiny is frustrated is because it always seems like somehow the conversations get warped and flipped where the left has to condemn, the left has to finger wag, the left has to say, that's unacceptable, we condemn it, we're not for it. It was like virtually every Democratic politician and, high-level Democratic political figure condemned the killing of Charlie Kirk in no uncertain terms. And everybody on the right was calling for civil war. Civil war. And somehow the conversation still got flipped into, will you condemn this? And it's like, well, the president of the United States, literally every time one of these things happens, he adds fuel to the fire. He escalates the problem. He increases the tensions. And instead of, reaching out to the leader of the United States, the leader of the right-wing movement in this country and saying, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be playing the president role here and, hey, we're all Americans. We need to come to... That's what Biden did after they tried to kill Trump. He came out and did that. Trump can't do it. He always makes everything worse. He always adds fuel to the fire. And so what he's saying is, why are you holding me to a higher standard than you hold the president of the United States when I'm an asshole YouTuber? That's the point he's making. And he's 100% right. I guess this is what they were referring to. I don't know. You tell me. Are there other examples of things I missed? But it seems to me like one of the things that Destiny does, and he's done this for a very long time, is he trolls the right. He hates the double standards. He's going to fucking go to war against the double standards, but he also trolls the shit out of the right. And now it seems like that's being... They're trying to...
Don't make it virtuous.
Spin that.
Come on now.
And make it...
Ooh, tea time.
Earl Grey $5. Tea time. I pity the fool. But why didn't Macaulay Culkin return Pierce phone calls?
Oh, he violated
the poor
fucking
pigeons.
some law by what? Saying something spicy? Saying something fucking that a lot of people would disagree with? I don't even understand the argument. Like, what is the argument here that there's a crime being committed? There's clearly no crime being committed. But the vice president of the United States of America is focusing on this. The vice president of the United States of America is taking time out of his day to say, hey, these liberal YouTubers need to be taken down a couple pegs and locked up.
For the five, man.
Now, my understanding is he's got all sorts of other legal problems that he's got to deal with. But you're telling me the vice president of the U.S. is basically trying to punish somebody for their political speech? And this from the same people who 7.5 minutes ago pretended like they were the most pro-free speech?
Sorry, I just realized that my little auto update thing didn't work.
In the world, they would cloak themselves in the Constitution and the First Amendment and free speech. Meanwhile, now they got some power. It's like, oh, let's just fucking destroy anybody and everybody who fucking disagrees with us. Well, hey, JD, shouldn't you be focusing on, I don't know, refunding the pediatric cancer research that Elon Musk cut?
Yeah.
Or refunding the Meals on Wheels that you and Trump cut? How about that? How about you go focus on something that actually might improve people's lives? Oh, I don't know. Getting people their Medicaid back, since you cut $800 billion from the Medicaid and fucking made it so that people's healthcare prices are going to skyrocket with the cutting off of the Obamacare subsidies. But no, they're not in this to like improve.
Well, and again, we're not saying this and how healthcare is going to become more scarce because then we're going to have less doctors. We already have a medical personnel shortage. Trust me, that's going to get so much worse.
People's lives. They're power-hungry, greedy, selfish, narcissistic little fucking pigs.
Yes.
And so now it's...
Again, but it's all... What did we just learn about the whole venture capitalist kind of thing? It's almost like that's trickling into the medical industry.
Like, we're just going to try to crush all of our enemies, and they view him as one of their top enemies because he's a loud, aggressive liberal on YouTube. And so now they're just going to try to ruin him over this. It's just incredible. It's just incredible. And no, there is no equivalent on the other side on this front. There's just no equivalent on the other side. It's not like, Barack Obama was hell-bent on trying to ruin Sean Hannity's life or whatever the fuck. This is horseshit. It's total horseshit. So, man, that's so crazy. Because, by the way, if they do it to him, they do it to me. They do it to fucking any of us. Take something you say, fucking twist it, mangle it, take it out of context,
1000%.
pretend you're saying something you didn't actually say, and we're off to the races.
Well, yeah, but then you just have to be good at editing their clips and then, throwing that back at them. Like, this is where you do have to play the game where it's just, do you want to hold yourself to that standard? Because if you are, glass houses, bitch.
And we're off to the fucking races. And it's just, the liberals and leftists are held to the most insanely high standard.
It's because we hold we literally have conscience. Like, we actually give a shit about decorum. We do give a shit about, how we are perceived.
Right.
But then sometimes, every once in a while, we do the thing where we go and we attack our own. And we hold ourselves to such higher standards. Like there's nothing wrong with being held to a higher standard. There really isn't. But when you start holding people to too high of a standard and then policing, the little jokes here, the language here, that's where it started getting wacky. And that's where we lost a lot of support.
And there are literally no standards for people on the right. And that has never been more obvious.
Yeah, and they do this. Look at how they handle it, though. Look at how Blair White handled it in that debate yesterday, where she was just like, "Yeah, you know what? We might have Nazis, but we just acknowledge that they don't speak for us." It's just like, and they're just more than comfortable saying it and believing that.
To me, than it is right now, and it's something that's disgusting.
It's not going to change, though, so we kind of have to work within these parameters.
And I won't fucking stand for it.
That's what sucks is, coming to the reality that it's yeah, shit sucks. They literally have a double standard.
Jonathan,
So, and it's for the way that they genuinely do not care. If it hurts their cause, then they're I don't even want to talk about it. The weirdest effing flex. Blair straight made shit up. Oh, yeah. I mean, is that to be surprised? Sorry. Hey, we're about to the 4-2-0 perfect timing. What I'm going to do, because Stan literally did an eat and run. He ate that entire thing, by the way. That was definitely a happy moment for him. Whoa. Well, look at you. His little ears are all perked up now. Thank you, Earl. I really appreciate that. Stan is a happy boy right now. And when Stan's a happy boy, Pep's a happy boy. All right. I'm going to just wait this 1 minute. We're going to celebrate, and then we're going to go to the next segment. I'm going to just load it up right though. Yes. We're doing the Conricus versus... what's her name? I forgot her name already. But what we're really here for is Mehdi Hassan. He brings Mehdi Hassan in to have a debate with himself. Here we go. Let's go. Come on. Get your butt in here. Woo. All right, that was a good one.
Let me
so
finish.
either stop saying
you
my
will
name
be remembered
and,
no differently than the officers of the Third Reich.
I know you rehearsed that line.
Oh,
I'm
come
sure you
on,
rehearsed
man.
that line, but it's really pitiful. And I'm a bit insulted that that is what you've come up with against me. Really?
It's not offensive at all. If you want to not be compared to Nazis, stop acting like Nazis. It's very simple.
Thank you. I think you're consumed
No, you
by
are,
hatred
my
and
friend.
the fact that in
The
the
world has
beginning,
woken up, my friend. The world has woken up.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to be remembered as a Churchill that saved not only Israel from radical Islam, but also Western civilization.
She is a self-described Zionist fanatic, someone who has a long history of being a pro-Israel ideologue who just ran a piece saying the starvation in Gaza is fake. That level of bias being brought to 60 Minutes, to CBS, I think there'll be a lot more censorship of Palestinian voices than there already is.
It's now 2 years since Hamas breached the Israeli border and unleashed pure hell. The terrorists inflicted suffering and atrocities which were previously unimaginable on victims who committed no crime. In the 24 bitter months that have followed, few can dispute that Israel's now done the same. War was inevitable. A response, as I've said many times, was justified. The same cannot be said of the starvation and civilian slaughter which have decimated Israel's international standing and brought anger and evil to our streets. A sickening attack on a synagogue in Manchester last week was followed quickly by an attack on a Sussex mosque. Hate-filled protests have routinely reached cities across the world. Anybody with a heart knows this can't go on. And the 2-year anniversary of October the 7th coincides with the biggest chance yet to finally bring this misery to an end. How close that end really is and how permanent that end will be are the subjects we're focusing on for the next hour, as well as the very real possibility, foreshadowed for so long, that an end to the war may be the beginning of the end for Netanyahu too. Well, joining me now is Zateo Editor-in-Chief and CEO Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi, great to have you back
Pierce
on
claiming he has a heart.
It feels like an historic moment, not just because it's the second anniversary, but because there is a peace plan which is being taken very seriously by all sides, it would seem, and which you yourself have already conceded. There are parts of this plan that you approve of.
Yeah.
So let's go through this. Tell me what you like and what you don't like about the plan.
Occasionally.
Piers, appreciate you having me on. It's an important
even
day,
bad
it's an
people
important week,
tend
and
to
it is an
have
important plan if it
an
can
agreeable opinion
stop the
occasionally.
violence. I just want to say one thing about your intro. You said Hamas breached Israel's border on October the 7th. Technically, Israel is the only country I know of that doesn't define its borders. It breached the fence, but Israel has never said whether it accepts that Gaza is not Israeli territory. It is actually Palestinian territory. And that comes to the plan itself, which is a plan that Donald Trump tried to get signed off with Arab governments, as you know, Piers, and then when he released it, Israel had made some edits. So it's not great to have a plan that's written by Tony Blair and Jared Kushner and edited by Benjamin Netanyahu. Clearly, it's not great for the Palestinians.
True.
But in a situation where there is a genocide going on, people like myself, we want an end to the fighting. I'm not Palestinian. Let me just be very clear. Palestinians get to decide what happens to their future, whether they fight, whether they cease fire, whether they sign a peace deal. That is up to the Palestinian people. But just looking at it from an analytical point of view, there are good things in the plan. An end to the fighting, top of them, a resumption of aid, a release of hostages and detainees on all sides. We all want that, right? An end to starvation, we hope. By the way, the plan says that if the plan is agreed, aid will be fully resumed, which is a concession, Piers. The aid hasn't been fully resumed, unlike all the Israelis who've been on your show and told you, oh, aid, there's enough aid. Well, why does the plan say that aid has to go up then? Has to be
I was about to say then, why was the flotilla repeatedly boarded and attacked?
Resumed. Anyways, park that for a moment. Those are the good things. End to violence, end to starvation, I hope, would be the good things. The bad things are that it's a very colonial plan. A lot of Palestinians have described it to me as colonial. Tony Blair and Donald Trump should have nothing to do with the running of Gaza. This plan puts them on some board of peace. I think you and I would agree that Tony Blair has been nothing but a disaster for the Middle East. To bring him back here is insanity. And of course, when you...
That was a blast from the past for me, too, where I was just like, wait a minute. They brought the guy who already failed this back?
Look at the plan itself, Piers. It's not a peace plan because peace requires... a settlement to the conflict. It requires justice for the Palestinian people. It requires an end to the occupation. This plan does not do that, right? Netanyahu himself has told Israelis there's nothing in this plan that says statehood. There's a vague mention of it, Piers, where it says if the Palestinian Authority reforms itself, if Gaza's redeveloped, if Israel decides there's no resumption of terror, then there will be a pathway to peace and statehood. It's all very vague. It's very conditional. It doesn't deal with the core issue, which I've been telling you on your show for over a year now, is the occupation. Hamas is not the core issue. Hamas is a symptom of the core issue. The core issue is occupation. And this plan does nothing for that. It also leaves Israel in control of at least 20% of the territory, maybe a majority. I mean, Amit Segal, who's a journalist very close to Benjamin Netanyahu, he said over the weekend, this leaves Israel in control of the majority of the Strip as long as we want.
Do you agree with the general consensus that Hamas can play no part in any government going forward in either Gaza or the West Bank?
Hamas agrees to that, Piers. So the difference between what Hamas has offered to Biden and Trump and what Trump has come up with, and this is where the big sticking point is, Hamas has always agreed to a hostage release deal, all for all, they call it. We'll release all the hostages if you release all the Palestinian detainees who you've illegally taken, including the ones since October the 7th, which are mentioned in this plan, thankfully. That's one thing they've always offered, and it's in this plan. The other thing they've always offered is we won't be part of government. Have an independent committee of Palestinian technocrats, independent, non-political folks, not from the PA, not from Hamas, not from Fatah. They agreed to that. Israeli negotiators have admitted they agreed to that. The Americans have admitted that. What's different in this deal is the demilitarization point, right? The Israelis added this in at the very late stage, which is you must give up all your weapons at the very beginning of this ceasefire. That's the sticking point, which Hamas in their statement on Friday, Piers, you saw, haven't signed up to. That's what they're going to be arguing about now in the coming days. But in terms of not being part of the government, Hamas already agreed to that, Piers. We could have had this deal under Biden. We could have had this deal in January when Trump came into office with his ceasefire that the Israelis then broke. This deal's been on the table, a version of it, for over a year and a half now. Matthew Miller, the former Biden State Department spokesman who you know, he said that. You know, that even there, Netanyahu came along and added poison pills. The Israelis have added poison pills throughout. Hostages' families, you've interviewed the families of hostages, I've interviewed the families of hostages. They said it consistently, that we could have had a deal, but Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir Smotrich, they blocked it at every turn.
And it seems to me that one of the pivotal moments in changing the narrative here and speeding things up was the extraordinarily ill-advised attack on Doha by the Israelis.
Well, you're also negating the whole Trump does not like Netanyahu, and if Netanyahu is blackmailing Trump, he's starting to see oh, well, you're telling me that if we just end this and get all these people on our side, then technically no more blackmail.
When they were trying to take out the Hamas commanders as they were literally meeting to discuss the peace plan. And they failed in that mission. They killed a Qatari security serviceman in the process, along with other people who were not involved.
I wonder if Trump is still bothered if he'll make it to heaven
at all with Hamas.
Yeah.
And
do you think he was on the shitter just deep in thought? Because that's the only time that he actually has a deep thought. And he's just like, you know what? You know what? I don't know if I'm going to make it to heaven. If there is a heaven, I want to make it there because they say that heaven, it has roads paved with gold, and I have to see it. I absolutely have to see it, and I'll make it mine.
Opprobrium that they got them, not just from the Middle East, where there was complete outrage, and in particular, obviously, in Qatar, but also
his first words to St. Peter is, how much?
Also from apparently President Trump, who blew up in a fury at Netanyahu. You know, it would be truly ironic if that act of, in my view, just completely indefensible, I mean, illogical, to be honest with you, attack on Doha, if that turns out to be the catalyst for getting the deal done.
Yeah, so let me agree and disagree with you. I agree with you, Piers, that it was indefensible, and it would be ironic if that leads to some kind of end to the fighting. It's not illogical, though, Piers. I just want your viewers to understand. If you are an expansionist Israeli government, you don't want peace with the Palestinians. You don't want peace with the Lebanese. You don't want peace in the region. You want to keep expanding. Piers, you may have seen Benjamin Netanyahu recently said in an interview, he supports the idea of a greater Israel, which is a batshit crazy idea that some people used to say was a conspiracy theory on the Israeli far right. It was only mad people like Smotrich. The Prime Minister of Israel said recently in an interview, he supports the idea of greater Israel, which means taking territory from Syria and Lebanon, maybe Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and creating a greater Israel, even bigger than they already have illegally. So it's not illogical from that point of view that you wouldn't want to do a peace deal. They always kill the negotiators. Piers, I came on your show after they bombed Iran, and I told you about Ali Shamkhani, who was the main nuclear negotiator, who was negotiating with the Americans. Trump had shared a tweet praising his position. and Israel targeted him. They thought they killed him. Actually, he survived. But they always target negotiators. They killed, last year, they killed Haniya in Tehran when he was leading the negotiations. They attacked, as you point out, in Doha, the Hamas negotiating team who were meeting to discuss negotiations. Go back to 2012. They killed a guy called Ahmed Jabari from Hamas who was in the middle of signing off on a permanent truce with Israel. They killed him. There's a long history of Israel undermining negotiations, ceasefire.
They were all just completely random.
As truces. So it's not illogical because they don't actually want peace. And Netanyahu in D.C., Piers, you saw last week when Trump announces this deal, he says it's a great day in history. It'll bring, classic hyperbole and bombast from Trump. Netanyahu goes and does a video in Hebrew and says, hey, we got a win here. We're not leaving the Strip. And then the guy behind the camera says, what about statehood? He goes, there's nothing for statehood in this plan. You remember what they used to say about Arafat, Piers? That he says one thing in Arabic and another thing in English. Netanyahu's the master of that. He tells the Western media and Trump what they want to hear in English, and then he tells his right-wing base and his cabinet in Hebrew, yeah, we're not going anywhere. This is not a peace deal.
Absolutely.
It's Medicare annual.
All right, let's get through the ads.
Let me play devil's advocate with Tony Blair for a moment, because I, as you know, I opposed the Iraq War very vociferously, and I believe that was the beginning of the end of his tenure and reputation in the UK, certainly. But it's interesting to chart what's happened with him since. He became a Middle East peace envoy. He's put an awful amount of hours and time and effort into trying to resolve a difficulty over there. And all right, it's like putting the fox in the hen.
That's wild to me.
Coop, I totally get all that.
Again, like he just said, he was one of the architects of the whole invasion of Iraq. And he's just like, oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to be one of the lead peace envoys.
I do remember having a long conversation with him before I went to interview Netanyahu for CNN, where his understanding of the conflict.
Oh, do you have a conscience?
And
no.
The difficulties and the problems and everything was extraordinary. There's no doubt about that. And I'm also reminded of what he achieved in Northern Ireland, which was another seemingly intractable problem between the Protestants and the IRA.
It seems like they're trolling. No, it really does. For anybody that has a historical context, you're like, what?
And no one thought it could ever be resolved. And Blair put the yards in, put the hours in, worked with Clinton.
That's literally like putting Dick Cheney in charge of being the envoy of for peace in the Middle East. Like that, it's just as like absurd.
Worked with Mitchell and the others, and they finally got a deal done. You know, sometimes, you know, and in that deal, of course, Martin McGuinness and Jerry Adams, who'd been, you know, senior IRA figures, became, you know, senior politicians. So there's a kind of, you know, there's a background here which I think has to be taken in totality. Is it completely insane that somebody like him can form a group which at least supervises?
It's like putting RFK Jr. as the head of the HHS. Yeah, we really live in the worst time.
Potentially, hopefully, to a place where Palestine gets a recognizable state of its own.
So, big picture, I think the entire idea of Trump, Blair, anyone else on this board is insane. The whole problem with Palestine is it's a legacy of colonialism. We don't need more Western colonialism. We need more self-determination. If you want to bring in local Arab countries, fine. Even that will be problematic. But really, it has to be led by people on the ground, not by outsiders. Donald Trump couldn't find Gaza on a map if his life depended on it. And Tony Blair, let me deal with Blair specifically. So, obviously, you and I opposed the Iraq War. It was a disaster. He lied. It wasn't just a mistake. It was a war crime. Tony Blair should be heading to The Hague, not to Gaza. I wrote a piece for Zeteo laying out the case against Blair being involved in the future of Gaza. People can read it at Zeteo.com. I will just be very brief and say this. He has hundreds of thousands of Arabs' blood on his hands. The idea that you would go to Gaza, where Arabs are being killed for the last 2 years, and that Blair, of all people, has any credibility with the Palestinian people. I've not met a single Palestinian who views him as anything other than a war criminal. And even if you put Iraq to one side, you mentioned his Middle East envoy role for the quartet between 2007 and 2015. It was a complete failure. Everyone agrees it was a failure. Go back and read the Financial Times editorial the day he resigned. They said it was a complete failure. He got nothing done. He was seen as just a proxy for the Israelis. He would say whatever the Israelis wanted. And that leads me to my last point. You rightly raised Northern Ireland. The reason he succeeded with Mo Mowlam and Clinton and Jonathan Powell and others in Northern Ireland is because Britain ended up being a fair broker. Both sides could trust them. Of course, both sides had their criticisms, the Unionists and the Sinn Féin side especially. But ultimately, Britain was trying to bring that conflict to an end in a way that involved talking to everyone. They've never applied that logic to the Middle East. Blair doesn't see Palestinians as equal to Israel. He is self-confessed a pro-Israel guy. This is the problem with all Western interventions when it comes to Palestine. They're never neutral brokers. The United States is not an impartial negotiator. To quote Aaron David Miller, a former Clinton negotiator, we are Israel's lawyer. That is what the US is. That is what the West is. That is certainly what Tony Blair is. So yeah, he doesn't have any credibility. And by the way, don't even get me started on the conflicts of interest. The guy makes money from deals every time he's in the Middle East. Him and Jared Kushner have no credibility. They're both making money on side deals in the Middle East while they're trying to bring supposedly peace and redevelopment to Gaza. Zero credibility, Piers. It'll end in tears.
Talking of people making a lot of money, Barry Weiss, formerly of the New York Times, has just sold her free press business of just 4 years standing to Paramount. David Ellison has bought it, the new boss of Paramount, and she's been put in charge of CBS News. Some people on the pro-Palestinian side are very concerned because she has obviously very pro-Israeli history. Are you concerned, or are you also, given that you and I and others have made a similar leap into the brave world of individuals running their own kind of media entities, and she's obviously a massive success story in a very rapid period of time. What do you make of what's happened with Barry Weiss and the Free Press, and are you concerned about maybe whatever influence she may have on CBS News?
Yeah. No, I'm very concerned, and sorry to do a second plug for Zateo. I don't normally do this, but we just ran a big piece last night from my colleague Prem Tucker talking to insiders at CBS News who make the point that some of the stuff that Barry Weiss ran at the Free Press wouldn't even meet CBS editorial standards. They would get fired at CBS for running that stuff. CBS News it's not perfect. I have many criticisms of CBS News, like you do of all mainstream media, but they just ran a very good investigation last week, Piers, about how Israel bombed the flotilla in Tunisia, even denying it was them. But they spoke to US intelligence and showed that actually Netanyahu signed off on a drone strike on the flotilla. Is that the kind of story that Barry Weiss would publish under her reign at CBS News? She is a self-described, Zionist fanatic, right? The idea that a quote-unquote neutral media organization is led by someone who has a long history of being a pro-Israel ideologue, who has a history of trying to censor Palestinian voices when she was at university, who just ran a piece saying the starvation in Gaza is fake. It's not true. Nobody's starving in Gaza. That level of editorial standards, that level of bias being brought to 60 Minutes, to CBS, it's really worrying. And you and I, you do a show called Piers Uncensored. I think there'll be a lot more censorship of Palestinian voices than there already is now at CBS News with her in charge. David Ellison, the guy who's hired her, the son of Larry Ellison. Again, the Ellison family is very, very pro-Israel. Larry Ellison is the biggest single private donor to the Israeli military, to Friends of IDF. They've made very clear what their biases are. They've made very clear why they're hiring her. They've made very clear why they're buying TikTok. Because as you said in the introduction, Piers, public opinion is turning against Israel. So these folks are doubling down on messaging, doubling down on trying to control what we see and hear online and on TV. So it's very worrying for those of us who believe in free speech.
Well, let's see. I give her the benefit of the doubt. I tweeted her today to congratulate her on an amazing deal. I saw. Whatever people think, it's an amazing turnaround.
I mean, you and I know it's not worth You and I both know it's not worth $150 million. That is the Ellisons taking care of Barry Weiss.
You and I should absolutely pray that these businesses are worth that much in such a short period of time, because then you and I will be laughing all the way to the bank. But no, I think
Inshallah.
I do remember her being kind of forced out of the New York Times by the woke mob, and
she was not forced out of that's false, Piers.
Well, it's not really.
She was not forced out of the New York Times.
It's not really. But anyway,
BS.
I will try. Like always, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt until or if she ever proves me wrong. So we'll see. I think it's going to be a hell of a roller coaster ride with her in charge of CBS News. And honestly, if I'm honest about it, I think mainstream media in America, the mainstream news media in particular, has had a stick up its ass for a long time, and it's about time that stick got broken and they got brought into the real world. And it'll be interesting to see what happens.
She's not the solution. I agree with you.
I was about to say, so make it more tabloid. Like, of course, the tabloid guy, that would be his recommendation. Dude, we're going to be having Bat Boy as our main stories of the day.
Yes, she is not the solution.
We shall see. Mehdi, great to have you back on Uncensored, always. Well, joining me now is Hanania Naftali, the digital aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Welcome.
Yeah, fuck this guy. There's a part of me that wants to see the Conricus bit, but I don't know. Let's see.
have an actual conversation and to be allowed to speak our minds as well and speak my mind. So thank you for that.
Well, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Hanania Naftali, making your debut on the show. Thank you very much. Well, joining us now for our continuing October the 7th coverage is Abby Martin, investigative journalist and host of
here we go.
Empire Files, and Jonathan Conricus, the retired Lieutenant Colonel and IDF spokesman. Welcome to both of you. Both, of course, been on Uncensored numerous times before. Abby Martin, where are you with this deal? Do you believe this deal is workable, that it can actually be the start of lasting peace?
Well, of course, I welcome an end to the unrelenting slaughter and bloodletting for the past 2 years. There's been hundreds of October 7ths that have happened in Gaza. Of course, I welcome the cessation of massacres. The bare minimum demand for the last 2 years has been a ceasefire. So, of course, I welcome that. I think it's a big gamble by Hamas. I mean, this entire negotiations is basically putting Palestinians the barrel of a gun to their head and saying, subject, surrender, or die. First of all, no Palestinians were at the negotiating table. It was Gulf client states speaking on their behalf, Netanyahu and Kushner, who's personally invested in the settlement process. The whole gamble of releasing all the remaining hostages dead and alive within a 72-hour window is logistically insane. And of course, it's basically acting in good faith from the Israeli government, a pathologically lying, serial-killing state. Why should we believe anything that they say?
It does look like he just sniffed a fart.
They're saying they're not going to release any of the hostages, the 1,700 Palestinians they've been holding after October 7th, many women and children. Aside from that, they're talking about putting in a technocratic governing body by the likes of Tony Blair. I mean, this is basically cementing the subjugation of Palestinians, Piers. And I think the most cartoonish thing of all is the demand for full demilitarization of Hamas and other armed factions. I mean, basically what that is saying is that the precursor and justification for genocide is the notion of armed resistance. Jonathan, let me finish. The notion of armed resistance, which is a legally enshrined right in international law. That is not a justification or precursor for genocide. In what reality are we living in that the victims of a genocide are being asked to make concessions to the people committing genocide against them? If you do not agree at this point, 2 years in, that the state that needs to be demilitarized and de-radicalized, frankly, is not the state committing genocide, then you're part of the problem.
Okay, but on that last point, before I go to Jonathan, why should a group, Hamas, who perpetrated one of the worst terror attacks of modern times, why should they be
He drops that little seed, so it's just like, here's your reminder to be outraged.
entitled to any power at the end of all this? Why should they not demilitarize? Why should they not have all their arms?
Would you take that as a stipulation for your country and the one that you live in? What are you talking about, Piers?
Taken away.
Like, you're for neutering anybody that isn't you,
as
apparently.
part of the deal. I don't really understand the logic there. I mean, you can have your view about the Israeli government and the way the IDF has conducted this war, but why should Hamas have any rights to anything, frankly?
Well, Hamas already has said
It's not Hamas.
many times that they would completely relinquish governing.
Yeah, it's not Hamas. It's the Palestinian people having the right to, be represented by, and have, the ability to fight back.
Authority. They have already said that
You're the ones that are, saying, oh, it's still going to be Hamas.
But why should they keep their arms, though?
Gaza
That's the
Strip.
point.
That's not enough.
But why keep their arms?
Wait, why would they give up their arms without, hold on, why would they give up their arms without any sort of assurance for national statehood or sovereignty? Why would they do that, Piers? Why would you give up a right, a legally enshrined right to armed resistance to an illegal besiegement and occupation without any sort of assurances or promises of statehood?
Well, again, I'll come to Jonathan, and I will come to you, Jonathan, but I would argue that when you commit a terrorist act of that magnitude, then you abrogate all your rights to demand anything.
So now we're playing that game, huh? Okay, time to get the Rolodex of everything that the American military has done.
And the Israeli government
Okay, so why is the logic not applied to the IDF?
Yeah.
Well, I'll come to Jonathan for that question in a moment, but I'm just
Why go to him?
Why
don't you answer it, you dummy? Like, she asked you.
You would think that Hamas has any rights about any of this. I mean, surely when you do what they did on October the 7th 2 years ago, in that moment, you surrender your right to anything. You can ask for it, but you don't have any rights left. I mean, you're basically saying, we are a despicable terror group. we're committing this outrage and we're going to kidnap and kill and maim and do all the rest of it. But at the end of it, we want rights to demand things. That's not really how it works with terror groups.
Well, that's exactly what Israel's doing. For the last 2 years, we've been seeing the most bloody.
Yeah, just apply terror group to the IDF, and then all of a sudden it has the exact same meaning.
Genocide on steroids. This is Israel for
yeah,
who
he's
it
totally right about this.
is. This is their true nature and character. So why on earth do they get the right to make concessions? They are a rogue maniac state, killing all of their neighbors, bombing all of their neighbors. They need to be stopped. They need to be stopped. Why do they have any rights to demand concessions for the victims of the genocide that they're perpetrating, Piers?
Okay.
Why?
All right. Well, let me ask Jonathan, why?
She was asking you.
Is that really the question, Piers, that you're asking me?
Well, I think it's an interesting flip question to the one I asked, which I didn't really get a satisfactory response.
Which you just weaseled your way out of answering. You literally passed it to him. That was nuts, dude. Like, that was weaselly as fuck, but also not very, secret squirrel or secret weasel in this case.
Which is that actually, to me, Hamas have no right to demand anything here. And clearly...
What kind of answer? It was a non-answer.
The Netanyahu government position is that we will carry on pulverizing Gaza until the last Hamas terrorist is left dead in the ground, as long as that takes. And everybody is intent on trying to stop that happening because of the collateral damage to so many civilians and so much property and so on. But of course, the flip side is the argument comes back, well, prior to October the 7th, and since October the 7th in particular, the Israeli government, many people on the Palestinian side believe, have behaved like a rogue terror state themselves. So what right do they have to determine what happens here afterwards?
Yeah, I regret the parity. I think it's a totally false, dishonest, actually it's an absurd parity that is being made here. And I think it's very interesting to hear that, even countries like Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan, and a few other Muslim majority countries who have no long record of loving Israel or publishing positive statements or things that can be aligned with Israeli security interests, they are behind this initiative, and they are saying Hamas has no right to hold weapons, Hamas must be disarmed, Hamas should not govern the Gaza Strip, and Hamas must return all of the hostages. They're also asking, of course, demanding that Israel withdraw from the Gaza Strip and that there will be a pathway to a Palestinian state. And, for most people who are normal and not consumed by Jew hatred and this feverish anger and hatred towards those annoying Jews who have their homeland in Israel, for most people who are sane, that makes sense. And it makes sense for Israel to actually dictate the terms against Hamas. It makes sense for Israel to defend itself, not only against October 7, but against an organization that has both written and said multiple times before October 7, during and after October 7, that it is their outspoken goal and intention to annihilate the Jewish state. So for me, there's really no question what needs to happen here. This war cannot and must not end without a defeated Hamas, without Hamas that is completely dismantled of
Yo, is that what the plugs look like in Israel?
Its military capabilities, and without a fresh start for people in Gaza. And I think that those are the very basic...
Here's his laundering shit. It's so gross.
Prerequisites. We'll have to see now if Hamas, how clever they'll be able to be. And I think
what's really gross is the way that he still does the thing where he's like, well, I'm definitely on the right side of history.
They maneuvered diplomatically pretty well. They said that they're going to return hostages. Teams are now in place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and they're going to start discussing the details. But the Israeli and American, and actually Qatari, condition is first hand over all the hostages, dead and murdered, and then we start negotiating on all of the long and very substantial list of the 21 points that remain. I hope that Hamas will do it. I hope that Hamas will be true to their words for once. I hope that they will return the hostages, those that they murdered and those that are still in captivity more than 2 years, suffering, starving, abused and everything. And I hope that they will be returned to their families. And then we can start looking at the withdrawal of Israeli forces, stopping military operations, and perhaps building a different Gaza. If you ask me if that's going to happen, what the chances are, we unfortunately have our experience, and we know that Hamas, they lie, they are deceitful, they're extremely cruel, and they will do everything they can to stay in power at the expense of the population in Gaza, at the expense of Palestinians. But I hope that for once in their short history, Hamas will do what's good for Gazans and not for the Muslim Brotherhood and not for Hamas itself. But we'll have to wait and see.
Abby, you were laughing a little inappropriately as he was talking about Hamas's need to release the hostages. Why would that be something that makes you laugh? I mean, surely that should be a prerequisite.
Oh, no, I wasn't laughing at that. No, look, of course I want all hostages, both Palestinian and Israeli hostages, to be released. I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at the audacity of Jonathan to just gaslight and lie and project everything that Israelis are doing onto Hamas and onto Palestinians. The audacity to look at Gaza today, which is completely demolished. We just saw the finance minister saying the demolition's done. Now the real estate bonanza begins. Netanyahu has said, bragging over and over again, we're not going to withdraw. You think we're going to withdraw? It's a joke, Jonathan. The world knows you are lying. You have lost the plot. You know who can't come home? The 17,000 children that Israelis have slaughtered. So all of this is it's just absolutely insane that 2 years into this, we all know that you're committing genocide. The only people who won't accept that it's a genocide are Israelis. And you know what? Right. I think that you know it's a genocide, Jonathan. I think you just support it. You want the genocide.
Abby, let me just jump in there. Abby, on this issue of genocide, you are aware that no country has ever been found guilty of actual genocide, are you?
What point is this question?
That even in Rwanda,
what is the point
it was
of
determined.
We know what
it was determined that the legal threshold for
every single genocide
was not met.
scholar, even though so
my point is that
you're looking at Gaza today and you're saying that you've agreed that it's a genocide, Piers.
No, I've never agreed that. I've said that
She was always good on Rogan.
I believe what has been going on.
Too bad she doesn't on anymore to change his mind about a bunch of shit.
Simply for the reason I've just stated. There has never been a legally determined genocide declared anywhere
let's get
in the
him
world.
To court. Let's go to court with Israel.
That's what I think.
Let's see the evidence.
That's what I think
bare.
would be sensible, right? I think it would be sensible to do that and actually get a legal ruling about whether it constitutes genocide. I believe the Israeli
100%,
government.
I would welcome that, Piers, by the way.
And Jonathan and I have discussed this.
I
just think that it gets thrown around all the time, and people get attacked for not saying it's a genocide. I get stopped by people in the street, call it a genocide. To me, what has gone on has become an increasingly massively disproportionate response to the terror attack 2 years ago.
92% civilians killed. 92% civilians have been killed, Piers. That is unprecedented in any modern conflict.
Well, we don't know.
What is with the semantics? You can't do this fence-sitting bullshit, dude.
The exact numbers. The numbers that I've read are that approaching 25 to 30,000 of the 60 or so thousand who've been killed are Hamas. But here's my point about that. We don't actually know. Because actually, the refusal by the Israeli government, and Jonathan, I know, agrees with me on this point, the refusal to allow international journalists into Gaza to verify this stuff is one of the biggest problems of this war. We just don't know what these numbers are. And it's an ongoing running sore that journalists can't do their job and get to the truth. But Jonathan, on this...
Piers, I think we should address something, on the topic of numbers and, these big... important, historically loaded terms like genocide, like apartheid, like famine. Let's revisit, and I think that there's people who have been claiming and saying that there's famine in Gaza.
She works for the Empire Files. You guys can follow her on X.
Famine was declared by the IPC, I believe, on August 22nd. Now, a friend of mine has done the numbers on it, and I think it's important to be specific here because there are definitions, and when you say famine, that means something. When a UN organization claims that there's famine somewhere, that's supposed to be backed up by data and by reality. Now, according to the numbers and statistics and the globally accustomed numbers of the IPC, which they follow, they issued a declaration that on August 22nd, there's famine in certain parts of Gaza. By their own numbers of level 4 and 5, emergency and famine, there should have been 9,500 dead Palestinians by malnutrition, not natural deaths, not combat, not pre-existing conditions. 9,500 dead Palestinians since August 22nd. You know how many there really have been, according to Hamas numbers? 100.
Yeah, it's literally, he just kind of got away with that one.
91.
Here's not going like, your friend said that?
That's 98% off. Now, I challenge you and I challenge everybody who have been screaming and were part of
her face says it all.
The
like what?
Starvation campaign and the famine, all of the other nonsense that we heard with UN regalia attached to it. At the end of the day, it's a fake. It's lies. It is not supported by reality. It's make-believe and it is propaganda against Israel that useful idiots who have no bearing on the situation on the ground are parroting just because it is a weapon
but you
against
wouldn't dispute,
Israel.
Jonathan.
It is untrue.
But Jonathan,
it is not factual.
Okay, but hang on,
see the photos, right?
Hang on, but Jonathan, you wouldn't dispute that there was a near 3-month blockade of substantial amounts of food and aid. I mean, that was indisputable. That happened.
There were indeed months where not a lot was coming in, yes.
Right. But
that's true. But the important part, Piers, but the important part is what was the result? The important part is, okay, that was done by Israel and it was said by Israeli leadership. It was challenged by the defense establishment and there were a lot of internal discussions. But at the end of the day, when UN-affiliated organizations...
What was the outcome? Starvation. That was the outcome.
Declared famine and every journalist, editor, media personality and
God, Kenrikas has a special way of pissing me off.
Heads repeated that as if that was gospel. Nobody looks at the numbers. And even today, a month and a half after that, is anybody held accountable for these libellous, false, grotesque claims?
Well, why
Isn't
don't we,
it supposed to mean something
why
when
don't we
you
agree?
say
Why
that
don't we
there's a
agree?
famine
Okay.
and
So why don't we?
nobody's
Abby, I will
died?
come to you. So why don't we agree? Rather like with genocide, right? I have believed that the rhetoric coming out of Smodrich and Ben-Gvir in particular has made it clear there's been a policy by large sections of this government of ethnic cleansing. They would like to see all the Palestinians gone from Gaza and preferably the West Bank too. Thankfully, in this new plan, that is no longer apparently something that will be sustained
the dialogue
by the American government.
Well, that is completely fair to say too. Because this guy uses the same talking points every time that he's on Piers Morgan.
Which means it probably won't happen. But let's not pretend they weren't talking about that openly.
Excuse me.
And in relation to famine, okay, let's just say there was a deliberate policy for nearly 12 weeks of starving Palestinians, and that some of them starved to death. I mean,
there wasn't a policy of starving Palestinians. There was a policy of not providing the
in other words, I think these words, in a way...
We've spoken about this.
But hang on,
Piers,
let me finish.
We have spoken about this.
We have.
You've addressed this, really, and we've spoken about it in the past.
There
was indeed an Israeli policy. By the way, I reject and I criticize and I do not accept the statements made by Smodrich and Ben-Gvir. I think that they are disgusting. I think that they are not representative of Israel. I think that they are fringe. I know we've had this discussion before. He's a minister in cabinet, etc. But I think that they do not represent the majority of Israel. And most importantly, they are not implemented on the ground by the IDF. And amongst the three of us, actually the one who knows what the IDF is doing and what the IDF isn't doing and what goes on in internal deliberations in Israel, I actually have access to that, and I can say, and that's one of the
we've spoken about it, aka shut up or
reasons
else.
Why I am here and I speak about it publicly is, yes, there have been horrible...
You know what's kind of funny? The way that they do kind of speak to people like that, where they kind of forget that they might not have anything on them.
Ethical calls by Israeli ministers that should be condemned.
They're so used to like playing that game.
I condemn it. Most Israelis do, and they do not reflect what Israelis believe should be done. Is there a will for...
Not trying to be mean, but isn't it gross that two overweight men are downplaying famines?
Revenge against Palestinians for what they have been doing and what they did on October 7? Definitely yes. But that is not what the IDF has been doing. The IDF has been fighting Hamas and they have been applying military force proportionately according to military necessity against military targets.
All right,
that is what the IDF has been doing.
Okay.
And if we're honest, last sentence, yes, I know I'm speaking longly, last sentence, Israel is the only country that has been forced to provide food and fuel to its enemy. If you can give me any other example in modern history of a combating side that is forced to feed.
It's the law. When you're illegally besieging
no, it's not the law. It's not the law that you feed your enemy.
Right. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not the law. It is not the law. It is not the law.
Hang on. I'll let Jonathan, you have a good long stretch
Jonathan,
there.
you've been talking
Let
endlessly.
Abby now respond without interrupting her. Abby.
I haven't
Jonathan,
interrupted
first
at
of all,
just to be clear.
Okay, of course, because you've just been droning on and on with the most outrageous propaganda possible, basically saying, oh, they say that this many kids
Nice,
died of
Abby.
starvation, but really, that's a lie. We've seen the photos,
Well
Jonathan.
said.
It's skin and bones. It's like concentration camp victims coming out of the Holocaust. Do you know that we see this? I know that Israel's like to control the narrative with the billions of dollars with Hasbro propaganda, but we see the photos of starving children. We see doctors' testimonies saying baby formula was seized out of their bags. Baby formula. Why are you punishing babies? We know what the situation on the ground. Peanut butter was told to doctors that it was a luxury and stolen out of their bags, Jonathan. For the last 2 years, we've been told, not even talking about the siege before where calories were counted, given to Palestinians before October 7th, but just since October 7th, we've been told that there's no siege, there's no famine, that aid is not being prevented from being delivered, right? Well, we just saw an entire naval fleet blockade, committed an act of piracy and kidnapping of 500 activists illegally in international waters that were trying to bring baby formula and food to starving Palestinians. We've seen a
Abby's killing this. Wow.
mercenary force unload
This is one of the best performances I've seen on Piers Morgan.
a barrage of
She is
bullets and
just
kill
cooking
more
right now.
Palestinians begging for bread than civilians died on October 7th. So while people like you, these hand-picked spokespeople with American or Swedish accents, come and speak to Western audiences and placate us and tell us lies, we know what Israeli society thinks and believes, Jonathan. We see the news. I see Israeli
You
Channel
don't.
12. I see the IDF
You don't.
reports. Of course I do. I see them coming out saying, guess what? Everyone left in Gaza
Literally saying, do not believe your own eyes.
City, the 250,000 people left are going to be
You
treated
don't
as
have a
terrorists and
clue.
killed.
And at the
Jonathan, I just
beginning
let
of
you
the show,
speak
you were
forever.
exposed.
Jonathan,
gaslighting.
I mean, you keep,
Jonathan, let
you
me
keep
remember.
saying
Let
Jonathan.
me
Don't expect me
finish.
not to
Jonathan,
respond.
let me finish. Jonathan, let me
So
finish.
either stop saying my
You will be
name
remembered
and,
no
and
differently than the
talking, or I
officers
will
of the
respond.
Third Reich. You will be
Oh, come on.
remembered no differently than the officers of the
Yeah.
Third Reich.
No,
you will be
Do a
remembered
little
as
bit
the
better
true.
than
dustbin
that.
of
I know
history.
you rehearsed that line.
Oh,
I'm
come
sure you
on,
rehearsed
man.
that line, but it's really pitiful. Come on, you can do better. You're a smart woman. You can do better. You've written books. You've narrated movies. You could do better. And I'm a bit insulted that that is what you've come up with against me. Really?
Well, what's your response to the rest of what I said, Jonathan? So you don't want to be compared to a Nazi officer.
I'm glad to tell you.
Why would you not
In the beginning,
Abby, let me just jump in there.
I mean,
out of interest, Abby,
you're so out of bounds.
Hang on, Jonathan. Abby, out of interest, why would you think that anybody watching this, when they hear you tell a Jewish man that he's basically a Nazi, who were responsible?
It's always that. It's always you were a meanie. Why would you call him a Nazi when he is literally doing the same shit?
A Holocaust survivor, by the way,
I mean,
whose
why
grandfather
would you think that is a winning point to make? Why would you not think in that moment? A lot of viewers go, "What the hell are you talking about? Why would you be so offensive?"
Yeah, the most. Yeah.
Well, it's not offensive at all. It's not offensive at all. If you want to not be compared to Nazis, stop acting like Nazis. It's very simple. It's very simple. Stop doing
don't
what
do
Nazis
Nazi
did
shit
and
if you don't
stop
want to be called a Nazi.
treating
So you asked
Palestinians
me,
like
you
Jews
asked
in
me what was
concentration
wrong
camps,
with what you
Jonathan.
said. Oh, Carl, you are in your little eco bubble. You're so. I think you're consumed
No, you
by
are,
hatred
my
and
friend.
the fact that
You-
in
the world has
beginning,
woken up, my friend. The
when
world has
Piers-
woken up. No one believes your
it's
lies
true.
anymore.
No, it hasn't.
You're
And I
pathetic.
don't think that
You're
we're
pathetic
friends. I don't think
propagandist.
that we're friends.
You're an absolutely
But
pathetic
I'm not your buddy,
propagandist,
guy.
and no
I'm
one
not
believes
your
you.
friend, buddy.
In the beginning,
No one
when
believes
Piers
you.
gave
The world-
you a
Israel's-
long lifeline.
Israel's on a shelf
Piers
life,
gave
my
you a
friend.
long
Zionism
lifeline,
has
and
a
he
shelf
asked
life.
you, why is Hamas Why does Hamas have your legitimacy in your eyes? Why should Hamas even hold weapons? And you fumbled and stumbled, and you couldn't bring yourself to say, well, actually, no, Hamas shouldn't have weapons because they're bloody highness terrorists. That's the response that I would,
I think
it makes
Israel
sense for a
should be
person like you to
demilitarized,
say.
Jonathan.
But you couldn't bring yourself to say it. Why?
Israel
Because
should
you
be
sympathize with
demilitarized.
them.
Of course I'm not
because you
gonna say
believe
it.
that their resistance is legitimate. You believe, I'm sure, that Israel is very annoying and that we shouldn't
I believe in the
exist
law,
where we
Jonathan.
are. I've seen
I
your
believe in the
movies.
law.
Yeah, no,
I
you don't
believe in the
believe in the
law.
law. You don't believe in the law. You
Yeah, I
believe that we
do.
don't have a right to
I
exist
do.
in our homeland.
I want
I've seen
Israel
your
to-
movies.
I
I've
want
read
Israel
some
to
parts
be-
of your books.
All right.
I've seen what you've done in Gaza. You've been
Okay.
propagating for Hamas.
Israel should
That's
follow
what
the
you've
law,
been doing.
Piers. Very
and you
simple.
couldn't
The
even
solution
bring
is
yourself
Israel
to
to
say,
follow the law.
I think
you couldn't
everybody,
even bring yourself
everybody
to say
should follow the
Hamas
law.
shouldn't have weapons.
Everyone should follow the law. I've got to leave it
Everyone
there.
should follow the law.
We've run out of time, but I thank you both very much. Thank you.
That's well paid by the state. Yeah,
Here's what I'm going to say.
definitely. Yeah, Jonathan Conricus is one of like the main guys. You've got him, and then you got discount Arnold Schwarzenegger sounding motherfucker that comes. Yeah, the IEA, the IEA. You have to understand, they got the IEA. All right, where are we at? Oh man. We got a little bit until the 420. You know what? This is going to be a little fun bit because we kind of went through everything I wanted to cover today. So now we wing it. All right. I always love these. Every once in a while I get a little nervous where I'm like, I got nothing else, but nah, we're cool. We can chill, we can chat, we can watch some random stuff. I am looking forward to the next hour. I'm probably only going to be doing 5 hours today, so cause yeah, gotta go make some dinner and spend some time with uni. Piers would consider UK in a famine when McDonald's is closed. They locked down the golden arches. Been fun so far. Looking forward to it. Hell yeah, this is gonna be a good time. I just subscribed to the Empire Files, and I will look for her elsewhere. She earned my follow. Hell yeah, Abby Martin's the shit. I've been following Abby since her early appearances on Rogan. So, although I'm not sure if I follow her on my pep talks. I don't. Oh shit! Here. Now I do. Snake Eyes video. Do I? All synchronicities.
So yesterday I made a video about the parallels that we all noticed between the movie Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage and...
I'm not watching a mono video. Sorry. Why is it mono? I have a thing with like mono, especially when I'm wearing my headphones. So, if you can find a fixed version of that, I will definitely take a look. My stuff like auto-centered it. Ah. Well. Yeah, it's a mono video. Yeah, you felt your brain twist with yeah. Immediately I was like, nope. Nope. I need it to function through both headphones. All right, let's see. All right, we got the live protest.
Hi, Nicola from Scotland.
That's fucking disgusting.
No problem, man. I'm just trying to do my part of the community, trying to share as much information, getting raw footage so that anybody can make their own judgments. Because I've heard so many claims about I need the context of what was happening. So here I am, having raw footage of
Shit
everything.
was fucking hilarious. It was so easy to trigger these fucking
From England.
clowns.
Hi there.
It's that one guy from yesterday.
The bottom of society, that's a fact. These guys are literally the bottom of society. They have no jobs, no lives, nobody that loves
As this motherfucker is out there saying, bro.
them. So they come out here and try to get affirmation and acceptance from all these other retards.
There's
and
a-
it just makes
there's
them
a
even
tape.
more retarded.
Why?
And then you
Hey,
got
there's a
people
police
like
tape,
this
so-
bringing their little ass kids out here when they use maze.
I will say that, yeah, the fact that you got protesters bringing kids to these things is stupid. Don't want to agree with that asshole, but for real, that was something that really bugged me when we were watching that the other night. Moist Critical torches Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's see. Staffing shortages cause more U.S. flight delays as government shutdown continues. Don't give a shit.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And in a wild turn of events, as if this Charlie Kirk situation needed any more of those, we now have a couple different influencers who have come out and confirmed that Charlie Kirk did, in fact, have an autopsy, which is what we really would expect. However, they are claiming they actually know exactly what is said in that medical examiner's report, and we're going to take a look.
Did protesters get rained out in Chicago?
Look at
They so what they're not saying in these reports is that right now Broadview is essentially locked down.
What this
and ICE is on thin ice because for real they're starting to realize that these lawsuits and things are going to catch up to them. Not all of them are, protected by like the anonymity that they thought they had. You were okay, guys. You remember how I said that there was a problem with them getting license plates? Well, it turns out that was a good strategy, just not on YouTube because that can be used against them later. But yeah, these guys are not as anonymous as they once thought.
This report actually says,
but remember, they're doxing them, guys. They're doxing them.
And I got to tell you guys,
wouldn't have to fucking do that if they just provided badge numbers so there was some form of accountability, but we see through your bullshit.
Guys, I don't know how to put this nicely. If this medical examiner report or autopsy report is true, the FBI and the prosecution are, let me put it lightly, I guess, because essentially the idea that Tyler Robinson took the shot from where he took it at the angle he took it and caused the damage it did to Charlie with the round that's used is actually not possible. So this is going to be a very interesting video. Let's jump in. Let's talk about it.
A student just got arrested outside of one of the campuses outside the city.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Helps the channel. All right, let's do this, guys. All right, first thing I got to say up front, like always, is we are operating under massive assumptions here that this information is true. It is correct, because I'll tell you when it comes to an autopsy report, A, it's private. 2, it's evidence for a massive murder trial, and the idea that law enforcement are just handing this out to influencers, not a case. So this is hearsay through hearsay, okay, at the end of the day. Somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, all right? So take all this with a massive grain of salt. I'm not saying these people are liars. I'm just saying.
What's this guy's bend? I don't care.
That's what we're.
He's been doing good coverage. I don't give a shit what his bend is.
Operating under. All right. First thing we're going to take a look at is what this report says.
My understanding from speaking with a couple of people high up at Turning Point USA, they let me know that the injury took place right below the jaw in the C2.
Uh-oh.
The bullet crashed through C2 all the way through C7.
Uh-oh.
And then they found the bullet lodged in that meaty area around T1, the thoracic first vertebrae.
All right, so I don't know Stephen Gardner. I don't really watch his stuff. I'm going to assume he's operating in good faith here and that he actually heard what he heard. And, somebody else also came out and said that they've seen or supposedly heard about this same autopsy report.
I confirmed, obviously, because I
this guy
have connections, and I confirmed that the autopsy was done. I don't want to say too much, but the autopsy yielded where the entry wound was and how the bullet killed him. It's already been determined. They found the bullet lodged in his body. They can tell you exactly what was severed, what killed him, where the bullet traveled from his neck down through his body. They have it all, fragmentation of the of the round that spouted through his body. They have all of that.
Okay, they have it all. They've got it proved. Let's see if this even works mathematically.
Yeah, 30-06 is not going to get stuck in the body.
Mathematically or scientifically.
No.
Let's jump into it. All right, guys. So basically a middle school math problem. This isn't that hard to figure out.
That's one of the firearms that I actually am very, very familiar with. I dare I say enjoy the 30-06 because it doesn't have too much of a kick, and it also has some, it's fun to see a watermelon just go.
Out. We know that according to the medical examiner report, this 30-06 round came in, hit him in the.
But that's how I know. I've seen what it does to a watermelon from a pretty far distance too.
C2 traveled down. All right, you guys are going to notice some huge problems with this right away. But let's go ahead and just look at this objectively. All right, we got a protractor out. Let's put that right here on the C2. Okay.
All my artist friends are just like, ooh, a protractor.
We do know, again, from where Tyler Robinson was shooting, it was a 9-degree slope with a 9-degree offset, essentially meaning almost directly on at a 9-degree slope, which we can travel out from our protractor from the C2 here at 9 degrees. Perfect. All right, as we pull the protractor off, what's the first huge glaring issue you guys are going to see here?
Yep.
Oh. Well, if Charlie Kirk was sitting level, sort of parallel to the ground with his jaw, which he was, let me show you that real quick. All right, so we can see Charlie Kirk is not got his head all the way back like this. He's sitting pretty much flat, looking at the crowd, sort of jaw parallel to the ground as he gets hit. Boom, hit. So you can see that, right? It's actually a little bit of a tilt down even, okay? So let's look at this anatomically. All right, this is essentially exactly how Charlie Kirk is sitting. And they want to tell you the medical examiner report confirms he was first hit in the C2 vertebrae right below the base of the skull. Biggest problem I see with that from the angle Tyler Robinson shoots him from is that would have hit him in the teeth.
Yep.
Or even above the teeth.
Yep.
There is no possible way that this round came from a 9-degree angle and a 9-degree slope and hit the C2 while not blowing through Charlie Kirk's face. It's not a thing. We also can see the C2 is not where that gunshot wound is. I can show you that right here. All right, as you can see here, yeah, he's got some tilt back now after he's been hit. But that round, sorry for my beard, that round is 2-3 inches below his chin. Okay, this round is not all the way up, just underneath the base of the jaw. It's pretty far down. I would say that's closer to the C4 or the C5,
left side,
where that
right
round.
Here.
To me, looks like he got hit. So big problems right away with this medical examiner report, but let's keep looking at this. All right, so we know this is not possible. Okay, this definitely didn't happen. But if we look at the actual sort of injury to Kirk, looks like he shot closer to about right here, okay, on that left side of the neck. Now, if we look at it,
I've seen a video where it was an exploding mic.
This way.
What? Really?
Now we can make this work to the location of the shot if it enters and hits the C5, but that's not what they're saying. They're saying it hit the C2, traveled
C2.
down all his vertebrae. It doesn't work. Next thing with this, we're talking about a 30-06 round. Right now you have this 30-06 round traveling at 24 to 2,700 feet per second, or even less, doesn't even matter. Hits him, let's say, hits him in the C2, if this magic bullet that doesn't go through his face somehow, that then refracts straight down into the T1. Yeah, that's not what a 30-06 round is going to do if it hits a human neck vertebrae. We know it's going to blow right through.
Yeah.
But even if there was some weird refraction, bullets aren't going to refract almost 90 degrees. We've talked about that. And then keep their actual velocity to be able to do that much damage. Not really a thing. Again, so with just basic middle school math, we already disproved this whole medical examiner's report or
middle school math.
The fact that the shot was taken from where it was taken,
That's why I was like, ooh, protractor.
9-degree slope from straight on. Charlie Kirk sitting flat, parallel chin to the ground. Not possible. It would have hit him.
I'll just say this. When I was taking geometry, anytime they were just like, bust those out, I went into doodle mode.
The teeth, not 5 inches lower than the teeth. It's not a thing. So because we know that's not possible, if we're assuming the medical examiner report is true and accurate, now we have to look at alternatives to how this could have taken place. Okay, so let's talk about a few. All right, so I've seen a bunch of different people talking about now, because of this report, this has to prove that Charlie Kirk had body armor because, again, it's an impossible shot. It's an impossible angle that it didn't hit him in the face, which, okay, that's kind of an interesting theory, but let's talk about that, all right? Now we're talking about body armor, which, again, is going to be down here on the chest. Again, 9-degree slope. This is still where the shot came from. Here's the entrance wound. Okay, let's talk about the possibility that the bullet refracted off his body armor. First, let's also make sure that we acknowledge it's been disproven he had body armor on.
Yeah.
And not only that, TP USA has publicly stated he had no body armor on. So if you're going to operate under the assumption he has body armor on, you are calling TP USA nefarious liars. I'm not prepared to do that because why would they purposefully lie about him having body armor on? That seems bizarre to me. But hypothetically, TP USA is lying about this and he had body armor on. Let's look at it. Now, we're still talking about a 30-06 round, okay? A 30-06 round that supposedly comes down, hits him in the body armor, which, by the way, if he had body armor on so small that you couldn't see it through that tiny little shirt, it wouldn't be strong enough to stop a 30-06 round to begin with. But we're in hypothetics here. That then, okay, this almost makes me laugh doing this. That then refracts off the body armor, comes all the way up here at a 90-degree angle to hit this C2.
No.
And then re-refracts straight back down.
The magic bullet, oh my God, guys, we're at that point with Charlie Kirk, is the magic bullet of Charlie Kirk.
Down to the T1. Guys, bullets are not pinballs. They don't do this. Okay, they refract and do weird things as they move through, but changing total direction and
especially the larger caliber,
180 degrees is not possible. This is new.
I mean, I'd believe this if it was like a straight 22.
Newtonian physics says that's not a thing. Okay, so again, I mean, even Rob O'Neill talks about body armor here, and it's actually what he talks about here is interesting because it actually is going to bring us into the next possibility.
But that was not an entry wound that we saw. We saw an exit wound. So where'd that bullet come from? You don't bleed like, and I've shot guys closer than the camera was. And an entry wound doesn't look like that. An exit wound does. Why did his shirt move the way it did? When I've shot people, their shirts didn't move like that. And then the initial reaction was, well, he was obviously wearing body armor and it was deflection. One, no, he wasn't wearing body armor. And two, it doesn't deflect like that off of body armor. Why was his shirt moving from right to left? Why were people being interviewed saying, yeah, they came from my left to right, from his right to left, immediately shut down?
Okay, so interesting. Yeah, the idea that we'll talk about rounds too, because people say, well, it depends on the round, the 30-06 round. The idea that body armor, that blasts off body armor, goes straight up, hits his neck, comes straight back down. It's not a thing. It's not physical.
I mean, there's a conspiracy that said that the whole thing was a hologram and that he's actually alive. Go figure.
Possible, regardless of what anybody wants to tell you. Okay, based off of those based off of the medical examiner reports injury, is it possible that a round refracts off body armor at an angle and comes up into his neck? Sure, but not at that extreme angle, and then definitely isn't reversing 180 degrees and keeping its velocity. This is not how things work. All right, guys, before we jump back into that video, got to give a shout out to today's sponsor, our partners at Barbell Apparel, who make the world's best and most comfortable pair of jeans. And not only that, right now, guys, Barbell Apparel has their free hoodie sale. If you spend $99, you get yourself a free hoodie. They don't just sell jeans.
So it's like tactical
the narrative
crap.
Not work, but also makes.
I mean,
pick
I'm
yourself
down
up
for
some and get yourself a free hoodie.
A very nice like hoodie, pair of jeans. I saw flannel there.
All right, let's get back to the video. So let's look at some things that make the medical examiner's supposed report work. Now, it also makes the narrative not work, but we're trying to figure this out, okay? So let's look at this. Again, we know he supposedly gets hit in the C2 first by the medical examiner's report. Well, let's look at that. We know where the actual wound is, which is here. Okay, well, we know it can't have come from that slope. Again, it goes straight through his teeth. Not a thing, unless his head was like literally all the way back.
Yeah.
So what would it take for this round to have hit him where it hit him as an entrance wound and hit him in the C2 first? We can find that out pretty easily. We can start at the C2. We can come down with our angle here, and we can see that it actually would take...
extend it the other way.
Take a 38-degree upward angle for this to have potentially hit him where it hit him and then also hit the C2 first if he was shot from the front. Does that make a whole lot of sense?
No, unless he got shot by somebody literally under the table.
If the tunnel theory works, I don't know. That one seemed weird at the time. And then also...
It's just a little person that stuck up. Yeah!
Keep in mind, the round still has to travel then straight back down, which bullets don't do. They don't do this, okay, guys? You would expect a bullet to refract out this way, refract up this way. It's not going to reverse this massive direction back the other way, okay? So I'll make it very clear. If he was shot from the front, in the location he was shot, and it hit him in the C2 first, it had to have come from an upward angle. It could not have come from a 9-degree downward slope. It's not
possible.
But this makes other theories actually
more plausible.
Now, the really popular
here we go.
that Rob O'Neill just talked about, and Range Day Bros talked about, a lot of people have talked about, which I have not discounted out.
Dude, it's crazy how many like marksmen are coming out, and a lot of these guys were Charlie Kirk fans, and they're just like, no.
At all have talked about him being shot from up and behind him. This is very interesting because this actually, besides one little piece, which is that they found around inside of him, this actually potentially makes the medical examiner report work with the injury and ballistics that all potentially work. Let's take a look at that. The C2 is going to be just behind the jaw there, as we've seen it, right? Now, if he gets shot from the back upper right, and again, we don't know what that angle would be because this is all hypothetical, right? We don't know where that shooter was, but anywhere you would think around the way the buildings were, they're all about that height, anywhere from like a 10 to maybe 15-degree angle here. Now, all of a sudden, if he's getting shot in the back right of the head that comes beneath the skull, anatomically, this actually works. It comes in the back underneath his skull, hits him in the C2, and then blows out at a normal refraction angle exactly where we expect to see the exit wound in this case. That actually works perfectly, ballistically, anatomically, to have created that initial impact into the C2. It probably blows down here through the C.
Dude, it's crazy how much like CSI shit is just done on YouTube now.
Does some damage
this is crazy.
to C5, C6, C7 through cavitation. The biggest issue here is this is an exit wound, which means there would be no bullet found inside Charlie's body. That goes against the medical examiner's report. All right, and then there's one final potential here, and that was actually brought forward by Peak Prosperity. This is a fantastic video if you haven't seen it either. And he actually had the theory that the shot came from
Prosperity,
technically the front, check that one out, but from a much more drastic angle, almost like a 45-degree angle. So we can look at that here too. All right, now, so this theory states that it must have come from a far more horizontal angle, right? It's because the front angle doesn't work at all, which I agree with, to come maybe up underneath the jaw. Even then, it's going to be tough where this comes to get to the C2. I don't think you do. I still think you get in the C4, but to cause the actual damage at a much more steep angle, now all of a sudden, the refraction as this comes in and comes through here, the refraction comes down and potentially works that way. That's actually a bullet refraction that makes sense. All right, but then the biggest problem we have with this is then this probably doesn't hit him in the C2 either. So where are we left? What's the problem? Well, the problem is that the official narrative with Tyler Robinson, where he took the shot from the angle he took the shot, like I told you at the start of the video, with the type of weapon that he used.
I mean, the evidence of him at the gas station and then him also saying that he didn't do it at all, and that he wasn't even there. I'm starting to buy that more and more.
Is not possible and does not match the medical examiner's report anatomically or mathematically. It doesn't work. So you have to then either say the medical examiner's report can't be right or Tyler Robinson isn't the shooter. These things cannot be true at the same time as far as we're sort of understanding it with science and math and physics. So what's the real story? Don't know. We don't know, guys. There's some very compelling things with a lot of different theories. But again, if I'll just say this to wrap the video up, if the prosecution thinks it is going to, unless they have some crazy evidence we don't have, but let's say this medical examiner's report is true and they're going to go with the official narrative. They walk into that courtroom against the Menendez brothers legal team, one of the best legal teams they could put together, and you walk in there with some stuff an 8th grader can disprove through basic math and a protractor. Good luck. Good luck finding this kid.
Literally. Dude. All right, let's see.
Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's Israeli security detail killed Charlie Kirk.
2 days ago, I do a video where we examine the shot from behind theory. Yesterday, I have an exclusive video that
appears that Charlie.
All right, I guess this is where we're going with it.
Shot from the front, and we go through all of that. Okay. Now there has been a video released that is very compelling. Okay. That Charlie was not, in fact, shot with a gun, but was killed with a device that was right here. And it might sound crazy to you, but just sit tight because there's plenty of footage to look at.
Did he have? So he had a lapel mic.
And obviously, if he was killed with a device right there, assuming that you are familiar with, history within the last 18 months of where people were killed with remote devices at a state actor level, then you already know why people are entertaining this theory very seriously.
Pep, leave bread crumbs. Wow. I can't get out of this rabbit hole.
When you look at it.
Or we got to get out, find our, wait. Holy crap, my brain just, wait, here. I'm going to just say it. I know what's on the card, but it's a dyslexic moment. Pep, leave breadcrumbs. We got to find our way out of this rabbit hole. There we go.
And
this is what happens when I don't let my brain slow down and see the words, because it does this thing where it kind of jumbles.
Here's the thing.
I don't get letter jumbling, though. That's kind of nice.
Okay, this is the really important part. Let's say that this is all exactly correct, and it is very compelling when you look at it. Okay, there's a lot of other questions to answer.
I like those sugar skulls a lot.
A lot of other questions, okay? Where is Tyler Robinson, right? Why is he on the roof, okay? Why is he jumping down with something that might or might not be a rifle? What's up with the boyfriend? Where did they get these text messages? And every other thing in terms of how this was put together to put people off the scent of a state actor. And that is the value that I am going to provide, even if you have already seen this remote detonation thing that's ripping around the internet.
Okay. So was Kyle technically right about the whole airfare thing? Because a lot of people are saying that was debunked, but it's it really wasn't though, because there was that weird period where the airport was still open after they did shoot.
I can tie all of those bows for you. Okay. Now, obviously, this is theoretical, dude. I have no ability to prove this. I just have the type of brain that kind of remembers. I remember things, I remember everything, actually. And so when something like this comes in,
dude, I smoke and I remember things occasionally.
And I heard a couple new things last night that's a theory from Valhalla, actually, specifically. Valhalla VFT, he did a video using
these guys are working together.
Footage from the front. And he was talking about exactly how he would have successfully pulled off this assassination while creating a patsy. And what he said literally lines up exactly with what I'm going to say. I mean, this is actually how it got my mind running.
Wow.
And
okay, so
once
I'm interested.
Have that clocked,
I'm interested.
Clock everything. I mean, I can clock it all of it. Okay, no loose ends. And I will warn you in advance. There's one very uncomfortable question that I have to ask when you get into this theory, which will line up with evidence.
All right, damn it. All right, I don't want to miss any of this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna just play the hold music. I'll put the dog up. I really have to pee. I'll be right back. Okay. We love chair. All right, back to it.
I lay it out, but I will save that for later. Okay. Now, I think it's important that I also say this. Okay. So we're talking now 3 days, 3 different videos, 3 different theories. Okay. The only reason that I am doing this at all is because I have a YouTube channel. I love sharing my ideas with you guys, and I want to make sure that whoever did this goes down for it. Okay. Like, I just want to make sure that the right person goes down for this. Okay. And if this ends up not being accurate, you know, for some reason, I mean, look like you got shot from the front, look like you got shot from the back. If this ends up not being accurate, okay, there's also new information in this video that supports even further the involvement of many left-wing radicals. Okay, so even if for some reason, you know, the remote detonation thing ends up not being accurate, I want to make crystal clear, pay very close attention to the portion where the witness is talking about the other people that didn't make any sense who were there on site. And that's going to be around midway through the video. So look for that.
So this is definitely going to have some bullshit in it, but okay.
Now, thank you to everybody who has recently subscribed to my channel and all of you guys who have been with me from the beginning. I have had tremendous growth this week, and I genuinely appreciate that. The subscribe ask that I've been doing is I was like, hey, listen, I just asked that if you're going to watch my content, please subscribe. You know, I would assume
it's usually how it
that
goes.
someone who is offered something on the honor system and they don't do it, that's like probably Destiny fans. So unless you're a Destiny fan, and I have literally 40
don't you fucking dare
1,000 new subscribers since I started saying that, which I just think is like literally the funniest thing ever. It is the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a subathon coming up. We're planning this out. I think I'm gonna do a 12-hour to start, but I might do a 24-hour.
Probably the last time I'll mention it, just because. But it's like I can't get
subathon dash. You know,
enough of that story. It's like that guy he's our MVP, dude. He really is. But all right,
I'll talk about it later.
We're gonna get into this thing right now and buckle up. Okay, so this is all. Listen, no one knows anything for sure. Okay, so don't sue me, anyone, and definitely don't kill me because we don't have any problem. Okay, listen, guys, I know better than to mess around with you guys. Okay, I'm just doing this video because, listen, if you got caught, you got caught, right? Now, in the interest of being fair, though, I am going to propose a counter narrative for the video you're about to watch at the end of the video, which would explain.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, actually,
some of the behavior.
Well, not super spicy,
potentially, and then you can weigh it. But first, we're
not wrecking my colon.
Doing the full conspiracy theory, and then I'll talk about that. All right, let's watch this thing. I'm going to pause it throughout, but I'm going to do it.
Hey, we got 30 seconds.
Very specific segments. So let's first look at where the wound came from, and then we'll pause. Look at who is the person responsible, and then there's some aftermath that is the most important part, in my opinion.
Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's Israeli.
Did this guy start his career by robbing ESPN of like an ESPN zone, and he just took all like the stuff and just made his studio based on that and just got rid of the E?
Security detail killed Charlie Kirk. That is the
Hey, 420. Sorry to pause so quickly, but we're going to celebrate and then watch this. All right. It was a good one.
Explosion from Charlie Kirk's lavalier lapel mic. Want to see it again? Bring it in closer. Remember when we told you that was absolutely an exit wound? Yeah, it is. Check the trajectory of the round that was deployed from that lavalier lapel mic. That went directly from Charlie Kirk's lapel. That went directly from underneath Charlie Kirk's white t-shirt up through his neck and created the exit wound that we told you was an exit wound immediately when we saw that exit wound. First we had exploding pagers, now we have exploding mics. Do you remember the vector analysis from John Bray? That proves that all of the activity came from the mic that Charlie Kirk was wearing. Remember the palm gun guy in the brown shirt, that shadowy looking guy with the sunglasses? Yeah, he pushes the detonator. Clear as day.
Gang violence.
Damn.
They can't see it well at first. The last one of these, crystal clear that his device moves. You'll see it right here.
That's the assassin.
I literally cannot believe the collective power of the internet when everyone is focused in the one direction.
This guy looks like he would be a proto-orc.
I realize like there's a lot more to
the ears, the head shape.
This, and I don't want to derail it. I'm sure you guys are captivated by this because there's a lot more coming, but I need to pause it right here and say the following. The internet has changed the world in ways that, I mean, now we kind of take for granted, but in things like this, okay, in things like this, everyone gets video, everyone's taking videos. Everyone is always taking videos. You do something public like this where there's going to be a lot of videos and then you put it all out there and you let the world, all the smartest people in the world, you know how many people would have been incredible FBI agents, incredible investigators if they would have grown up in a different environment, if their parents would have been different or if they would have had parents or whatever. This situation, this kind of situation enables anyone to just decide, I'm going to see what I can find. And then you...
What's he going on about with the parents? What now?
Reach out to people like Candace or me or whoever, and these exclusive things go out, and then all the rest of us get to collectively analyze, and then the rest of you guys get to go and investigate off of that.
Oh my God, I'm starting to realize why my friend has... Oh, so this is weird. We're watching somebody that probably led to my MAGA, friend. And he is now. Like, we've become more friendly through this. I just realized that Charlie Kirk's whole thing brought me closer to my buddy who, like, slipped into the MAGA bullshit, and now he's out. Now he's just a right-winger who loves some Jesus. But yeah, he thinks there's a MAGA cover-up.
You give me the FBI, I double...
Because his big thing is that, like, Kash Patel and all these guys are in on it, and he's just like, there's no way that Trump wouldn't be in on that.
We'll raise you, the collective internet, all of us together.
That's the guy that pushes the detonator, which perfectly aligns with the explosion that pushes that projectile through Charlie's right side of his neck and out the left side, creating the exit wound.
This is the part where I got sold. I'm just going to tell you that right now, okay? So pay real close attention right here. This is where I got sold, where I was like, oh my God, this is it.
All right.
It just looked like the chaos that you would expect after someone was publicly executed in broad daylight in front of 3,000 people. But in no way did that trigger man, that assassin in the brown shirt with the sunglasses act alone. We have video now that shows the handoff of this remote detonator.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. That's sus as fuck. Whoa.
Let me pause it right here just to say this. They're saying remote detonator.
Dude, right? Whoa.
I'm saying.
What the fuck? Oh my God, dude, we're doing a tinfoil hat stream tonight. What was that? Dude, did you see? I have seen drug deals with more fucking finesse than that. That was crazy.
No.
That was crazy. Did you see that shit?
Not remote detonator. That's the thing that they're getting wrong right here.
What the fuck? And it was like a double. That was...
Or whoever made this video is getting wrong. I think Stu Peters is reacting.
That was wild.
To a different video. What they're grabbing.
I'm glad you found this too. Good call, Squishmallow, and thank you for sending this. Because honestly, what the fuck was that?
They were grabbing. With-
oh my god, dude! I thought this was gonna be complete bullshit, right? When I saw that you were talking about like the lapel mic and all that, like, and then that was fucking nuts. That was fucking nuts. Who does that? Who does that? This, yeah, literally the slide across the table that gets up and then he's just like, what was that?
Be the device that either
That was
detonated
crazy.
or whatever caused the explosion or whatever that
red pill
killed Charlie. That
I'm getting red pill. Damn it!
Device needs to get recovered. That's the only physical evidence that would be able to.
Dude, all right. If there's one thing that, like, if you're MAGA and you're watching this, which hi, but we can totally. I think this is something we can all agree on. That was whack.
Prove this.
What the fuck?
And they take something off of him and they start changing hands, and it goes in one pocket, then another pocket, then another pocket, and then they just run off.
Yeah, literally. Both men. Pocket.
But there was no shooter.
Why was that?
Shooter. Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk.
All right, now
I mean, dude, and the whole, like, before I thought it was just the hat signals. Now this is what the dude.
Here is another video that captured the handoff, and it does an even better job. And this
there's more.
One is saying they think that the bullet hit the squib, and that's why they're pulling it off. But this is obviously before someone had connected that it could have been a remote device that went off. So watch this. Okay.
As he grabs the squib off of Charlie, puts it in his pocket. Watch closely. The one guy grabs the squib, gives it to the guy with the polo. He puts it in his pocket. Now the other guy that I once said, press the remote for the squib, takes the remote, puts it in the other guy's pocket, and he takes off. So the first guy gets the squib that was on the neck. Watch closely.
I thought a squib was technically a, wasn't that a Hollywood thing? So are they saying he's still alive?
So, boom.
That would explain why Erica Kirk doesn't seem too broken up.
Shot. There's a guy with the blue, puts it in his pocket. Here's the guy with the remote, puts it in his pocket.
Now I'm going full tinfoil hat.
And scene.
Now, while that is extraordinarily compelling evidence, we have a lot of other questions to answer. How would a state actor have so successfully framed far-left radicals for this crime? Why is Tyler Robinson...
Here's where he's like, we need this to be the left in some way, so here's my theory.
In prison.
All
Why
right.
did the roommate...
Gee, I wonder. It's almost like this regime was trying to use that for a reason, but you're going to overlook that somehow.
Say all of the things that...
Yay, now we get to laugh.
He said, where did those text messages come from? Where did the Discord confession come from?
Yeah, that was what it was, especially that back pocket.
Who are the other people that were in the crowd? Okay. And if the shot came from Charlie.
It was a fucking college.
Please.
What are you talking about? There's definitely going to be some people there that are just like, what the fuck?
Next.
The one that got me was the dude that was just like, yeah, like, that was wild. Like, what the fuck?
Why are people saying that they heard it in other places? And potentially most importantly, why did they say that a 30-06 round got caught in Charlie's neck, which everyone knows is impossible? And anyone who was involved in the 30-06 story, why? Where did that come from?
Yeah.
Where did that come from? And why would anyone have publicly said that if it was not true? That's the uncomfortable question that we are going to have to ask, okay? I'm going to answer literally every single one of those questions as it relates to this, theory, and we're going to start that process literally right now. First up, Ian Carroll, okay, talking about or showing the footage.
I gotta be real. I would never leave a drink unattended around that guy.
Of Tyler Robinson.
Well, both these guys, but
jumping off of the roof.
That guy specifically.
Maybe the same day, maybe not. I think it's the same day because we actually have, you see him in that one panning shot, you see him get up and run. So there clearly was someone on this roof at the time. But let's watch this, okay?
And we all remember seeing where, and as it zooms in, you can see the suspect running on the left side of this structure. Then in a minute, he appears on the right side of the structure running still. 12:23, 48 p.m. He's got something in his hand. And the big question is he carrying a rifle right now? Is this shape that he's putting down as he clambers over the edge, is that a Mauser hunting rifle? Listen, I'm not the gun expert. I am not the gun guy. That is not a rifle. And a lot of the gun guys, as far as I can tell...
I mean, in fairness, covered by a towel, it is possible that that is a rifle, but there's a lot of weirdness around it. Again, for our purposes, though, okay, even if he had a rifle, doesn't necessarily mean that he took the shot. And here's a really important piece of context also. There is so much evidence that there was foreknowledge that this was coming among left-wing radicals, which means this was very likely organized within Discord groups or other types of, places online where people are they're kind of, chatting or whatever. X accounts, there's something huge coming for Charlie Kirk. 26 accounts said that something was going to happen to Charlie Kirk or something was going to happen at Utah Valley. So there was foreknowledge. You have this video right here. Like, what, dude?
I mean, did you not see the TikTok guy that was just like, hey, like and follow, like and subscribe. Oh, man, Jesus is God. Jesus is God.
Okay,
come on,
really
man.
Weird, but this is even weirder, okay? This one stood my hair up last night when I heard this. I don't know how. This is from 6 days ago, and I never saw it.
How the fuck do these channels have 500K? And come on.
But I saw
guys, if you haven't already subscribed to my channel, come on.
Last night, and
you're having fun here.
Let me give this guy a subscribe.
Also,
And
you can hit that like button. It really help me out.
I want you guys to hear this story. Okay, listen to this.
So he came off the roof. He walked up. He came up here to the parking lot, got in the car with an individual, and they drove away. Well, that's not the story that came. So that he escaped another route. And there are people who are coordinating this thing. I do not believe that 30-06 that they showed recovered in the bushes was ever on the roof. I think it was in the bushes to start with. And now I'm not saying that Tyler Robinson wasn't on the roof. I'm not saying he didn't pull a trigger. I know I was in very, very close proximity. So another interesting thing, like I say, I left the front of the stage. I wanted to meet some of my friends and bring them down front. So I was clear at the east end, and I heard this loud boom. I heard this loud bang. And I turned around and I'm looking like, what was that? What was that?
You might not be fully awake yet. Oh, we are going down the tinfoil hat rabbit hole that Charlie Kirk was not even killed by a bullet, allegedly, that it was his lapel mic.
And pretty soon some people started, running. Everyone was trying to process. And I thought, this is a gunshot, and there's going to be more of them. I thought it could turn into a mass shooting. So I go to the people closest to me. Everyone's ducking down behind the concrete retaining walls, and some of them were still kind of oblivious, but there were two people that were standing there. Two girls, very goth, very black, and I just walked, and I stepped up to the side of them, and I said, did that not happen right here? Did you hear that? Was that right here? They said, yeah, it was just right over there. So they're confirming, yeah, the shooter or wherever that sound came from is right here. The thing that didn't really dawn on me is that they were not running. They were not frightened. In fact, as I stepped up, I heard one of the girls.
Oh my God. Did you really just say the goth girls weren't scared? Utah goths catching strays. What the fuck is this?
Talking to each other, and they're looking at these kids, looking at the scene down below them of all these people fleeing for their lives. And she says, go F yourselves. And like I say, I was not processing that. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I thought this is a separate conversation. I don't know what it is. In hindsight, as I've watched that over and over, it's like these people were not afraid. If they're saying the shooter's right over here, he's right behind us.
Yeah, what about the guy that jumps up is going,
why would they even say that then?
Okay.
Wait, to your logic, then why would they speak up at all?
The dude that stands up and is cheering right after someone
Fucking Race Bannon right here with his like half his half thoughts.
You know what? That everybody believes got shot. Okay, at a college campus. If you're not afraid, there's something wrong. Okay, and you can tell me that there's one person there who's crazy. You know, tell me that there's multiple people there, dead quiet, totally calm, chilling. F these people. Okay. That lines up with foreknowledge among radical.
It's never testosterone fucking steroid ridden assholes. Nah, what are you talking about?
Leftists. Okay.
I don't know. What happened in Michigan?
Okay. So that evidence would seem to contradict the story here because you have a confession from Tyler Robinson. By the way, I know a dude named Tyler Rogers. Whenever I am saying Tyler Rogers by accident, it's because I know a guy really well who's in my fraternity named Tyler Rogers. So if I say Tyler Rogers, I'm sorry. I mean Tyler Robinson. Okay. But you have Tyler Robinson on the roof, supposedly.
That means he got a phone call.
Maybe him. Okay. Maybe he has a rifle.
Bro,
but
stop telling people that I was the one who shot Charlie Kirk. Come on, bro.
He confessed to the crime in Discord, and he confessed to the crime supposedly to his roommate, who is now missing, by the way. Okay.
It was supposed to be an ear nip.
So
it was supposed to be a Trump. He just wanted his own.
I want to show you what Valhalla said about how he would set this crime up, and then I'm going to tie a bow on all of this. All right, so I watched this last night, and this would answer one of the questions, then I'm going to tie it all together, okay? So watch this. This is Valhalla VFT.
Let's take the assumption that this kid actually did stash a 30-06 Mauser in the woods that the FBI found. We see the ballistics. The surgeon report is true. What I see, and we know.
Oh wait, no, we didn't. He's on Alex Jones.
That entities do this is they get ingrained in these Discord chats, Reddits. They radicalize these kids. And so what I would think if I were to set this up and I'm going to action this target and I want to get away from it myself as the shooter, here's what I do. We get this kid to go plant the rifle for me. Okay. You're going to plant the rifle in the bushes here at X location. That way the shooter, me, can come and grab the rifle. What I need you to do is go to the roof and I need you to spot for me. Let me know, text me if anybody sees me coming to grab the rifle and go up to the roof. I get the kid up on the roof. I'm actually staged in, let's say, an offset area and behind a window back right there, ready to take a shot. That kid's on the roof. I take the shot. I take out Kirk. That kid panics, goes, what the hell's going on? You see him take off the roof. How's that work? Well, that kid's DNA is on the 30-06. That 30-06 is in the woods. The FBI does find it, attaches everything together. Now you have your fall guy. Now you have your patsy. The real shooter walks away. Also, I shot him in the neck with a lower caliber round. That guy did actually get stuck in the neck because it's a different shooter. Okay, so again, this is tinfoil hat, guys, to the viewers, right? This is just me speculating. If I had to try to, from the information we have, make it all actually work, that would be my full tinfoil hat theory on that.
Okay, so excellent theory. Now, I had this entire video done, uploaded, ready to go, and I realized I had forgot to tie one knot or a bow on one thing, which would be if this was a remote detonated bomb on his neck, why did people think that there was a gunshot from a different area? Simple, okay? If you can detonate a bomb on Charlie, you can detonate the same thing somewhere else.
Yeah, but now that's adding a layer of complication that really,
which will sound exactly like a gunshot from a different spot. You could even have it on the exact same remote. Doesn't matter, right? You just need to create a sound that is louder than that one at the same time.
Alexa.
Okay, at the exact same time. Got an earpiece, it's like 3, 2, 1, execute, right? Goes at the exact same time. No one will be able to tell the difference. You would think it came from somewhere else, okay? Now, I need to now export this and re-upload it. Excellent theory. And now I'll tie the bow on all of it, okay? So the last part of...
Or it fucking echoes, Jesse. Jesus Christ, my guy.
That conversation is, what do we have from an evidence perspective?
Jesse, not so on fire.
Perspective on Tyler Robinson. Like I said, you have the confession to the roommate who is missing, okay? You have the confession to the roommate and you have the confession in Discord, okay? Are either of those on tape? Anybody see Tyler Robinson say those things? Or are those digitally created? And in one of them, it almost looks like laughably not Tyler Robinson in the way that it's written. Sounds like someone from the government wrote it, right? Sounds like someone from the government wrote those text messages that went to the boyfriend, okay? How hard do you think it would be for a state actor to crack the Discord login of some dimwit like Tyler Robinson so that they are the ones in there sending Discord?
Oh, God. All right. Well, this fell apart pretty quick.
Messages.
Jesus Christ.
Two groups of people.
Literally,
Hey,
he was just like, oh, interesting.
Guys, sorry to tell you guys this, but it was me yesterday that did this. Thanks.
This doesn't feel right.
For all the laughs.
I mean, we can make fun of this now. I'm not subscribing to his channel the way that he thought this was going to. I mean, come on.
Hi, bye. Okay. Hack the Discord, create the text message thread, ties a bow on all of it. Okay?
Yeah, for you. For the narrative you're trying to spin, I guess.
And your loose end that I referenced earlier today would be the little boyfriend guy. He's gone. He's disappeared. Okay? No one knows where he is. So, assuming that this is an actual thing that is possible now, that guy's in a river somewhere, okay? Or a lake. And that's that.
Damn.
Okay? That's how this could all tie together. Obviously, we all know what the...
with all like these, disappearances from these like types of agencies and all these conspiracies and all this stuff, they never heard of crematoriums.
Motivation would have been. But here is the question, the tough question, okay? Everyone has to ask themselves, why would Turning Point USA say that they found a 30-06 round inside the neck?
Because they were spinning a narrative that guys like you were like, yum yum yum,
of Charlie Kirk, and assuming that because there's a hole in it no matter what. Okay, if it really was a 30-06, you didn't find the round. You didn't find it in his neck. That's not true. Okay, if it was a different caliber, why hasn't the FBI said that? Why, if they recovered another round from his neck, you're telling me that the FBI is not aware of that? Okay, if it's a different caliber round, where is it? Like, why are they not telling us that? Okay. So
how are you gonna have 500K and not know how to work a mic?
Either way, you've got a problem there. So TPUSA saying that they found the round inside of his body and it was a miracle. Okay, I believe in miracles. Not that one though. Not that one. There is no spine that is stopping a human spine hit directly.
Grown men who believe in miracles are
no.
Wow,
that's not a thing. Okay. It's like saying that if I was standing on top of a thermonuclear bomb and a detonator, that I'd just be, it's not no. It's not happening. But you know what I mean? It's like, no. That's no. So why would they say that? And in the event that this is an operation that we would be laying out, okay, what would the purpose of this operation be? Why would they do it? Okay.
That's the most obvious fucking part. Look what they're doing right now in Chicago. It's almost like they needed a false flag and they looked at Charlie Kirk and they were like, it's going to be where? At what time?
Okay. And this part,
he has a pretty big fan base, right?
Part's not rocket science at all. Charlie Kirk was running the most influential grassroots student organization in the country, okay? And that country that we are talking about, their survival, their every part of what they are relies on support from the United States. In case you guys haven't been paying attention, there's some pretty serious pushback against that country right now. I very intentionally never talk about them, ever. Now, I never talk about them specifically because I know that...
Because you're technically a Zionist who's like, well, this is awkward.
There's a million things going on behind the scenes at the state level that I am not privy to. And I just think that, like, people who think that they understand what's going on are less... I don't know. I think of it as a sign of intelligence to know you don't know enough to talk about this. And that is exactly how I approach that.
It's not necessarily around
that type of thing. But
that isn't an excuse to not learn. See, the sign of intelligence is that you want to know more, so you go learn more, not just stop there. So I don't know. You do look like the type of guy that would get that wrong.
You know, for the thought exercise, pretty easy. Okay, Charlie Kirk starts.
Don't do too many of those, man. You might have a stroke.
Turning on them, starts saying things that he's not allowed to say. If you take their money, you can't say Gaza is a ethnic cleansing. There's things you can't say. You can't say that. Can't question October 7th. You know what I mean? You start doing that, they come to you and they start, hey, what?
You're like this close. Come on, man. Keep going.
What are you doing, dude? We made you, guy. Our money made you. Okay? You putting Tucker Carlson on the stage? You're talking about October 7th? Did we hold back troops on October 7th? Are you out of your fucking mind? What are you doing? You think that we gave you this money so that we could create a super powerful voice and then you'd use it to fucking destroy us? You think that that's why we gave you that money? You think that the money came with no strings? You know what I mean? Like, we just gave you money and you just do whatever you want, dude. It's fine. You can go ahead and just trash us or put our entire country at risk. Go ahead and do that. Okay, so they gave him that talk and he was like, I'm not going to change. I'm not going to betray my ethics. I'm going to say what I think. And they're like, well, here's another $150 million. He's like, I'm not taking your money anymore. I'm not doing it. I'm going to say what I want. You know, that is the quintessential silver or lead. Silver or lead, dude. There's the choice that all the narcos give people. We can make you rich or we can make you dead, you know? Now, I promised you a fair look at that video from earlier, and I am going to deliver on that because what do I know, dude? I mean,
nice freeze.
The video looks compelling. Can I say, yeah, for sure it's a remote detonated bomb and a bunch of Israeli security guys went and snatched it off him? Of course not, dude. It looks very, very suspect to me. But again,
he almost said sus.
What do I know? Okay, so I want to show you this again.
Sus is fun.
Think the only thing I could come up with is that what they were passing to each other would have been like car keys, right? Like, go get the car, go get the car.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute, what?
Get the car. You know, that's like the only thing I could think of.
Watch the dude as he grabs the squib off of Charlie, puts it in his pocket.
You think he gets really pissed, his ears flat?
Watch closely. The one guy grabs the squib.
Ash, that was comment of the night.
I don't even see that.
Gives it to the guy with the polo. He puts it in his pocket.
Now all
the
of a
other
sudden
guy
he's changed his
that
tune.
I once said, press the remote for the squib, takes the remote, puts it in the other guy's pocket, and he takes off. So the first guy gets the squib that was on the...
See, again, that's all I'm saying. Could have been car keys or something. Could have been car keys. But, you know, we're just being objective. There's
Jesus Christ. No wonder they love Tim Pool. Dude, they like have half thoughts and then they're just like, nah, maybe not.
nothing I know for
Maybe
sure.
not.
You know what I mean?
That's crazy. I mean, that seems like it was like, hey, did somebody get a hold of you after you hit your 500K?
What's wrong, everyone?
All right, fuck it. We're in full mode with this one. Let's go.
Jeremy here from the quartering, and some very...
Oh my God! Oh my God! It's Jeremy! My friend! My friend! Did you not just see that last segment where he's learning from the greats, like my buddy Tim? Tim! If you haven't followed Tim Pool, you need to do yourself a favor and get to Tim Pool, my hero. But also, I don't know, maybe drop this asshole a subscribe because technically he's going through some stuff, but I can't put. Sorry, I almost got weird there.
Spicy.
I'm like, is Tim Pool or is Tim Pepper about to talk shit about like my situation? No.
Text messages were released last night from Candace Owens.
Tim Pepper's my favorite.
Between Charlie Kirk and at least 6 other people, she's now claiming
he looks like hell
that she will be.
Whoa, he does
releasing a name a day from those text messages. We know that allegedly Josh Hammer was in this group. I have not seen a response.
Is it that's not all the shadow of the hat?
Now, I remain extraordinarily skeptical there have been
Yo, dude, I think I got that same Carhartt.
lot of wild claims made by Candace Owens, with only a few of them having any kind of provenance provided.
Actually, you know what? I'll win that one. He'll just get pissed off that a leftist, has the same hoodie as him, and he'll be like, "Oh, Bart Carhartt, you don't know a day. You've never seen a day of work in your life, leftist."
She has said before that TPUSA,
little would he know,
was there were purse strings attached to money that they were getting from Israel. This text, if
heavy drinking would be my guess,
real, does prove that. What it doesn't prove is that they had anything to do at all with his assassination. Now, there are hundreds of thousands of people who are jumping on that. They're saying it without saying it. I got completely crushed last night on X, and I'll take my
Let's see. Hold on. We got to take just a quick pause here. We're going to read some of the comments. Charlie didn't die. He didn't pass away. He was killed. On the bright side, I'm totally immune to flashbang grenades. Helen Keller. Fucking Jesus Christ. But how many conspiracy theories have come true in the past 10 years? The Alex Jones's right jar is pretty full. Remember that. One thing I'm sure of, whatever I'm being told is probably a lie. Just admit it. Just admit you're wrong. The fuck? My question is why anyone that tampered with the crime scene hasn't been charged. The TPUSA guys confirmed those texts are real. Yeah, touch the wall. Charlie didn't touch the wall. Nobody's a rat. Charlie KIRKS sent those messages to Candace. Wait. We didn't know that that a big donor had pulled a substantial amount from TPUSA over Tucker? Isn't that old news? Only God knows, R.I.P. Charlie. We have no idea just how deep the swamp goes. Yeah. They're still gonna just blatantly miss Trump? No shit. All right. That's kind of funny. It should be illegal to take money from a foreign country. Been watching this channel for years, and this is the first time I honestly think he is being paid for his opinion over this. Please, Jeremy, grow a pair. I don't recall any Islam protests or hate speech ever taking place at a college before 2020, but suddenly anti-Jewish becomes a normal. Becomes a normal along with the college staffers. Keep in mind that a good share of the donors have gotten throttled back by aid cuts and need to fire or reduce spending. What? All right, that's where we'll end that.
Lumps.
We'll go back. That's a comment I could just see and be like, oh, yeah. All right, this is where we will resume. Because
I thought Candace had absolutely...
Wow, he got cooked.
Nothing. She has this text message. But what does it prove? Well, the text message certainly is doctored. There's a lot of stuff edited in it, but that doesn't mean that the original messages...
Some seriously toxic comments.
...aren't real. And what exactly does it prove? Well...
It doesn't seem like his viewers like him very much.
Well, let's take a look.
Huh.
What it doesn't prove is that Tyler Robinson did not assassinate Charlie Kirk. It also does not prove that Israel did. It does not prove that Charlie was becoming Catholic. It does not prove even a date that these text messages happened on.
There were protests, Palestinian protests, when Biden was president, and they disbanded them.
Because there's no date on them. And it does not prove that he...
This is the algorithm, though. He doesn't know that.
That there's no additional context to it. However...
Labeled them as anti-Semitic? Yeah. And they all bought it and were just like, yeah! Until now they're just like, wait!
One of 7 people did leak these messages.
If you guys are enjoying the content, please consider hitting the like button and sharing the stream and subscribing, because that really helps out the channel. Thank you.
Messages to Candace, and that, I think Candace has made a lot of bold claims.
I have got to get that Nightbot.
Whether it's trapdoors or bee cults or whatever. But I don't think then, and I still don't think now, that she's completely making this stuff up. I think she's getting sent all sorts of stuff. I don't know what her level.
Wow, he's gonna fence at this.
Of, you know,
I didn't see that coming. Okay,
vetting is for getting tips.
Huh.
I believe that she was
Interesting.
sent these text messages because she's been alluding to it for quite some time. Here's the issue. There's only 6 or 7 people on this text message chain, which makes one of them a rat, which makes one of them the leaker. And she mentioned Josh Hammer specifically, who's a big pro-Israel guy, I guess. Again, I don't care about any of that. But what I will say is this. This guy's trial, Tyler Robinson's trial, can't come fast enough. Right now, because the FBI is not releasing any information, we don't have any new information, people can just say whatever they want and really be completely unchallenged. I think what Candace's investigation has morphed into is not necessarily who assassinated Charlie Kirk, which is what I thought it was about. That's why I was like, well, who cares about, these trapdoors and B cults? Obviously.
Oh, come on, man, because it all leads to somewhere, Jeremy.
That's not true. But what is morphed into is the external pressure.
Did I see the inflatable frog taking on ice in Portland? Yes.
That TPUSA was under from
twice
Israeli donors. And this does prove that.
What up, Pep?
However,
hey, thank you for rating.
Again, hundreds of thousands of people are taking
LT? How you doing?
The leap that because Charlie Kirk was annoyed that some donor pulled their donation, that must mean Israel was involved in his assassination. Now everyone's saying, well, Candace never said that. You're right. Candace has not said that. She's only been basically implying it for the last 3 weeks.
Dude, I'm loving this.
But she has not said that. Many people on X have said that, but Candace Owens has not said that, at least from what I've seen. I can only keep up with her show so often. I listened to it yesterday because she promised actual receipts, and now she's threatening to release more names, which I think will only end up prompting the other 6 people on this list to release the texts. Maybe that's a good thing. So Charlie wrote, we just lost another huge Jewish donor.
Yeah, they did it again. So they did it twice now. I think it was today.
$2 million a year because we won't cancel.
It's either today or last night. But then there's 2 videos of them getting hit at different times.
So Tucker, I'm thinking of.
And then he got interviewed and said I had spicier.
Inviting Candace.
So
he's basically saying, like, I won't be controlled. They don't like Tucker. Well, wait till they
it was a little spicy.
Get a load of my friend Candace. I'll invite her too. And then somebody we don't know who replies, ugh. Charlie Kirk replies, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Now, Candace Owens claims this was 48 hours before his assassination. Again, I'm not going to play any of your stupid games where people are saying this isn't what she's implying, because it is what she's implying. She's implying that...
Wow. He really is going to piss off a lot of his audience.
Charlie Kirk,
Holy shit.
Leaving the pro-Israel cause is what got him killed. I am not entertaining. If you're going to engage with me...
Hey, go for it, Jeremy, but damn, dude.
You guys know I make myself probably more available than I should, more available than anyone. You could talk to me in my Discord. You could talk to me on X. I respond to anybody. I don't even care if people are verified or not. But you've got to come correct. She is 100% insinuating that him leaving the the pro-Israel cause is...
Come correct. Try to quote Wu-Tang. Don't you ever try to quote Wu-Tang.
What led to his assassination. If you want to agree with me on that, then we probably won't agree with anything else. Now, is it worth noting that TPUSA had this money attached to them that had strings attached to it? Yeah, I think that's probably worth noting. Somebody then replies,
if I'm being honest, the way the texts are written line up with Charlie's inflection. Yeah.
Please don't invite Candace.
No, they seem real.
That might feel good short term, but
no, the fact that they're doing this is wild.
Not good long term, in my opinion. Like, all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions. That nasty free will thing that God bestowed upon us, makes life frustrating at time. After the dust settles a bit, maybe, and then the rest of the context is completely cut off. So it does prove that a donor pulled $2 million. If these messages are real, and I believe that they are real. I believe that they lack any additional or further context, which I would love to see, which is why her pressure, basically to say that she's going to keep releasing names, is probably a good thing so we can get the context here, because this is just 4 messages. We don't even know what day they were.
She didn't even just release the names. One of them came, like, he was the dude that used to work with Charlie. He just came out and said it, and then the other one was a pastor.
Sent out. She says they were sent 48 hours before the assassination. This does not prove that. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't, maybe she was told that. This does line up with some news of another Jewish donor who did in fact pull $2 million. So, I mean, there seems to be other information that does align with
what are you doing?
The donor.
If you're just asking questions, I don't know, man.
Again,
you're not asking great ones.
This does not prove anything beyond the TPUSA had donors who were Jewish, who do not want Tucker Carlson involved, and Charlie Kirk said he didn't care. Now, there are a lot of people out there saying, look, anybody can make these messages up, which they can. You can go into Telegram, create whatever name you want, and send whatever messages you want to create these things. That's always the specter of like any text messages that come out. Just because they can be faked does not mean they are faked. I don't believe that Candace Owens would knowingly air fake text messages like this, knowing it would get her sued into oblivion if she knowingly faked them. Is it possible someone else faked them to maybe destroy her credibility? That could be true. Is it possible that immediately after that, Charlie Kirk said, cooler heads prevailed and, he wasn't going to leave anything pro-Israel? There were people that said, I talked to him, as requested, here's why Candace Owens isn't posting the whole conversation. Because one day after Charlie was, quote, leaving the pro-Israel cause, he was huddling with coworkers about effective pro-Israel message. Charlie loved America and loved Israel. Stop defiling his corpse. This is a video by Josh Hammer, who was in that text message group, that said, I spoke to Charlie Kirk about Israel the night before he passed away.
Was he just coming to terms with the fact that he might have just been like spewing a bunch of bullshit before this? He's like, oh.
Is it possible? Again, 2 things can be, this is so convoluted and people just want to attach themselves to one rail and kind of ride it, which I get is kind of, it's what electricity does. It's what humankind does, the path of least resistance. But 2 things can be true. Okay. These messages could be real. And Charlie Kirk could have been pissed off at Israel for pulling money. And maybe he even was considering leaving the pro-Israel lobby. We know ultimately he didn't, but we know he may have been discussing it. But it might also be true that a man banging a trans man took his life.
Oh, thank you.
People see everything in binary.
Yeah, I was about to say, I did my side. I am definitely
only
able to take the raids over here.
And most people won't even make it this far in the video before they've decided to upvote it or downvote it, because people don't want to try and think about 2 possible solutions. Even I have been guilty of that many times. I've been guilty about that even with Candace. The thing is, if these text messages are true, it doesn't actually prove they had anything to do with the assassination. Not that she's saying that. I think that's the implication, but that's not what she has said implicitly. Many on X and everyone else are taking this to say that's what happened, but that's not what Candace Owens has said. But I think 2 things can be true. These messages could be true, and he could have had purse strings attached to the money, attached to the TPUSA, and Charlie Kirk could not have liked it. Well, if these messages are true, that is true. And it is also true that
why is they're able to apply this to something like this, but everything else they accept just like that.
It could also,
if it implicated the left, again, like that.
to be true that Tyler Robinson is a guy that took Charlie Kirk's life. I think a lot of this, the B cult stuff and the trapdoors and the space lasers and whatever, it's all entertainment. And I'm not saying it shouldn't exist. And as long as people who are consuming it are like, hey, this is an entertaining theory. I love,
By the way, Nunya, welcome to the stream.
Conspiracy theories. They're fun to listen to. But then, like, when they become fact without any kind of evidence, then there's an issue. So we have alleged evidence, and I do believe these text messages are real, that, a donor left, okay? But she has not provided any evidence for the other 2,700 claims she's made. Nothing. Where's a letter that she had?
Man, it really seems like he's got like something like an axe to grind with Candace.
He claimed that she had from Netanyahu or between Charlie Kirk and I. Where's a letter? Where's the video evidence she's claimed she had? Now, if you're telling me just to wait, well, I guess that's master marketing. Guess I'll just have to wait and tune in to see if she releases any other actual information. This is the first piece of real evidence that she's released that Charlie Kirk was annoyed about a Jewish donor pulling their money. If these messages are real, again, I can't deny it. But again, people on Twitter are like, this is what got Charlie Kirk killed. He started asking questions about our greatest ally and got too close to the sun. Again, I don't believe that that's true. Just because he criticized Israel and any possible stand down order or anything like that doesn't mean that Israel took his life. Now, she has said, should I release more?
Wow. It really does seem like he's taking a paycheck.
More of the text chain tomorrow? Well, hopefully we see more. Hopefully it provides some additional context. I don't think Candace will provide any context that disproves what she's been claiming. But if it's true, what we know, all this necessarily proves is that a donor pulled their money because they didn't like Tucker Carlson, and Charlie Kirk would not be bullied. That's what I took from all this. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody strikes back, because at this point, she's really leaving them no choice. So I'm guessing that she has more. We'll have to wait and see. I hope you're informed by this video, and we'll talk to you again.
I don't think so, man, because when you talk about being informed here, your comments actually doesn't seem like they're too thrilled with you. Little Jeremy absolutely refusing to address the issue directly, as investigating the Jewish connections in any context takes guts, and he has none. He doesn't even want to say the word Israel. It's purely a greed thing, and this much is obvious. It'll be hilarious to watch him try and avoid it in the coming months, as this issue will be impossible to ignore, even for him. Wow. It's not hundreds or of thousands, it's millions. We all know what happened. It isn't a leap. It is what they do. That is a loaded day. The comments are all personal attacks. There's a term for that. Damage control. Jesus Christ, dude. He's getting cooked. Wow. Yeah, you definitely provided some fun for that one, because, well, it also added to the Charlie Kirk stuff, I gotta be honest. Well, that was fun. All right. Need to make a run upstairs. I gotta go check on Uni real quick. When I get back, though, we're gonna do a mystery video. Mystery to me and all of you too. So I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. It'll take me about a minute. Tell her I said I will. I'll be right back. She says, thank you for checking in. And she says hi. LT, did you see that the raid notification went? Y'all came over. If not, something Johnny forgot to do and missed. Oh, it's okay, guys. No worries. I appreciate you still stopping by, hanging out for a little bit. As I said, we're gonna do a mystery, fun little thing that we can enjoy together. Although this was fun. That was a fun segment, I have to say. I hate to admit this, but I kind of like reading the comment section of these guys when they're getting cooked by their own. It's kind of fun. Let's see what we got. Excuse me. We saw that. No. Okay. Sorry. Somebody sent me the Anna Kasparian video. I was like, wait a minute, we've seen that. I'll be prosecuting myself. Come on. Oh, here we go. Antifa frog. Also, hold on. We got the live feed too. Just realized that came back up.
You guys so much. Yes, sir. We love you guys. You guys are amazing in the chat. Run it up.
By the way, I did find out that this guy's technically taking these streams and not contributing to them. So, some, there's a little bit of, like, justice in that, I guess.
Tommy versus the commies. Tommy versus the commies. Let's go.
Tommy versus the commies. Let's go.
Sí, tienen todo el bloque
I'm not
alrededor
going anywhere.
del edificio
I'm
de
coming out
ICE.
here every night.
Todo esto está bloqueado.
I'm coming out here every night. Don't get it in my way then. Don't get it in my way then. You walked into it. Look at. Yes, sir.
She's telling people to not get in front of him, even though he's
We
the
need to
one
make
actually
merch.
walking
Yeah,
towards
I
them.
need to make merch.
Fucking irony.
All right, thank you, bro.
Yeah, this is wild. He's literally taking two streams, one from each side.
Like, I got supporters out here that
I mean, I'm not really as tired as.
But honestly, I already
It's just a
know
lot
these
of
fools.
Jolly.
This is actually kind of interesting to
fools
see.
ain't gonna do nothing.
We stand here as
These
long
fools
as we
ain't gonna do
can, as long
nothing.
as they fucking open the road. That's my goal.
These
at
fools
least.
ain't gonna do shit.
Stay-
They're a bunch of fucking pansies. A bunch of fucking pansies.
Dude, either quit drinking before you go out there or holy brain drain.
Bunch of
like
pan-
this guy. Like I thought I had concussion issues.
It is
Bunch of pansies, bro. Bunch of pansies.
still sanctioned off,
You know
yes.
what sucks though? He's probably getting donations out the ass for this. IRL
Actually,
streams,
just-
man. IRL streams, they for some reason.
That's who's out here.
It's insane. People will just be like, "Oh yeah, bro."
He don't even know what he's saying. I feel sorry for this dude. I
don't know. There's something funny about the fact that in Portland they're on.
feel sorry for that guy because they take advantage of him. He's got serious mental health issues, and they just
That's all you have
use
to
him
say.
keep their
It's
fucking
like this person's
talking
mentally ill.
points.
Blah 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 blah.
It's fucking hilarious.
I love the music.
Sorry, I'm strategically pausing this.
Hey,
Hold on. Let's see if I can get.
TQA, giving them a
They're
piece of my
making the
mind,
shift change.
telling them what I'm
They got
thinking, what
so
America's
tired, they have
thinking,
to call their
and
bodies.
recording everything they're
Well, I mean, that's how shift changes work, though.
doing. You know?
I'm not even trying to play contrarian on that one. That's just how a shift change works.
It's round 2.
That's my goal.
Here comes round 2.
This is weird.
That's my goal.
It's Portland,
And
Oregon.
I wouldn't be anywhere
I'm
near where I'm
live
at
from
right
Portland,
now
Oregon.
without you guys.
Dude, somebody's jacking your stream and you don't even know it. Kind of funny.
Squash and lemon, yep.
It's a
That's
tape
what I'm
off
here
because
for.
it's a tape off because they just decided to get it
packing a weapon. Yeah, I know. But the cops are
off
right
because
here, so
they just decided
I know,
to.
I mean, I know. I'm keeping my. Joe
This dude's
Biden,
an
bro,
idiot.
he's got the mental decline of
This
Joe
dude's a
Biden.
fucking idiot. Were you just about to say that, you dumbass?
Yeah, his mom was.
So this is a live stream of a live stream and another live stream. So triple
They
live
just-
stream inception.
They got tires. They have to call the bodies.
Kyle,
back
thank you
up.
for finding me, bro. I appreciate the support, you guys. I'm trying to read all the comments and stuff, but there's just so many.
God damn it. Well, there goes me playing that, at least with the sound on.
There we
I mean, dance, that's great, but do you understand what you're doing to the people that are covering this? From your side too. Come on.
Only can get a limited amount of.
Wow.
This is America, American culture, not Mexican culture. Look at this fucking joker. This guy hates our country. No, you don't.
My knees hurt.
I'm not by myself.
My knees hurt watching that.
I love this.
I'm not alone out here. Get a rope. You're a loser.
You're not gonna T-Rex. We got a T-Rex now.
That's Reptar.
Thank you, Nigel. You guys are awesome. Everybody who's live streaming me and getting me some support. Tell all your
I don't know where the
followers
frog
that I love
is. I haven't
them.
seen it.
Ugh. Uh-oh, I'm watching a pirate stream.
FBI, open up!
Wait, what's he saying?
Probably a they, them.
Fuck yeah!
Viva Raza!
Viva la raza! Latino heat! We lie, we cheat, we steal. Come on. Fucking. Sorry, Eddie Guerrero. Rest in peace.
Exactly. It's not even bothering me, Mighty Joe. I don't give a fuck.
Man, this guy, it sounds like he's a little dejected. Does he sound a little dejected? I think he sounds dejected. Hard to paint protectors as violent when they are wearing inflatable unicorns. Or protesters, not protectors. So does he know he's being live streamed? Yeah, I think so.
Have to be quiet.
Oh,
to
it
be
did.
A peaceful
Gone up,
protest.
down, up, down, up, down.
People get
Just
so
like your
hurt by
mom.
the fucking noise.
Oh, yeah. See, I would think you would hate your own mother. That's disgusting. Don't fucking worry about it. What's your OnlyFans at? Yeah,
And
right.
the mean is just
Well, you can
there
have OnlyFans
standing
and be a
looking.
guy. Oh, really? This fucking dude is retarded. Oh, yeah. Let's go, everybody. Tap the screen.
Enough with the music.
How fucking dumb you are. Thank you for the donation, Travis. I love you. Make America great again. Let's.
If they're gonna keep like playing music, then I can't like keep on with the stream. Wow, this guy's a keeper. What's your OF tag?
Portland, Oregon, vale. I've already got too many this week. Yeah, that's funny.
Interesting.
Modding right now. I think I only have like people helping me.
No, stop with the music. How are these streams still up? Oh, wait. No monetization. That's what it is. All right. Well. All righty. That's
not working.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to really keep up with these. Not in this current form if they keep playing music, and it looks like that guy's for the long haul with that speaker, so. Although, he might get hit on his live stream if he's trying to... Wait, he's monetizing. He's monetizing. He's going to get hit.
Make people...
Yeah, he's going to get hit. All right, that's interesting.
Majority, you guys.
Yeah. All right. Well, time for different feed or video for this, and let's see if there's anything in Chicago right now. Chicago live protest. Nope. Oh, Portland. Yeah, it's definitely not live because that would insinuate it is still during the day. So, not gonna do anything with that. There. What is this? Portland protest. Oh, he's doing what I'm doing. Kyle Klinsky. Yeah, it's a 6-minute video. Let's see. Yeah, they're not getting rid of the music, so I can't do anything with that until they do. Oh, Steve. Oh. You know what? Let's do this. Nope. Let's not do this. What is this? The night of non-monetization?
We are hearing the National Guard. First of all, it's illegal, unconstitutional, it's dangerous, it's wrong. This is not about deportation. This is not about safety for this president. This is about authoritarianism. It's about stoking fear. It's about breaking the Constitution that would give him that much more control over our American cities.
Hi again, everyone. It's now 5 o'clock in New York. More escalations to report in the standoff between our commander-in-chief and American cities he doesn't like. Today, as leaders like the one you just heard, Chicago's mayor, call out Trump's desires to deploy federal troops to the streets of cities run by Democratic elected officials, as Trump in the Oval Office yet again raised the prospect of invoking the Insurrection Act. Today, notable not just for the growing clash of rhetoric, but of troops actually appearing on the ground.
Air traffic controllers are calling out sick, I guess. Multiple airports have either had tower closures or were issued ground stops. Yep.
The Texas National Guard has arrived in Chicago.
I actually know somebody that works at the towers, and with the last government shutdown, she was looking to do an early retirement.
The Chicago Tribune reports that its journalists, quote, saw several military members dressed in camouflage and carrying long guns on federal property in the far southwest suburbs Tuesday morning. Soldiers who had T patches on their arms, identical to the one shown in a picture tweeted by Texas Governor Greg Abbott on Monday, could be seen walking in and out of mobile sleeping units on the site, end quote. And the presence of these out-of-state troops comes as a judge declined to immediately respond to a lawsuit filed by the state of Illinois, which we covered on this program yesterday. That lawsuit said...
Oh, that just means that, like, now we can send our National Guard into places like Austin. Fun.
The Trump administration's efforts to send in the National Guard against the wishes of the state's governor are illegal and unconstitutional. The judge in this case, U.S. District Judge April Perry, said she needed time to go through the government's response to the suit and scheduled a hearing for Thursday, giving Trump and his allies a small window of time to send troops into the Windy City, an opportunity they are seizing upon. But as Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker said to our colleague Rachel Maddow last night, taking this step could be risky before the judge officially rules. Watch.
Well, the judge did warn the federal lawyers that if, in fact, they brought those National Guard and put them on the streets, that would be a really bad idea because there may be a ruling against them in just a couple of days. And I might add that if they do deploy them to the streets and then they are ruled against, I mean, how embarrassing to have to turn tail and run back to Texas 2 days after you've arrived in Chicago.
Chicago being in the state of limbo for a few days stands in contrast to what has happened this week in Portland, where a judge did temporarily block the administration from sending in National Guard troops from other states. The Illinois Attorney General argues in the lawsuit filed yesterday, quote, the American people, regardless of where they reside, should not live under the threat of occupation by the U.S. military, particularly not simply because their city or state leadership has fallen out of a president's favor. That is where we begin the hour. Some of our favorite reporters and friends. MSNBC senior national and political correspondent Jacob Soboroff is on the ground outside Chicago.
Of course, Tim
also
Miller.
joining us, staff writer at The Atlantic and a contributor to The Atlantic Daily Newsletter, Tom Nichols is here. He's a professor emeritus of national security affairs at the U.S. Naval War College, where he taught for more than 2 decades. Plus, host of the Bulwark podcast, MSNBC political analyst Tim Miller is here.
You're
Jacob,
the plus.
I start with you. Just bring
You never
me
want
up
to be the
to
plus.
date since we talked exactly 24 hours ago of what
Dude, this
you're
guy looks like Sam Cedar's little brother.
seeing and reporting on the ground in
Steve Cedar.
Chicago.
Well, as you said, Nicole, you know, the big development of the day is that the National Guard from Texas is now here. But
Jake Cedar.
I think that the point
Actually,
that
that
I
works.
believe everyone needs to understand, and it is crucially important for us to make, is the reason they're here is because the President of the United States and his allies are calling this city and Cook County and the surrounding
excited.
areas essentially lawless. The situation.
Oh my God. With the shirt, it kind of looks like Sam Cedar and Steven Crowder did like a fusion. Fusion. Ha!
Of control. It requires the National Guard to put down and protect not only the federal agents here, but widespread violence across this city. That is not what I have seen in this city at all. And in fact,
No, dude, you're literally standing in front of a bakery in a pretty decent neighborhood, from my understanding.
if they are indeed going after the worst of the worst, we, MSNBC, witnessed the exact opposite today. And I want to tell you one specific anecdotal story that we saw here in Cicero. This is the most Hispanic community in all of Illinois. 89%, almost 90% of the people who live here are Latino or Hispanic out of the 90,000 people that live here. And we showed up at this bakery literally 20 minutes today after they went after and they arrested 2 people. And I want to make sure I give you their names. And let's take a picture. Let's take a picture of them right now so I can show you who they are. Mario Martinez and Daniel Cabrera. This is a video of Border Patrol, there they are. Mario Martinez is on the right, Daniel Cabrera is on the left. The Border Patrol showed up here outside of this bakery. They have been patrolling this neighborhood all day, and they grabbed these guys. We can show that video again, and we've got some surveillance video from inside, that they were doing nothing other than grabbing their cup of coffee before their day of work. And they are 2 of multiple people who have been taken in this neighborhood today alone, not because they are the worst of the worst. I also met people, here's some surveillance video, as they chased these guys. They left their cups of coffee, as you see there, sitting down on the trash can outside of
And they're taking video of all of it.
Border Patrol, and it looks like they've got someone following them, actually filming there, Nicole, chase them inside this bakery. While we were here reporting on the scene, a cousin of one of the 2 men, Daniel, showed up to ask me, do I know where to find him? I want to show you a little bit of our conversation right now. Watch this.
They just randomly showed up. He didn't do anything wrong. They just took him forcefully. They're scaring everybody around now, so I feel like a target too, even though I'm a U.S. citizen. But
you feel like they would even arrest you?
Yeah, at this point I do.
Does your cousin have a family?
Apparently, Ice Barbie, Christy Nome showed up in Portland. She was greeted by a dude in a chicken costume.
Yeah, he does.
Portland's badass.
His mom, dad, everybody here, his kids.
He's got kids too.
Yeah.
And so now, what country is he from?
He's originally from Mexico, but he was making a life here for his family, and as you can, like I told you, he was about to open up a shop.
I'm really sorry again that you're going through this, and I appreciate it. And I know that you're looking for him. You still don't know where he is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find any clues.
Go to Broadview.
See where they took him, why they took him, and what's the whole purpose for this.
That's a question, Nicole, that people all across Chicago, but especially today in this neighborhood, are asking. Where are their loved ones? Where are their family members who have been picked up off the street? Not because they're the worst of the worst, but because they were going about their daily activities. Mario Martinez has been in the hospital for the last several months. He had a heart condition, was sick as well. He doesn't have his medication, and his wife was telling us, just like Nori Ramos, who we've introduced to people from on your show as well, not sure that he's going to get his medicine inside ICE detention, what the consequences of that will be, nor if they'll ever see him again, Nicole.
I think people watch.
And we're just like, okay.
I wonder how that is possible, that someone who drove up to a bakery to get a cup of coffee is now someone that you can there credibly report his family may never see again. Say more.
Well, that's exactly right. I was at the Broadview ICE detention facility yesterday. Here was the first.
Damn, you can actually tell that one actually kind of hit him.
Place I went when I got to Chicago, because it's become somewhat of a flashpoint. It's been this staging location, both for the federal agents, but also for the people that they're bringing there before they send them off to other ICE detention facilities. And I can't tell you the number of people, including people in L.A., who
I can tell you right now, the Republicans, if we do have another election, are never getting the Latino vote.
haven't reported about on air, who contact me.
But this is where I say they don't give a fuck.
Regularly, almost every day, saying, I can't find my loved one in the system. Usually there's something called an A number that ICE has, and they're able to track people very specifically. But people have been moved around so quickly within this ICE detention system that people are terrified that while they might be able to make contact, and Mr. Martinez was able to contact his wife and say that he hopes that he can get his medicine from her, he doesn't know how long he's going to be detained for here in the Illinois area, if he's going to be sent to a detention center in Arizona or Louisiana or California, and how long it'll be before the Trump administration sends.
There's no way the right plans on having an election. No.
This gentleman to Mexico.
No, that's why we just got to gear up for that now.
A place he hasn't been.
Start pressuring your senators and your Congress people now.
For much of his life, and
if they don't fight for us, we're fucked.
Leaving the home behind of this beautiful neighborhood, this peaceful neighborhood today, in the west.
Dude, yes, Cicero is one of the nicer places too.
Suburbs of Chicago.
Yeah.
What is the predicate that they articulate beyond racial profiling?
It's such an important question as well. Governor Pritzker said to Rachel, I thought it was the most fascinating part of the interview last night, about why they are operating in the Chicago area. They have, they are allowed to operate within 100 miles of the U.S. border by statute. But obviously Chicago is not within 100 miles of the northern border to Canada.
I unfortunately knew a few.
They are saying they are operating here.
I say knew because I will never associate with people like that.
Because Lake Michigan is the border with Canada. And that is the excuse, according to Governor Pritzker.
I can't. People that are willing to sell out, especially when they came here, and they weren't even second generation, they got their green card, and then immediately were just like, I'm going to vote for Trump. I'm protecting myself. I'm protecting my interests.
Told Rachel last night. So
fuck you.
They're saying they have full reign to drive around as if they are on the southwest border or in a border community on the northern border.
And now they're surprised that they have to drive around with papers. Go figure.
To look for people who are undocumented in day-to-day activities. We heard what Greg Bavino said to the local reporter.
Their overstepping really is going to be the cause of a lot of bad stuff.
Here in Chicago, and I'm paraphrasing, but he essentially said, we can look for people based on their looks, and they may not be looking like you. The reporter was white or Caucasian. That's what people here feel like. That why would the Border Patrol, in tactical gear, masked up, be running around chasing people getting a cup of coffee in the most Hispanic neighborhood in the state of Illinois when things are largely peaceful here? Why would a an elderly woman around the corner from here around the same time. He picked up as she walked down the street. Her neighbor walked out shaking when I was talking to him, so nervous that he had seen this immigration enforcement operation take place on his peaceful residential street, where I asked him, are there murderers and rapists and criminals? Is that what's going on around here? And he said, no, absolutely not. This is a hardworking community. But the Border Patrol says they're operating within their legal right to be within 100 miles of the U.S. border, which I guess, according to Governor Pritzker, is Lake Michigan.
Let me ask you about one more story that we've covered together this week. This is the Chicago Sun-Times, which has had incredible reporting on what's happening in its city. An attorney for the woman shot by
Chicago Sun-Times.
Border Patrol claims agents said, quote, do something B-word before shooting.
It's one of the cheaper papers, too.
Quote, body camera video of a Border Patrol agent involved in the shooting of a woman who was allegedly chasing agents in Brighton Park over the weekend shows an officer saying, quote,
do something, bitch, before pulling over and shooting her 5 times.
The woman 5 times. The woman's attorney said in federal court Monday. The video appears to contradict the government's allegation that Marmar Martinez, 30 years old, drove toward officers before one of them opened fire on her late Saturday morning.
This is the second time that they tried to claim that a car was a weapon.
Kedzie Avenue near
people were just trying to flee.
39th Street. Her attorney, Christopher Parenti, said at a detention hearing at the Dirksen Federal Courthouse. What is your understanding of who is crafting the government statements and their association with the truth at this point?
You know, we reached out to ICE and CBP about what happened here, Nicole, and it's radio silence. And you hear from them in times, I feel, as someone who tries to get answers from them regularly, when these things reach a boiling point that they're sort of forced to respond. And this one was a flashpoint that everybody saw. A woman was shot, and now this alternate telling of the story is coming out that contradicts their initial explanation of what happened, and we have seen that time and again. One thing we've also seen time and again that's consistent with that telling of the story, and obviously I can't confirm those specifics myself, is the aggressive nature of the behavior of the federal agents on the streets.
Well, notice that they're not actual, like, dude, 6 months ago, these guys didn't even have a job.
And in essence,
most of them are probably getting pardoned by fucking Trump.
They want people to see how aggressive they're being, whether it's marching down Michigan Avenue with masks and long rifles or coming into a community.
Yeah, that's called fucking brown shirt, like, secret police bullshit. That's why anytime we call them Nazis, it's like, no, they earned that one.
Like this, driving around, I've seen from rapid response community members here.
Yeah, 1930s paper. My mom, she literally, this is fucked up. My mom, when I was a little kid, we used to joke about this because of how absurd it was that this would even be a thing. That she would stop me in the hallway, and like, this is when I was like 6 or 7, and I'd be running down the hall. I'd be like, ha, 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 and she'd be like, stop. And like, she would like put her hand out and just kind of grab me and like give me like a little hug. And then she'd be like, show me your papers. And we thought it was hilarious because it was absurd. And then I learned through history where it's just like, wow, like they actually did that. Now I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Today alone, agents.
What up, Angela? How you doing?
Lethal weapons out the windows, yelling at protesters or people who are monitoring them. That aggressive behavior is what is the constant. The inability to get a straight answer from ICE or CBP, in my experience as a journalist, has also been a constant in this large-scale mass deportation effort, whether it's at Home Depot parking lots in Los Angeles or here in Cicero in Chicago. And that's why I think it's so important that, and I'm grateful to you and to MSNBC.
They're going to Home Depots around us.
For having us here on the ground so that we can see it for ourselves. We were only 20 minutes behind this, but these incidents
almost 100 years later,
are happening every day all around this community now for almost 1 month. It'll be a month on the 8th.
Fucking crazy. Yeah, MTG saw the light. Actually, here, you know what? Fuck it. We'll cover this.
We are now on day 7 of the government shutdown, and at least one conservative Republican is breaking ranks publicly. Marjorie Taylor Greene saying she is not...
I have to... You know what? I'm going to do it. MSNBC has had some great coverage in the last 2 months. It's almost like they woke the fuck up about this.
The party line on this, that her own adult children's insurance premiums for 2026 are going to double if the ACA subsidies it.
Gotta switch devices.
And Trump even suggested yesterday he would be open to healthcare talks with Democrats to end the shutdown. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, Democrat of Texas, serves on the Oversight Committee. She joins me now. Congresswoman, we've seen a bunch of indicators over the last 24 hours, from Trump saying it publicly to Marjorie Taylor Greene's post to a piece in the Wall Street Journal and even something in Politico now, that there are rumbles within the Republican Party that want to try to come to some deal on the subsidies. Are you hearing anything like that yourself?
Not necessarily. And I just talked to one of my Republican colleagues about 30 minutes ago because I was trying to find out if we were actually going to go back into session next week as my staff is trying to plan what's going on. But I can tell you, we actually discussed that Marjorie was flipping on this because it seems like everything that is important, this child ain't read the bill and has no idea of what's going on. I don't understand why Georgia keeps sending her to D.C., but this is not the first time that she wasn't quite clear on what damage it was that her party was ushering in. But listen, I will take her seeing the light at any point in time. And so, yeah, it's sad that she can only see the light when it directly impacts her because she is elected to represent
that's how it goes.
Almost 1 million people. And so not listening to your constituents as they're calling and they're talking about their struggles, but then making it about your children.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You got to do this, like, strategic thing and bring it up how it's like, this is how it will affect you and your constituents here.
Your adult children, because their premiums are going to go up. Listen, I'll take a yes vote or somebody coming to the table, whatever way I can get it. But I just don't believe that that's how government is supposed to work. I don't have any children. When I am governing for the people that elected me. And I don't think that I should be looking at it and thinking, well, because this personally is going to impact me, then maybe I should flip how I feel about it.
Yeah, I should note also in that statement, in all fairness, she did talk about the people in her district who are facing the same. One of the issues right now.
Yeah, it's because her district is poor as fuck.
Now is that you guys are, when you were saying you're asking,
and it's almost like this disproportionately affects the poor.
About next week. So the House is out.
Conservative empathy bubble is very small. Well, again, this impacts her. Like, her constituents, she knows that she won't get voted back in if this happens.
And it was supposed to come back next week. Now it's not coming back next week. What has been communicated about how long the House is going to be out? It seems like the idea is that you don't come back before the shutdown ends, which seems difficult to do.
Better than being having a kid that hates you.
If you want to actually negotiate some end to the shutdown.
Most people that use the childless cat lady thing, you gonna learn.
Yeah, that was my question because I said,
trust me, once your kid hits teens, you're not gonna be so fucking jazzed on having them.
Is it that we're not gonna go back until and unless the Senate passes the House's?
Trust me, there's merit to not having kids and being very, very happy, and you guys are miserable a lot of the time.
Version, because what if the Senate actually does come to some sort of an agreement,
right?
And the Senate passes a version, then like we need to come back. So that particular member did not know, but his stance was that he was like, "Aren't the
Google dink.
M's gonna cave." So you know, I don't know. I don't work in the Senate, you know what I mean? But I haven't heard anything about any caving going on, and I think this issue is just too important. And you know, this is actually a really ripe time to have these conversations because one of the reasons I'm sure that Rep. Green knows that the premiums are going to double is because this is when people are actually going through the renewal process, right?
Yep.
Like this is when most people are signing up for their plans. And so now they are seeing in real time what the estimated cost is going to be.
Well, I'm sure that people got, kids that love them. It's just people that speak out like that usually don't.
So I do think that
there is an insecurity there that leads somebody to go and criticize somebody for not having children.
Fight worth
and I'm not taking that back.
Waging because it's not just about Rep. Green's children. It's about everybody's children. It's about everybody's grandparents as well. And And so I think that the Democrats, again, are on the right side of history. And every single time the Republicans have tried to, in some way, get rid of the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare or the marketplace, it has really backfired in the most bipartisan way. And so now that the American people are paying attention and they understand why this standoff is taking place, I'm pretty confident that the American people are standing with the Democrats as it relates to what it is that we're fighting for in this moment.
Quickly, last question for you. Earlier today, Mike Johnson said he would swear in Adelita Grijalva whenever she wants. That was his words, as soon as she wants. And then a few hours later, his office put out a statement saying he's not planning to allow Democrats' newest member to be sworn in until her party agrees to end the government shutdown. One seems to have nothing to do with the other. Like, he could swear in. They've sworn in Republican members. Do you think this really is about signatures on that discharge petition, the Epstein files?
This is absolutely about Epstein. This is absolutely about Epstein and not wanting to take that vote.
That's 1,000%.
It was my opinion that the White House was going to work on getting some of the Republicans off of the discharge. We only have 4. But, you know, another thing about this is that we could be working, Chris. We could be passing actual appropriations bills. The reason that we need a CR is because we've not passed the 12 appropriations bills. So we could come back and do some work, considering the fact that we are getting paid, so that, you know what? They can go ahead and send it to the Senate, and then they don't have to worry about a stopgap. Instead, they would actually have done their jobs.
I said what I said. Now, some of my favorite people in life are the ones that had kids, admitted that it wasn't all that it was cracked up to be, and then told me how lucky I am. But I'm also one of those people that doesn't necessarily, like, I don't hate kids. I don't get that. I don't get the people that, like, don't have kids and immediately are just like, I hate children. It's like, all right, well, that's weird. I just like being cool uncle. Oh. Let's not do that. Yep, that's twice. All right. Thank you. Let's see.
All right, the country's run by these completely incompetent dorks. I'm talking the dork.
Oh, didn't mean to play that. All I hear from guys on the job site is, I love my kids, but, yep. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? And then you have the ones that are just like, I love my children, but I wouldn't love them if they were gay or trans. That's a bridge too far. That's why we got to stop this nonsense so they don't even get the idea that they could be one or the other. That's where that comes from, people. Just so you know. So.
Dorkiest people you've ever encountered in your life that you think, God, he's such a dork and he's such a freak. One of those guys' name is Stephen Miller, and he has unprecedented power as the convicted felon president's chief policy advisor. And so here is Miller right here, and he has been priming the American public for the Insurrection Act. Play the clip.
Ryan, you called a legal ruling legal insurrection. Are you recommending the president take action against judges whose rulings he disagrees with?
No, it's simply a factually accurate statement that when a judge assumes for him or herself the powers that have been relegated or delegated by the Constitution to the president, that is a form of a legal insurrection. And we have seen
insurrection carries a legal weight. So are you recommending? We
have seen.
Pee-wee German.
Over the last 9 months.
He really is.
A ongoing legal insurrection in which district court judges, as a class, in many cases, have issued, which is why they've been overturned so much, have issued rulings.
God, my favorite part is, like, you leave him without Trump, nobody likes this guy. Nobody. His own wife hates him.
He's claiming that the judges are enabling a legal insurrection. And what he wants to do here is then give the president himself powers to enact the Insurrection Act. And this is so incredibly dangerous. And to all of the Supreme Court justices, the 6, that are fucking around with this in this administration. You'll find out, because just like the Latinos for Trump have found out, at some point, their knives get aimed at you.
Yep.
Tim Cook is going to find this out. Sam Altman is going to find this out.
Yep.
Scott Bessent is going to find this out. These are the three gay people that have capitulated and or are serving
I want a reporter say, with all due respect, Stephen, you're full of shit.
This administration. Yeah. At some point, the knives will get turned on you. They are priming the public for a military takeover. That they want martial law.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
do not have any intention on leaving office.
No.
And they plan to do everything in their power to prevent the 2026 midterms.
Yep.
I completely agree. And this is so dangerous. And just for the record, the job of the judiciary is to balance the legislative and executive branch. Trump does not have the power to overturn what judges say. Historically, the Constitution and the law grants the judges and the courts the ability to interpret laws made by Congress and orders made by the executive. He is lying. He is throwing up the Constitution and throwing it away. And the judge he was specifically referring to was a fucking Trump appointee. Like, they want everybody to agree with them. If you don't agree with them, you're part of Antifa. It's a domestic terrorism. If you don't, if a judge,
yeah, but that's where I've been saying it. If they're going to do that anyway, you guys might as well move left.
Rules on the law and precedent in the Constitution, they're committing an insurrection.
But instead, they got Tim Millers and a whole bunch of these, George Conways and the Joe Walshes, where it's just like, no, come to the center.
And here's the thing. I am terrified because the Supreme Court has appeased Donald Trump so much.
I hips the goat. Honestly, their coverage has been great, and that's why I'm more than happy to cover this.
Because the lower courts are doing their best to stop it, but I worry about the Supreme Court.
All right, next up we have Governor Pritzker, who I have to give 12 out of 10 stars to. He understands the moment. He is arriving at the moment, and he seems to be the politician, aside from Gavin Newsom, who understands the battle that is at hand. Please play the clip.
Escalation of violence is targeted and intentional and premeditated. The Trump administration is following a playbook: cause chaos, create fear and confusion, make it seem like peaceful protesters are a mob by firing gas pellets and tear gas canisters at them. Why? To create the pretext for invoking the Insurrection Act so that he can send military troops to our city. He wants to justify and normalize the presence of armed soldiers under his direct command.
What's so insane about this, number one, Pritzker's 100% spot on, and he has been the leader at saying exactly what this administration's long-term agenda is, and not being a status quo Democrat that's like, we just got to get to the midterms. He is calling out the danger of what this is. But what is really fascinating to me is the radicalization of so many Americans that are now on board with this. I think it's 40% of Americans support the National Guard being in the streets. To me, that's not a majority, but that's a large percentage. The way their language and Trump's use of language over the last 10 years has broken down the narrative that they don't understand the difference in living in a city or a town where you don't have to have the military on the streets, that our military goes abroad and fights battles over there. But the fact that so many Americans are now primed, 40% primed for this to happen in American cities is really, really troubling to me.
I completely agree. And the thing is when you hear them talk about it, the administration, they're like, it's criminals, it's gang members. It isn't. And these people believe it because they lack critical thinking skills. These are the same people that say, well, maybe we do need an authoritarian. I mean, these people have no ability to critically think. And the number one reason, in my opinion, they go along with all this is because they see brown people being hurt, tortured, and deported, and they like it. And if
it's been let me jump in here. It's been a manipulation tactic by the Republicans and Fox News specifically for a very long time. When wages have not gone up on working class people, minimum wage hasn't raised, and you see wages have gone up on the top earners dramatically. So the best way to pitch that angst and anger that these people feel is to lie to them and scapegoat minorities, trans people, gay people, small percentage of the population, when it's actually the top 1% that's the problem. They're lying to you. Rupert Murdoch is as rich as fuck. He's got bank accounts that could choke a bull. He doesn't even remotely understand what it's like to face medical bankruptcy. Elon Musk has no clue what that would feel like. Donald Trump has never, I mean, he's filed bankruptcy before, but it's rich man bankruptcy. They have no clue. So all they have left is what all authoritarians do: find a unifying enemy. And in Nazi Germany, it was Jewish people.
Yeah.
And here
They're
it
doing it
is
now.
black and brown people. And because the US population has always been somewhat racist, it's a really easy sell. And so it's crazy. And I don't think that they have any intentions of leaving office. Put up this tweet from David Frum. He's commenting on some Atlantic reporting that says Stephen Miller is portraying opposition to Trump in any form, including by judges issuing legal rulings.
Yeah, they're not planning on leaving office. Duh.
As an illegal rebellion. David Frum says they're not planning on leaving power ever. And that's exactly the vibes I get from every move they're making.
I completely agree. Look at the ballroom. Look at all the stuff he's doing. He wants to stay in power forever. And then after him comes Little Smokey.
Yes, but I think that the consolidation of the executive branch tells me more than anything. And the capitulation by SCOTUS to enable the executive to have that much goes right along with the language that you hear from far right oligarchs. You hear this from Elon Musk. You hear this from Peter Thiel, who is the funder / BFF of Smokey Eye Sociopath, Little Smokey JD Vance. They want an executive in charge of the United States of America. These men have decided.
Well, be prepared to tell your audience to get out there and do whatever the fuck they got to do. Like sorry, I'm gonna cut that one short because for real, we gotta stop bitching on YouTube and fucking just be ready. We see it, like we've seen it. This isn't Alex Jones shit, and they're trying to do that too. They're trying to be like, oh, that's just some conspiracy stuff. No, it's not. It very much is not. All right, guys, I have got to get heading off because I got Moogle upstairs that I want to go spend some time with. So, I will see you guys tomorrow at 2:00. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But we got some medical appointments in the morning, so I will keep you guys posted through the Discord and. Great show, Pat. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, guys, I will catch you guys tomorrow. All right, take care. I love y'all. Hold on, because I'm gonna have to do this. Wait. Before I go, let's adjust the screen. And there we go. Whoop. There we go. Whoop. There we go. So now I will say goodnight. All right. Love y'all. Night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Celebrate with y'all.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Night, y'all.